time.
Until you finish. Hey, I got sub 7, that was my goal for today.
It's not over yet.
And didn't die.
But yeah, good job, Freddy.
What was my time in the anniversary race again?
It was really close to that, actually. I think it was 6:55 then.
Yeah, it was low 650s, I think, as well. Anyway, FF13 people, you guys go ahead and start doing stuff. If
Yeah, I
anything
guess we
happens, we'll let you know.
Yeah, we can just quickly introduce ourselves, I guess.
Hi, I'm the guy running right now, MrZwanzig.
I'm LewdDolphin, I will be the guy.
You gotta bring it home for Mog, right?
Yes.
I'm MLSTRM, I'm going to be commentating.
And I'm still LFK47, I'm just gonna stick around until Roosta finishes.
Me too.
Yep, same here.
And
I'm
I'm
root
gonna...
on my teammate, Mr. Zwanzig. You got this, Zwanny.
Yeah, Freda and I are actually both 13 runners too, so we know about the game, so we are able to commentate for that as well, even though we are going to leave after Roosta finishes.
Yeah,
It's
I'm gonna go
fun.
pass out at that
So
point.
here you see that Slit is just not attacking, he's just kind of moving around.
I've literally
Yeah.
never seen that without Decoy. Or with...
But yeah, I also have been following FF13 for a few years now.
I've been meaning to learn to run at FF13, I just haven't yet.
So yeah, looking down is the camera trick. I'll let you guys explain it, I don't want to steal your thunder.
I'll let you guys explain it, I don't get
Or
it.
your lightning.
It just works.
It just works.
Yeah, well, basically, for some reason when you look at the floor, or at least when enemies aren't on screen, they seem to, like, not react to your presence normally. So we can kind of get around quite a few encounters just by looking at the floor and running in a certain way, so that they won't run into us. They were very nice first couple of dodges. And honestly, for the first 15-20 minutes or so, this run doesn't really get that interesting. It's just dodging a lot of encounters and a couple of basic battles.
If stuff goes wrong, I can definitely lose quite a bit of time on this chapter, but there's not too much to explain. It's just I gotta dodge around all these enemies. I don't want to fight them.
But yeah, like, feel free to explain anything about FF12 if you need to.
Yeah, in Chapter 1 of FF13, you don't even get anything for winning battles, except maybe some potions.
Yeah, you get very little. It's a couple
Phoenix
of
Downs are kind of nice.
Yeah,
That's about it.
potions, Phoenix Downs, a couple of like components, but nothing helpful. No CP or anything. So we only fight the fights we actually have to, or that are very tedious to dodge on a retry. So there's a couple that if Swansea gets caught, he'll fight them. But for the most part, we're only fighting what we have to.
So is one thing, are you gonna get the impossible dodge?
I've gotten it once ever, so I wouldn't hold my breath if I were you guys, but I'll call it out when I'm there. So far I've only had really one difficult dodge, the fourth one in the previous section, but there are some really tough ones coming up, especially when I get control of snow. Snow is fat.
Yeah, the fourth one isn't really difficult as it is random.
I think it's both, to be honest.
Yeah, true. So this Marauder fight is kind of like the first mini-boss kind of fight of Chapter 1, and the strat is just keep blitzing, and hopefully you hit all the enforcers and they die, but sometimes they don't. The fight isn't really too tricky.
And I still have yet to die to this fight. I know Lewd's done it. I keep waiting for the day where it happens. Like, I'm never gonna potion on this fight ever, but just because I kind of want it to happen at some point because it's just hilarious for such an easy fight. But
Yeah,
Today's
FF13
not
runners
today.
seem to be able to figure out how to die to every fight.
I've died to some pretty.
Yeah, I know what fight you have died to.
You say that like it's not a thing with us FF12 runners, actually.
Yeah,
that's true.
it kind of is with every, I think.
Well, I'm still waiting for someone to figure out how to accidentally die to an Avatar to War mech.
Dying to an Avatar is pretty easy, actually.
If you just don't kill him in the guest hold, sure.
Yeah, if you don't stagger in by accident, or you go for the faster strat and then don't Santazuken for some reason, then your summon runs out and you pretty much have to retry. Because killing without a summon is basically impossible. Especially at the levels we are in the speedrun.
Yeah.
Okay,
Another
time
chapter puts
for-
up a shield as well, doesn't it?
no
I'm sorry,
legendary.
I probably spoiled it.
No impossible
fine.
dodge. Oh well.
I'll try to keep that to a minimum.
It's fine. Both the
Yeah.
streams are stuttering a bit at the moment for some reason, so I'm fixing it anyway.
Failing the legendary dodge is only about 40 seconds.
Interesting, that Pantheron survived with like 1 HP. This dodge has been an issue for me lately, and it looks like it wants to be today.
Yeah. So the first one in this section
Good
we call
opening here.
the legendary dodge because it's very unlikely you'll dodge it. It's pretty random and you have to react very fast when opening. But the two dodges after it are also really irritating to get past if they want to be.
Nice dodges there.
Yeah, both of those could have very easily caught me.
Yeah, it was nice.
Meanwhile, Roosta is coming up on the Fenrir fight, so that's another split when he finishes it.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same.
So yeah, it'll probably be textbook just like Freddy's fight.
Hopefully. Hopefully it's better than in the world record.
Old world record.
Oh, it's old world record now. I can't keep...
Alright, well,
Track
Volunteer's
of
gambits are
what's,
not on, so there's nothing that
Too
can
many
possibly go wrong.
Rooster's so ace over it, getting all these good runs.
Just
So-
lucky, Ken.
So this over on Zwanzig's channel is Beta Behemoth. He attacks LeBro Potion, so it's kind of impossible to die unless...
Well,
I'm sure there's a way.
ideally you actually wouldn't get the Roach Potion, and we actually queue up attacks in a specific way so that at the end of his attack strings they will jump backwards, and the idea is that you hit the Behemoth and then jump out of the way of his physical attacks. Because LeBro will only use a potion when someone's HP hits yellow, which is like 60%.
Alright. And the Fenrir will be dead now.
Split.
Yeah, he also stole a Beast Lord hide. I'm sure that's just for money, for more X potions for the Bahamut.
Yeah, it is.
It's worth a decent
Did he
amount of money,
traveler?
and I didn't look to see if he travelered, but he probably
I did not.
Oh, okay. But yeah, Balthier has plenty of time to steal in that fight, so it's a 55% chance to steal the common item. You have a little bit better chance than 55% overall to steal an item because of the way steals work in that game. Basically, it checks each steal in successive rarities, so the rarest first, then so on, until you either get a steal or fail all of them. And the common steal percentage is 55%, so it's a bit higher that you'll get a steal of some sort or other.
And Rooster is 10 LP short of HP plus 500. Thanks,
Yeah,
Tyrant.
I got a license I shouldn't have earlier and forgot. Hope it should be okay though.
Oh, I totally forgot the thing.
Purbalist
Oh.
ready lunge. Purbalist ready lunge.
Yeah, but all three of Fenrir's steals sell for a good gil. There's the Beast Lord Hide, Beast Lord Horn, and Behemoth Stake, all of which sell for well over 1,000 gil.
Oh, nice. So,
Yeah, no, I got it
Swansea
anyway.
got the final dodge there, which is pretty difficult to do.
Actually, a really good chapter 1.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
I was totally gonna reset too if it was terrible. Which is what I usually do on my stream. Like, I reset a lot in chapter 1. People who watch me can confirm, but this was actually really nice.
I don't think a lot gives it justice. It just
Yeah,
pretty much
it's
every
really
run
every
that-
run.
Like,
Yep.
but then the ones that don't reset at chapter 4 anyway. So
Or 7, or 9, or 12.
There's probably not a chapter in the game that I haven't reset on.
chapter 10.
Especially in the last couple of weeks.
I probably have at some point. I can't. Well, okay, chapter 10. I know. Just randomly, I once had a run that I had to stop just because it was too warm.
Fair enough.
It was high summer last year, and it was so warm that I was fearful for both the health of me and my console.
Yeah, PS3's overheating is a thing.
Just have an AC, like you can hear that hum in the background on my mic when I'm unmuted.
It's Europe, you can't get ACs over here. Okay, so Swansea did chapter 2 now. Pretty much the same kind of idea with chapter 1, nothing too complicated happening. But we will be fighting a couple of optional fights to get Shroud drops. Shrouds are really important in the 13 run, and we'll be using some fights here to get Deceptor Souls and Border Souls. And I assume you're doing 3-2?
3-2, yes.
Ready? Why? Yeah, so what we do by
Sorry, my
3-2
bad.
is 3 Deceptor Souls and 2 Border Souls. And they'll be used throughout the run for different reasons. Deceptor Souls let you kind of run past encounters without them seeing you, because as you may have noticed, there aren't random encounters in this game, they all spawn on the world map. And then a Forward Soul will grant you Bravery, Faith, and Haste at the start of a battle if you use it before going into one. And as you can imagine, that's pretty helpful.
Yeah, especially since stacking buffs on top of debuffed enemies is one of the big ways to drastically increase your damage in this game.
Yep. There is 2 other types of shrouds that you won't see for a while. The first is an Aegis Soul, which is kind of like more of a defensive shroud. It gives Protect, Shell, Vigilance, and Veil on entering a battle. And the final one is an Ether Soul, which will refill your TP to full, which is a different resource used for things like summoning and liberating enemies, and a couple of other things.
Yeah, most of those buffs are pretty self-explanatory, but Vigilance is just a lower chance of getting interrupted when enemies hit you, and Veil is a lower chance of enemies sticking debuffs on you.
Yeah. And Vigilance ends up being a lot more helpful than it may initially seem for a couple of reasons, but we'll explain those more a bit later when it comes into effect.
I think we're getting close to Hashmal in FF12.
So, Zwanzig, did you get any precepts in that?
I got
first
one,
One.
which is average.
Yep.
Those
Each-
first 2 fights are 50%, we think.
Yeah, they are 50.
Yeah. From now on, they're like 12, but we're going to intentionally get 0 stars, which gives an 8 times multiplier on that drop chance. So these fights should be 96% chance.
Yep. Every other
0
fight,
stars.
all the rest of the fights for Chapter 2 are 12% drop base chance, so we'll be getting 0 stars in all the fights we want trials from for a 96% drop chance.
0 scar? Oh, scar.
Ha 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 ha.
I can't resist whenever I hear 0 stars.
It's a good pun.
Yeah, so to get the 0 star in this fight, you pretty much just let Saz do all the work. And there's a specific audio cue that people will use to know when to attack with lightning.
No 4% troll.
Nice. So in most cases, we can just let the AI menu take most of the damage in the fight, but there is one case in which we'll have to do that and set the battle speed to slow to be able to get a 0 star.
Yeah, Roosta is now fighting Hashmal.
So yeah, again, possible disease procs from Hashimal's attacks, but that didn't happen. Iroga dealing a lot of damage, Redis hopefully dealing enough damage to skip Quake. Looks like he's doing a decent job here.
Yeah, looks good so far.
And
Yeah, that's definitely the skip.
yeah,
Yeah, very nice fight.
Quakelous. Very nice.
that was pretty much a perfect Hashimal fight.
You can do it on active.
Yeah, you can, but like, in terms of the things happening for bad or good, that was pretty much perfect. That said, I highly recommend not doing that fight on active, just because if disease does proc, you want to be able to get your vaccine off as soon as you absolutely can. Absolutely as soon as you can. I need sleep.
Have ball steer casted on you.
I wonder what my vitality is.
Yeah, mine's
Although-
probably pretty low at this time of the night.
I'm an insomniac, so I wonder if that would count as shell or a high vitality against sleep, because that would make a big difference as to what would happen.
I think that would be immunity to sleep.
It is an FF9, it's an ability
Nice.
called Insomniac.
Yeah.
This is true.
Very useful in Tentarian route as well, because of Knight.
Alright, so I think we're getting close to Sid 2.
I think Roosta's going to save first though.
Yeah, so just real quick, this fight that Zwanzig's now fighting is the one where he set the battle speed to slow in the menu, just before it. And you can see now the A to B bar is filling significantly slowly, and he'll pretty much just let Hope win the fight for him now.
Yeah,
And
this
that'll
is,
guarantee the 0 star.
this is the longest break you get in the run.
Pretty much, yeah.
But because we skip all the cutscenes, so we don't get that.
Yep, there's this, and there's a 20-second elevator in Chapter 10, and there's not
Yeah.
much else.
That's it.
Yeah, we FF12 runners have it easy. We have a 70-second break after Bergen.
Yeah, it's quite a nice place as well, that break.
Oh, that grid down was really nice, Roosta.
Yeah, that was a very
I'm
friendly
proud of that.
damage roll.
Yeah, I was kind of wondering about that option. Actually. Yeah, it seems to work out pretty well.
Oh, you're gonna be going for the Cyclotron skip?
I did the thing!
What
It's
thing?
been so long since I
Oh, that sucks.
Rip.
thing!
He just equipped the Dawn Shard on one of the casters, so they lost all their MP.
You want to remove the Dawn Shard, by the way, before you touch the crystal.
So yeah, the Dawn Shard reduces your current MP to 0.
I just want to say that I do something during this whole section of the game that I think I'm the only one who does it. I actually intentionally equip the Dawn Shard on other characters so that I don't equip it ever on the casters. Like at this point I would have it on Balthier because he never needs to cast again.
Fran also never needs to cast again.
Yeah. I would have it on one of those two, it doesn't really matter which one. But like, I have it on Bond for quite a while, and then I take it off and switch once I either finish Brain Pans or Fenrir.
Oh my god. This is why you don't use Rudy Rings, guys.
Oh my god.
Don Shard!
Sorry.
Rooster, please.
I thought you were supposed to catch up.
Clearly, he decided he didn't want to get a good run in the relay.
In the route I did at C4L, I actually intentionally equipped the Don Shard on Balthier for the infused crit downs.
Yeah. I remember, that was the good old days when we did that. Hey, I might actually beat you in a split.
So just real quick, Zwanzig just got a really difficult dodge from the Gust, so that was really nice. And
did you get the gas
I
dodge?
think you need one more shrub.
1D set, yes.
Okay, so he'll be fighting this one Gust here.
And then it'll be time for Anima, but Sid 2's probably more interesting.
Yeah, Sid 2's definitely more interesting. We can explain Anima again when we get to it for Lude. Not much, isn't it?
Isn't much to
You need to crit down Ash too. Rooster.
I'm sorry, guys. I never say.
I know, it's so hard, you guys don't know, because when you're actually doing runs, you don't save here, because it takes this long to actually get everything set up again. Got lucky that everything worked out the first try. I'm like, okay, I just need to not mess up Sid so I don't have to try to do that again.
Yeah, it's kind of funny whenever I get there, and I'm not doing like whole practice of the entire Pharaohs. I'm to the point where I'm forgetting that setup too. And it'll be like, okay, now first I do this, I have to have my equipment set up this way, then I do this.
Reflector this. You cancelled it by ATB resetting Vaughn.
Yeah.
Did I?
Hear me,
The
Bosh.
first time.
Do not think killing the Kingslayer will win you back your honor. When you abandoned home and kin, your name was forever stained with blood. Yeah, I'm that sleep deprived right now.
Two blocks there, and now things are going bad.
No, that's fine.
I think you had to recover during the breath. During your breath.
At least the one who died was the one with ruby ring, so it's not that bad.
Annoying though.
Nice use of Phoenix down to
Yeah, right.
delay the guild.
Hey, I can't catch a break.
Okay, and just mentioning that over in FF13, our characters just became the C, so they have like magic and all that good stuff. Cool.
Yeah, at this point the role system gets introduced, but I think we'll hold off on explaining it until after this boss section is done for Rooster.
Yeah, there's plenty of time walking to Dolphinheim between this and the next boss section. I just figured I'd mention that just briefly, because it exists. And some people might be watching for 13, I don't know.
Yeah, now Rooster has to adjust a little bit and put Penelo back in critical again.
And he's hiding behind a pillar to make this a lot easier. And Redis could have ruined that if he hadn't been ready with Fyriga.
Yeah, that was a little bit risky. Now, unlike Freda, Rooster is using the lowest battle speed here. That's to help to keep up with the healing.
That was 2.
No, that was 2. The one damage was from Redas.
Yeah, we didn't have a 2900 damage Fyriga hit randomly.
Okay, it looked like a 99,000 or 9,900 to me.
Yeah, it was definitely too high.
And he's using Fyra instead of Fyriga here, which still hits the damage cap, but lets you use an X potion. Kind of changes the strategy a bit, not terribly.
Not moving right now. Oh god, he turned back around. Oh my god.
MrZwanzig, please.
However,
MrZwanzig not proud.
I hate this dodge so much. Idea.
Alright, that was a good recovery and a good farm free.
There we go. Okay. That Gauss blocking the way there is like my nemesis.
Okay, that time at least I think he accidentally put it to short instead of removing the hush.
Bad button pass.
Yeah, Balthier's here just to tank Cyclotron. So Redis dodged from the return damage ability just now, which you don't really care about.
So yeah, Rooster's healing the fool to avoid getting
Because you can
killed
see the
by
casters are
return
taking
damage.
damage from return
Yeah.
damage.
Well, that's Sid 2 down.
Yep, Sid 2 is
Like a
down. You can
nice
talk
pillar
talk
tank.
about the paradigm system.
Yeah, so this is actually a pretty perfect opportunity now.
Yeah,
So we're getting
that's
into
pretty
Management
well
Warlock
timed.
here, which is kind of the mid-boss of Chapter 3. And so at this point we have access to the role system and the paradigm system, which kind of consists of the main part of F13's battle system. So every character has 6 roles: Commando, Ravager, Sentinel, Saboteur, Synergist, and Medic. And each of those roles has a different kind of archetype of things they do. Commando is non-elemental attacks and physical and magical. Ravager is elemental attacks, so that's where you get things like thunder, fire, blizzard, water, as you would expect. Sorry. Sentinel is for guarding attacks, so it's got lots of guarding things and damage reduction. Medic is medic, as you would expect. Saboteur is casting debuffs on enemies, and Synergist is buffing your allies. And basically, how the paradigm system works is you set up one role for each of your characters, and you can assign up to 6 of those sets of roles as paradigms in the menu. And so, generally, how battles work is with the stagger system. The Ravager role is more for increasing the stagger gauge, and then when it hits a certain number for each enemy, an enemy will be staggered. And when an enemy is staggered, their base, something called keep, goes to 0, which means it's a lot easier to interrupt them, and you do a lot more damage because your damage is multiplied by the stagger number. And you gain 100% stagger when you stagger an enemy. So if an enemy has a stagger point of 250%, then just before stagger you'll be doing 2.5 times damage, and just after you'll be doing 3.5 times damage. So staggering enemies is a good way to do a lot more damage. Specifically for Warmech as well, you would have seen something called ATB refreshing, which is where we'll set up 2 or more of the same paradigm in the deck, and then switch between them. And if you do this at the right interval, you will switch and the game will give you a full bar of ATB back. So in fights where we want to focus on staggering for a long period of time, we'll switch between 2 staggering rolls back and forward, stagger faster. In fights where we want to be more offensive and do a lot of damage in a shorter period of time, we'll have 2 offensive paradigms that we switch back and forth between. And that generally helps us just kind of optimize each fight.
Alright, and after that boss rush, we don't have you lose the Dawn Shard, which Roosta is probably heartbroken over. Sorry, I thought of that and had to say it. Yeah, you can go on with 13 for a bit.
I was about to fight Sid, and then it dawned on me.
What happened?
Bad puns, don't worry about it.
I somehow still blame Alec for that one. I don't even think he's here, but I still blame him.
So Chapter 3 is, again, still pretty basic. A lot of the fights are pretty simple, just mainly stagger the enemy and rain damage down upon them. The main thing with Chapter 3 is the dodges and the subtlety with the dodges. So you just saw Zwanzig use something called a Decept cancel, which is actually pretty major in the speedrun. So basically, when you use a Deceptor, enemies can't see you, and you can run through battle zones pretty easily without them running at you. And then, if you get into the encounter, you can retry the fight, and it will respawn you at the last point you enter the battle zone, but it won't use your shroud. So that means we can run past the battle zone for an enemy, and then run back in the back end of it, so that the game tracks that as the point where we entered the battle zone, and then if we intentionally fail the dodge and retry the fight, we'll spawn on the far side of the enemy with the Deceptor Soul intact. So it lets us get past a lot of dodges that are very hard to do without Deceptor Soul, without using 10, 50 Deceptor Soul throughout the run.
Yeah, it's obviously faster to be able to just do the dodge without using a Decept, but it's a lot more risky.
And there are definitely some that you pretty much can't.
Yeah, like that dodge that you just saw Zwanzig do, we used to try that and fight it if we failed it, until we all decided just to Decept it every time.
Not all of us.
No? What, you don't do it, do you?
I'm like the only person who still does it without a Decept, and my failure rate speaks for itself.
I got something there. I'm not sure if it was a Decept.
It was.
Nice.
So, like you may have guessed, it's not only enemies in Chapter 2 that can drop shrouds. Pretty much every enemy in the game, with the exception of some bosses, have a chance to drop a shroud. And those chances get very, very low, pretty quickly.
At the moment we're sitting on 8%, I believe.
Maybe? I'm not sure.
Pretty sure chapter.
But getting that Decept Soul there is pretty nice, because the bonus Decept generally helps with a couple of manual preempts we would do earlier. Instead you just get to use a Decept for them. Makes it quite a bit faster and definitely easier.
Yeah, it's like, well, in the ideal cases where I get it first try without the deset anyway, it would save maybe 15 seconds, but if, you know, compared to my PB, it will save a minute and a half. So.
In terms of bonus rounds, pretty much looking for one Fortisol and one Aegisol, I think. Those are kind of the two major ones that we'd like to get. Everything else is usually more time save on top of that, up to a point.
Really, I just want as many D-sets as I can get at forts. That's kind of my ideal scenario.
Yeah, that's fair enough. Like, we pretty much have a list of the best plays to use every shroud.
So here, Roost is using Bosch in this battle. It's so this cutscene's about 5 seconds longer, so you have less party switching. So I think that's what he's going for.
Also, Roosta, did you intentionally not equip Ruby Ring?
Welcome it.
He is running one Ruby Ring.
Yeah, but I think
It's
he didn't
on,
equip it.
It's on Ash. Equipped the ATB set.
Oh, it is? I thought you didn't
It should
equip
be.
it, but okay.
Saboteur.
So he wants Reflect to actually cast on both characters because a Reflect will not last through this entire boss rush. So when I guess Pinello's Reflect is either out or almost out, he's going to move the Ruby Ring to Pinello and have Ash use the Reflect that was cast on her. So that's why you might think, thought there were, no, so you might have thought he didn't equip Ruby Ring, because he did cast Reflect on both.
Watch droned right now.
Yeah, so this dodge you have to do with a D-set pretty much. The fight takes ages and is really annoying. And you can just kind of get trolled for a while. Be past it now, it's just not too bad.
Well, it was fine, like, up until, like, halfway through Chapter 3, I had only failed Legendary Dodge, so something was bound to give.
Okay, so he's using the leading man here, I think, to save, that's to save decoy time on Bosch, correct?
Yeah, exactly.
So Vein 1 Phase 1 is going to be pretty much textbook. I mean, he usually doesn't hit anyway unless he uses kick or pummel at the start. Which he did not. So it really doesn't matter who's in the lead.
The whole purpose of that is just to get a little bit more duration on Bosch's buffs.
And your insurgents
And then he let Valstyr die because Bosch needs to go in here.
For good and all, I shall bring your futile attempts at rebellion to an end. What am I to do with those who would oppose me? But show them death!
Alright, Vein 1 was pretty textbook. Let's check Vein Novus.
Oh, the damage is annoying.
Ivalice will know a new dynast king, and man will keep his own history. The tyranny of the gods is ended. We are their puppets no more.
The tyranny was like something kinda... So I think that's where he switched the ruby ring over to Mallow. If I wasn't really paying attention.
Yeah, he did, and that's to keep the to have reflect last for the whole final fights.
Yeah, if you just if you just reflect and no ruby ring at all, reflect will wear off in the middle of the undying, and that will be bad. So he's getting a bit trolled by the effect capacity thing. Not too much of a bit.
Yeah, meanwhile...
Just trying to be as safe as possible.
Oh, he's getting to leave at full health.
Oh, nice, yeah. Meanwhile,
Okay.
boss is in FF13 as well.
So we are getting starting the final boss now, so might want to get loot ready.
Yeah, it's fine. We got it under control.
Okay, good.
So in this little battle before Shiva, you want to kill the last two right next to each other, so there's no time to spawn more enemies. Yeah, I just had to say that. Ooh, piercing Firaga.
Yeah, that is the
Oh,
worst.
nice.
He did what I always do to start the fight, which is make sure the girls don't move and then run Bosch away as far as possible, because I do not trust this guy. If he opens with piercing spells, the piercing spells have an extremely large radius. They have a radius of 10, which is about as big as anything you'll see that isn't an entire arena. And so you really have to get far away. Pretty much the only way is to be running from the very start of the fight to the point that hits. But now it's looking pretty good.
Yeah, he's no ready now.
Yeah, he's got Mega Flare going.
Yeah, he still has spell speed on slow, I think.
Pretty much regardless of what happens.
Does he?
I thought they were going slower. Yeah. It wasn't slow.
No.
Yeah, fortunately that doesn't matter really until chain magic happens, I think.
Well, after Mega Flare, it starts to matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, he definitely got enough damage in. Lewd, get ready, like, now. Well, in like 20 seconds.
Yeah, he's ready.
I hope you guys split as well.
I did.
Good.
Everything is under control.
All okay.
Time.
I'm jealous that you also got it. I was hoping to be the only one to get the Ascension skip.
Good job,
GG,
Rooster.
Rooster.
Thank you. And good luck to you. Sorry I had to witness that debacle.
So is Lewd playing now? I don't have a
Yeah,
screen
it
up.
is.
Bako still beats me by
Good luck, Lude.
a lot.
Yeah, good luck on both 13 runners, and I'll be back when 13.2 happens.
Yeah, you're not in this channel, so you can't hear me, but good luck, Lude.
Yeah,
is
thanks
Lude
for
actually
12
in
guys. Good runs.
I'll
Good
let
stuff.
you guys take over.
Good luck,
everybody.
have fun. Yeah. Good luck, have fun. I
And
am going
good luck
to go
Swansea
pass
also.
out.
Yeah, I'm gonna pass out too.
Sounds like a good plan. Okay. So, Swanzig's now in Chapter 4, and this is where we get access to the Saboteur and Synergist roles. Gain access to Synergist first from Hope, but we won't use it. And then we'll gain Saboteur on Vanille and Synergist on Sass. And those two paradigms on those characters, well, those two roles on those characters are going to be pretty important throughout the run.
Yeah, they're going to form our final team.
Yep, along with Snow, who's going to punch things really hard.
Yeah.
So what's up with Lude? Why is he?
For some reason, Lude's mumble just isn't connecting. We're working on it.
Fair enough.
So again, you get to see the camera tricking here at the start of the fight, start of the run even. Kind of explain a little bit more directly. So the first dodge, you kind of camera trick and run on the right, and this second step, we camera trick, run between the two soldiers. And then by staying on the left-hand side, you can pretty much just hug the wall, and then you just run straight past the next two groups. It's pretty simple.
Doesn't stop some of us from failing it though.
Yeah, it's easy to mess up, for sure.
Yeah. Just forgetting the camera trick or running at the wrong angle. And sometimes the soldiers just do something weird.
Yep. I guess also we should explain the Crystarium, which you just saw on Swanzig stream. So basically, the level up system in this game is kind of similar to the Sphere Grid in FF10. It's the Crystarium. And you basically can spend something called CP, which you get for winning fights, in one of the 6 roles for a character. You don't start with all 6 roles unlocked. In fact, at this point, the characters only have 3 roles unlocked now. They start off with...
Saz only has 2.
Yeah, Saz only has 2 at this point. All characters have 3 runs unlocked by the end of this chapter, and then everyone will get all 6 rolls unlocked each by the start of chapter 10, which is quite a while from now.
Oh baby, the Pulsar soldier actually got killed by Vanille for once.
Nice.
I've had so many issues with this lately.
So this fight is the first one where we really use debuffs, and you see we kind of try to get D-Shell on everything, and that increases the magical damage we're doing, which is really helpful considering the only physical... Well, we don't have any physical skills, so D-Shell is kind of important. And that was a really nice fight. That
It would have been
can
better
go
if I had
really
D-Shell on the
wrong.
last one.
Yeah, that fight is pretty random and it can go really wrong or really well, depending on just RNG.
Yeah.
Speaking of RNG,
RNG.
this section of dodges is probably the worst in almost the entire game. They don't... So, there are basically like freeway fights in this game, which is where the enemies are attacking each other, and you can then... They don't notice you, so you can preempt the fight. And so basically what happens is they're just fighting each other, and they don't really pay you any notice, and we want to run past without touching them. That can be difficult.
Okay, that worked, okay.
Nice. That was pretty fast. You can
Yeah.
get trolled there for several minutes.
I don't know about several minutes, but like a minute is not at all out of the ordinary.
So we'll just fight this battle here to get the chest discarding, which is an inerter, a little bit of a better weapon for Hope.
Lewd got down to 12 HP on that.
Wow.
Like I was saying, can happen.
Like if you're adamant that you won't potion, like you can die, but if you're willing to potion, then you can too.
Yeah.
Obviously slower.
Yeah, we should probably mention that potions are actually really strong in this game and in 13.2. So they will do 150 HP or 10% of your max, whichever is higher. I'm pretty sure. No.
Yeah, whichever's higher.
Yeah, whichever's higher. And then if you get a doctor's code, it doubles. So potions will be our main source of healing pretty much for over half the run.
Yeah.
Just because they don't really lose effectiveness until after Chapter 9, where our character's HP starts jumping up a lot more.
Yeah. Well, until we don't reach 3,000 HP until quite late anyway.
Yeah.
Pretty much like the last chapter, I think. I don't know, your snow might...
And at that point
Snow
we have
earlier,
renews. At that point we have renews, which does like 50% HP recovery for all 3 characters.
Yeah, and we have Kira by that point on Vanilla as well, so...
Yeah. So in the first half of the game, we won't really have any medics, because potions are usually faster and more potent.
Yep.
And they affect all 3 characters, rather than meant just affecting one.
Yeah, we don't really get any AoE healing until Chapter 9, Chapter 10, so...
Yeah.
Random bird.
Nice. Yeah, this set of dodges is pretty random. And if you fail one, it just usually ends up easier to decept the rest.
Yeah, I was thinking about it, but...
Because when you run through here normally, the birds will drop down from above and then kind of walk around a little bit and then possibly chase after you. And you can sometimes get past them, but on the retry they start on the ground and getting past them basically becomes impossible.
They're just so fast.
Yeah. It's pretty obnoxious.
Like, there's an elevator with birds on later, and because their tracking is quite slow, if you run around them you can dodge them.
I'm not going to, but...
No. It's not worth it. Yeah, it's possible, but difficult, because they're just so fast.
So just a bit of a menu here to set up for the next few fights. See, we get Bravery on Saz, as well as getting Vigilance. So Bravery increases physical damage, as you might expect. And we kind of mentioned Vigilance earlier in Chapter 2, but I'll go over it properly now. So every character and enemy in this game has a base property called Keep, and that's how strong of an attack they need to get hit by to get interrupted out of what they're doing. And then every attack and ability that anyone can cast has a property called Cut. And so if you're hit by something that has a higher cut than your keep, you get interrupted, and the other way around. So if it hit you with something that has a lower cut than your keep, you don't get interrupted. This becomes especially helpful because Vigilance adds 10 cut to every attack and 10 keep to your base keep. So you are a lot less likely to get interrupted by anything, and it's a lot easier to interrupt enemies and what they're doing. And also when you stagger an enemy, their base keep goes to 0, so it becomes a lot easier to interrupt enemies out of what they're doing when they're staggered.
Yeah, so if we've got Vigilance on an enemy and not Vigilance, Curse on enemy, Vigilance on our team, and it's staggered, the enemy basically does nothing.
Right, yeah. So Vigilance is kind of like the opposite debuff pair to Curse. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Curse lowers the enemy's cut by 10 on every attack and their keep by 10. Unfortunately it can't go negative, so it stays at 0 when you staggered, even if they have Curse on.
Yeah.
Nice, Lude got the final dodge as well. Good chapter 1s from both runners. And Zwanzig is making his way to Dreadnought.
Yeah. Dreadnought's
Which is-
roughly the 1 hour mark. It's like the 1 hour goal for new runners.
Yeah, this should be a sub 1 Dreadnought for sure.
Oh, easily, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but new runners like getting sub hour Dreadnought. That's like
Oh yeah, it took me a while before I
That's a-
started
yeah.
getting those.
Yep. It's definitely one of those time goals that's pretty hard to start getting, but then when you get it, it's a lot easier to get for some
Yeah.
reason.
Yeah, get Dreadnought, you'll see the use of ATB refreshing, and we do it refresh Lightning because she's doing the most damage after stagger.
She also changed the classes.
Yeah, because of Thunders. But yeah, what you'll see Lightning do is 3 attacks, and then you shift, and should immediately go into 3 more attacks. And that's the effect of ATB refreshing.
Yep. It increases our average DPS by quite a decent amount.
Yeah.
Because waiting for the ATB to refresh, to refill is about 6 seconds.
The first phase isn't so problematic, but with this one you really want to optimize your damage.
Yeah, so Dreadnought will do a move called Wrecking Ball in this phase. And it does quite a lot of damage, and for some reason it can hit twice and will wipe your party. So that's generally a bad time. And we'll be trying to do something called Stagger Cancel, the Wrecking Ball, which means you stagger it as the move is starting up. And if a move can be stagger cancelled, then you'll stagger them and the move won't come out. And in Dreadnought's case, his AI will skip ahead to the next move he uses, which is something called Steam Clean, which will remove debuffs. But then that will remove only D-Shell, I think, in your case, because you inflicted it first. So you'll just reapply it with the nil during the stagger, and it won't be a problem. That's right. Yeah,
Stagger
there you
cancel.
go. Nice.
Yeah.
And there's the Steam Clean, so just get Lightning to attack, and you'll notice we'll keep chaining even when stagger's happening, partly because our spells are doing a non-zero amount of damage, but also the more we chain up, the higher damage Lightning can do because of the multiplier from the chain gauge. So I didn't catch Lode's first fight here, but he definitely got a D-set from the second one, so he's got at least one so far, which is a pretty good place.
Yeah.
This looks like it's going to be a nice Dreadnought.
Yep.
Nice. Killing before stagger ends is what you really want there.
Lude does it consistently like 5 to 10 seconds faster than I do, and it's really annoying to me, but I've kind of made peace with it.
Yeah. So now at this point, we gain access to upgrading, which is a pretty major part of this speedrun. So every piece of equipment and accessory in this game you can upgrade using components. The game doesn't really explain it very well, but you use organic components to increase a multiplier, and then you can use mechanical components which decrease the multiplier but give way more kind of experience to the weapon, so they level up a lot faster. And we'll be upgrading a lot of weapons and accessories in this run for our main stat growth instead of XIII, because it's just a lot more effective.
Yeah. There's not much else that's better to spend your gil on.
Yeah.
Just stay out of my way.
So both the fights you're seeing now actually use quite a lot of blitz. So attack is a normal attack as you would expect, and blitz is like a AoE attack. So for formations where there are lots of enemies and they all stand in a group, we'll be using blitz quite a lot. The AI normally won't usually use blitz on its own unless enemies are standing really close to each other. But we will be manually using blitz with Saz later in the run because it does a lot of damage and so correctly.
Yeah.
Most fights where you're using AoE blitz to hit lots of enemies tend to be really bad fights, like horribly RNG, because you're both dependent on the positioning of the enemies kind of be close together so that you can hit lots of them at once. And also, fights with lots of enemies are just terrible because when they all target one person, that person is pretty likely to die.
Yep. And as I'm sure most people are aware, if your party leader dies in this game, that counts as losing the fight. So you have to retry it. Whereas if an ally dies, it's sometimes not so bad, but usually we'll have to revive them. There are very few fights where we can kind of let our allies die and deal with it.
Yeah, some fights later on, if they die, it's basically a retry anyway.
Yeah. Especially on the fights where we use shrouds or buff heavily, because if a character dies, they lose all the buffs on them.
Yeah.
Which in early game usually doesn't end up doing bad because we usually only put like protect on, but especially in late game when we start using shrouds in fights, we're losing up to like 7 buffs at a time, and that's pretty unrecoverable in some cases.
Yeah, well, we have Saz and he doesn't have all of the defensive buffs, and some bosses would just kill outright if you didn't have those buffs.
Yeah. So MrZwanzig's now on the only minigame in 13. Not Dreadnought minigame, just run through here and hit some of these robots, and the more robots you kill, it changes the treasures you get at the end. And we kill between, I think it's 20 and 40.
25.
We need 25 or more to get.
But less than 40.
I got exactly 25. I count them these days.
Nice. But yeah, and getting 25 gives us a chest with thickened hides, which is a pretty good organic component, which we'll use for upgrading in a smaller.
Yeah, it's pretty necessary because you can't buy organics yet.
Yep. Can't buy them until the end of chapter 5, I think.
Yeah, components?
Yeah.
I think so, yeah. I think Proto opens it up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you might be wondering, like, why we can't buy certain things. Well, instead of going to visit shops, all the shops are in the save point, and as you progress through the game, you unlock more shops for defeating certain enemies and bosses. And the shop that sells organic components, which is Creature Comforts, is unlocked for defeating the boss of Chapter 5, which is Asta Protoflorian, which we won't get to do for a little while, so all the upgrading we want to do before then has to be done with what we get on the way.
Yeah. Right,
Yeah, and those 20 thickened hides are the major source of that in the upgrade I'm about to do.
Yeah.
So on loot screen now you're seeing the ghoul fight, which we didn't get a chance to cover the last time around. It's unfortunately the last fight where Snow has hand grenades, and hand grenades are really good because they're effectively fire, they're AoE fire damage, and he doesn't have them for the rest of the game, which is a bit sad, but it actually makes chapter 1 and 2 a lot easier than it could be in some cases because a lot of the early enemies are actually weak to fire.
Oh, gosh.
Oh.
Was not expecting.
That's a really bad dodge to fail, because that wastes a lot of time.
Oh yeah, because it puts you back here. I forgot about that. It's been so long since I failed this dodge.
So MrZwanzig's doing a bit of menuing here, just kind of changing around his equipment and gonna do some shopping and upgrading.
Yeah, we quite often get people asking like what the best team is and like, what the best weapons are, and in the run, in terms of weapons, we just use the cheapest because
the cheapest to upgrade.
Yeah, and because we just we need the gil from selling all the other weapons.
Yeah. We sell a lot of weapons that are probably ones you would want to use casually. We definitely wouldn't say to follow a speedrun route for a casual playthrough.
No.
Oh
Belladonna
wow,
one.
that gas dodge, what the hell?
Yeah.
It just saw him and walked to the side. That's the best possible scenario.
Yeah. When that happens.
Okay, so Zwanzig's now fighting Odin, which is the second Eidolon fight, and we didn't really get a chance to explain these with Shiva earlier. But basically, in the fights against the summoning creatures, there's this purple bar on Odin, which you can kind of see underneath, like his... when he has an attack, it's just like slightly under there, and it's a purple bar that fills up, and it's something called the Gestalt bar. And that fills as you effectively chain summon an enemy. And the goal of these fights isn't to deplete the HP to 0, but to increase this chain significantly enough so that the Gestalt bar fills. And then you gain that enemy as a summon. So in this fight with Odin, the idea is to get Protect on each person and then just chain him using Ravages. But the issue is Odin will attack one of Hope and Lightning, and you pretty much want him to keep attacking Hope, because you can just heal up whenever. If he starts attacking Lightning, you have to start timing your potions so you don't get interrupted, because otherwise he can launch you and then do like Thundara and you'll just die, and there's not really much you can do about it.
Hope died a little bit before the end.
That still worked out
just
okay though.
toss the Phoenix down.
Yeah, that wasn't too bad.
It's pretty key to separate Hope and Lightning in that fight.
Yeah, I didn't.
Quite a few of Odin's attacks.
I didn't get the proper separation at the start. Like, I got barely clipped by his Skyward Swing attack.
Yeah. So, Lewd's fighting Anima now, and this is the first fight we use of Vordisol, just because it speeds up the fight significantly, because all we can do is attack or blitz, and all the AI will do is attack. And so basically the idea is to defeat the two hands on the side while doing a little bit of damage to the main part, and then just wail on it until it dies. It's really not too complicated of a fight. So summoning in this game is a little different to in previous games. It requires 3 TP, which you can see is the yellow bar underneath the party leader's health. And it goes up to 5, so you can't just summon twice in a fight, like straight off. And the idea with this fight is to basically chain up these two Ulans while Odin's out, and he'll do a bit of damage on the side, and then you'll just blitz into there. And the thing with summons is they have a certain max amount of time they can be out on the field for, and it slowly wears down over time. And while you have a summon out, you gain a Gestalt bar under your health, which fills up. And when it's like has a non-zero amount in it, you can press square or X on an Xbox to activate something called Gestalt mode, which is just kind of like a special mode for a summon where you can spend like the bar gets converted into points, and you can spend those points on different attacks, and then you can do a summon specific finisher which has different properties depending on each one, and they usually do a lot of damage or some other effect. And we use them a few times throughout the run to make fights a lot simpler.
Yeah, some of them have a few different abilities, which we'll get to later, and the act of summoning also gives you invulnerability frames as well, which we also take advantage of.
And so does entering Gestalt mode and using the Gestalt finisher, which we will have used a couple of times.
So a few of the late game fights, timing is quite important for some parts.
Yep.
That's a tricky dodge there.
Yeah, a lot of the dodges in Chapter 4 are pretty terrible. It's generally not a nice place.
It's most runners' least favorite chapter. It certainly is mine.
I can agree.
This one's not too bad, but better.
This one's pretty free. You should never fail this one, unless it goes
I
wrong.
just meant this chapter 4 has been pretty decent.
Oh, right, yeah. This has been pretty good.
Failed some dodges I shouldn't have, but overall, no huge time losses yet.
You can't always be the god of Chapter 4.
Yeah. I recently had 2 days in a row where I did runs where I didn't fail any dodges in Chapter 4, which I had previously never done before. I had that 2 days in a row, which was pretty crazy.
Yeah. So Zwanzig's coming off on the end of Chapter 4 here. Chapter 4 doesn't really have a boss at the end of it. Kind of closest thing to it is Odin. Instead, what happens is you have this section with Saz and Vanille, and there's these 4 fights you have to defeat to open the path to the end.
This section is worse than most bosses, if you ask me.
Yep, can agree. Ideally, we'll be getting a preempt on every fight, but yeah,
Ideally.
good luck.
No. I didn't even get the chance to see where everything was, because I jumped right into it.
Yeah, you didn't even go into the battle zone.
So it is kind of worth retrying to actually go for the preempt here.
If you actually
because,
get it the second time.
Yeah, the preempt saves a lot of time on these fights.
It's something like 30 seconds, isn't it?
On this fight and the third fight, it's like
it. I've
20.
not gotten it 3 times now. Screw it.
On the second fight and the fourth fight, well, on the double soldier site, it's like 35-40 seconds, and on the double bombs, it's more a safety thing than an actual time thing.
Yeah, we'll talk about the bombs when we get there.
Yeah. So the idea with the fight with a bomb and a soldier is to kill the bomb first, and doing this fight first means that Lightning will then know to use water. Did I say Lightning? Vanille will know to use water on the bombs. Then we debuff the soldier, chain and stagger the soldier, and when you stagger a soldier, they kind of stop moving and expose their inner core, and they become less resistant to attacks, and you can just generally deal a lot more damage to them.
Yeah, especially with Detect. It's doing so much more damage.
I had to say that this was being a good Chapter 4, and then, you know...
Yeah, you pretty much asked for that one.
Yeah.
Don't worry though, Lude failed the dodge you hate.
Oh, the one in Chapter 3, or what?
Yeah. Okay, so this second fight is very crucial to get the preempt.
Luckily it's actually easy, but you have to wait a while.
Yeah, these guys walk back and forth on a timer. Sometimes their cycle gets a bit messed up, and it gets a lot harder to get the preempt, but it's usually not too bad. So also something we didn't mention about Saboteur is that when debuffs are inflicted, they actually do a lot of chain increase and a lot of chain duration. So in a lot of cases, we'll be using the Saboteur to either stagger enemies or generally give us a lot more duration on the chain bar. So it kind of acts like a good mix between Com and Rav in that respect.
Yeah, it's pretty well used in the run.
Yeah. So something to point out with Management Warmech, which is the fight Lude's on now, we actually did a stagger cancel on a move called Crystal Rain, which you would have just saw. And then pretty soon after, Management will just start spamming his laser attack. So we switch into Solidarity, which is a paradigm that has Snow as a sentinel, and he'll use Challenge or Provoke, I can't remember exactly which.
Provoke.
Okay. But the effect of it is that Manavim will continue to target Snow, and Manavim's target doesn't change on its own. So now Snow will take damage for the rest of the fight, and although Lightning only has 44 HP, it is completely safe.
You know, I was kind of standing there not doing much for a while, and it's like, please stagger the soldier.
That was close. So if a bomb self-destructs, not only does it do like quite a significant amount of damage based on the bomb's health, but it also means you don't get the CP from killing the bomb. And that can cause issues later on.
Yeah, not really many issues, but it can make you have to wait for the next fight before you can get certain abilities.
Yeah.
Which we need.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not like run killing, but it's definitely inconvenient.
Yeah, it's just a bit slower.
Nice, got the preempt on the double bomb.
Yeah.
Not getting a preempt on this fight for Zwanzig is really difficult. Not for Zwanzig specifically, but like for the fight Zwanzig is on. I worded that wrongly. But yeah, not if you don't preempt them, Vanille won't really kill them with a chain of waters, and both of them will usually get self-destruct on, which is not a good time.
When you do preempt them, one of them is pretty much always going to blow up, because when you preempt, they seem to always both try to blow up immediately, but then Vanille kills one of them and you deal just enough damage to the other one that it doesn't kill you.
Yeah. So self-destruct's damage is based on the bomb's health, so you can always damage them down enough so that it's safe.
Oh.
Yeah,
I might have gotten another D-set, because that looked like a 5.
Double their remaining damage.
I didn't notice.
Doesn't matter until later on anyway. But if I did, nice.
Yeah. Overall, that was a pretty solid chapter 4.
Yeah, well, chapter 4's not over yet. He's still got the snow section.
Yeah, but the next section doesn't have any fights in it. It's 3.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's easily forgotten about.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially
I mean,
if you're starting to lose time.
Anyway, so. Lude failed the frog bridge drop.
No, he cancelled it.
Oh, it was a never mind. I thought you didn't get past it first. Never mind then. Cool. So Lude's just hitting into the behemoth fight you saw earlier. Again, if you're looking for it, you can see ATB refresh here. If you pay attention to what Saz is doing, you'll see we shift specifically to get him to do more fires. So yeah, there's just this little flashback section with Snow here at the end of chapter 4. It's mainly plot stuff, but since we can skip every cutscene in this game, like you can with FF12, we don't get to see any of it. So it's just kind of like an arbitrary story trigger.
Mm.
So now Swanzig's heading into chapter 5, which is entirely Lightning and Hope. At this point, the kind of two teams have split up a bit. We have Lightning and Hope here, and our other team is Saz and Vanille.
And then Snow's doing
That was off
thing.
somewhere.
Yeah, Snow got captured by some soldiers a while back. He disappears out of your party at the end of Manaswin Warmech, so even Lewd lost him at this point. And then the 6th party member will gain in chapter 7 when everyone else kind of joins back up. Ish. I mean, well. Okay, Snow joins back up with some people.
Yeah.
And Lewd hasn't had any bonus shrouds in chapter 3. That's a bit unlucky, really. But it's not too bad. Like we mentioned earlier, bonus shrouds are only really a time save. They're not really necessary to finish.
Yeah, they're not worth grinding for, but they do save time.
Yeah.
Because we value most Decepticons and Fortisals at around 30 to 40 seconds, which is how long it takes for the fight. So if we can save more than that time in the fight, then it's worth getting it. If not, you just don't bother and hope for a bonus.
That's why we're down to like 3-2 at this point. I mean, the 3rd Fortisol is kind of a bit of point of contention, especially for newer runners. It's usually worth getting a 3rd Fortisol. But that's just because it's not really a time thing, but more of a like safety / comfort thing.
Yeah.
The fight that we cut out the 3rd Fortisol for is a pretty tricky boss without it, so a lot of people prefer to just use the Fortisol for it.
Yeah, widely considered the the hardest fight in the game.
Whoa, wait. Do you have 6 Decepticons?
I can never... I'm really bad at telling the difference between 5 and 6 as well, but I'm pretty sure that's a 5. Otherwise I miss 2 drops, so...
That look like a 6.
Yeah, well, it always looks like a 6 to me, because I'm an optimist.
Just like, check it on the next elevator and I'll pay attention.
It doesn't matter.
True, yeah.
So you're 50 on Jello Titan, or Bridge 4?
Bridge 4, I would assume.
I have 2 bonus right now, which will go toward Bridge 4 and Mushusu. Also, damn it, Dexterons.
Mm.
Yeah, these dodges at the start of chapter 5 can be kind of trolly.
One usually isn't for me, but yeah.
Yeah, seeing as Hope's the only character that is slower than all the others. He runs at about 92% of the speed of everyone else.
Yeah, like 92, 93, something like that.
Yeah.
We didn't actually know about this until relatively recently, and it meant we did a little bit of rerouting for both any percent and plat percent, which is the completion category for this game.
Yeah, but it's pretty simple to cut him out of this run because
Yeah, for any percent, it was just a case of moving a menu earlier. It was pretty nice.
yeah, because when we used to run with him, it was after the last battle we had with him anyway.
Yeah.
Fortunately, this chapter I'm forced to run with Hope.
Yeah, we don't have a choice about it, so we can't really moan about Hope being slow. I mean,
Yeah.
we can, but...
Oh,
Yeah.
I do quite frequently.
Yeah, but you don't get any choice in the matter, so it's not like you're losing time.
So Lou's just heading his way through the Pressure Ruins, coming up on the end of Chapter 3 now. And both of these players are just kind of in a section of dodging, really. There aren't really any fights for a little while, so you can just kind of get to see a little bit of variation in strategies. Lou didn't jump down, I'm disappointed.
I actually was like kind of deciding in the moment to do it. I wasn't really planning it, but then I was like, why not?
Yeah,
That works,
so there's one dodge in the ruins where you can drop down, or you can go kind of around the corner to get into the battle zone. And going around the corner is a little bit easier, just because you're in the battle zone for a little less time.
It's much easier. It's completely trivial if you do that.
But dropping down is still pretty easy, and it's faster. So I tell people to do it, and they don't do it because they don't like it. So now the first half of Chapter 5 is done, we're kind of out of all the optional fights, and now there's kind of a few force fights that we have to do to get through. Basically the idea is we're in some kind of military ground or something, and it's basically like fences for each of the animals, and killing the animals deactivates the fence. So we have to kill a load of groups as we go through.
That kill the animals?
Save the animals is not an option for this run.
Yeah, but it's pretty good though.
If it were, I would. I mean, I save all the animals I can by dodging them.
We need to get a certain amount of CP anyway in order to get abilities on lightning.
Yeah.
For the final fight. I don't know what we would do if we were able to skip these fights.
We'd probably just have a different strat, to be honest. Like, it's a kind of chicken and egg thing. Like, we use the CP because we have to do the fight, but if we didn't have to do the fight, we probably wouldn't use the CP.
Yeah.
So you can also see on Lou's stream Garuda Interceptor, which we didn't get a chance to explain earlier. It's not exactly a tricky fight. The kind of real subtle thing is about staggering and when you want to stagger.
Yeah, also paradigm shifting when lightning's mid-air, because then that makes the transition animation faster.
Yeah, when you do your first paradigm shift animation, you get a little, like, extra length animation. But if you shift when your main character's in the air, that never happens until the first time you shift on the ground. You just saw the long shift to try disaster. And so we can kind of delay that animation for quite a while. Didn't get the preempt on the 4-crawler fight.
I never get it anymore. I don't know why, but it's possible for me these days.
For some reason, like, these crawlers are just really inconsistent to preempt. But if you do get the preempt, the fight is incredibly trivial. And if you don't, it's still pretty easy, but it's
no
not as
5 stars.
RIP. So the next fight that SwanZig's going to do is a Behemoth. And here you'll really see us kind of staying in a Ravager roll, even once an enemy is staggered, just to increase the damage we're doing.
Yeah, because this Behemoth is weak to water, so the extra damage from that is basically the same as the bonus from being in Commando.
Yeah, that's also why we leave her at the start of the fight, is so that we can uncover the water weakness, and so lightning will do waters and acro strikes.
Hi guys!
Welcome back, Luke.
Only took 50 minutes to come back.
At least you came back.
So I have no idea what you guys said for the past 50 minutes with regards to my run, but Pretty
was-
solid chapter 2.
Yeah, it seemed pretty good.
How many shards are you on now, Lude?
I have 2 D-Seps and 2 forts.
See you.
So currently
Hope-
Penangolin is going to be quite fun.
Yes.
Yeah, so I grind to 3.
Well,
Lude
okay,
only grinds to 2.
Yeah, just real quick. So this is the Shiva fight for Lude, which is the first Eidolon fight that we kind of mentioned existed earlier, but we didn't get a chance to explain. We're Snow solo in this fight, and so healing isn't an issue because Daria will cast Kiraga on us once HP gets down below 60% or so. And the general kind of idea is to maintain chain by building up the duration in Commando and then using Frost Strikes as in Ravager because they're the faster animation than using Blizzards. And then after Nyx does ATP charge, she'll do 2 or 3 physical acts and then a special attack which is either Blizzaga or Pirouette. And by tanking that in Sentinel you get a pretty significant Gestalt boost, which is a like special condition on the fight. Also, ZwanzIg just did the 10 crawler fight, which can be pretty dangerous, but it worked out pretty okay.
Yeah.
Crawler E is best crawler.
Crawler E kind of betrayed me a little bit by jumping off to the side, so I wasn't hitting as many of them as I would have liked.
What a guy.
Yeah. Yeah, getting a preempt in that fight is actually bad because the animation itself takes a long time, and after they've staggered, lightning will stop doing blitzes, so they
Yeah.
should only be hitting one at a time.
It's also very hard to get the fight to be faster enough to warrant the preempt animation also.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the crawlers will drop chain by the time you get to around to hitting them, so it doesn't
Yeah.
really help at all.
Preempt animation in itself takes forever because Hope needs to individually
Oh right, yeah, it's Hope doing it.
hit
Yeah.
and
It's even
enemies
worse.
with his boomerang.
As you may have seen in Chapter 2, Hope takes like
Oh,
a year
wow.
to attack things.
I was so preoccupied with dodging the Lobos there.
Wow, that
Blindsided
crawler.
by a crawler, yeah.
That was rude. So at least you will get to see quite a variance in Deceptor strategies at the moment, considering ZwanzIg has quite a few bonuses.
Yeah.
I mean, as the relay seems to be, Choco hit all of the misfortune. I mean, I was rather lucky
Yeah,
to
like
have
when
2 D-Seps
when
and a
Logi
Phoenix
got
down.
25th or 21st try or whatever Zell card. You were having such great luck then.
Fair enough.
And when you got lost for 5 minutes. But yeah, so this is the second Feral Behemoth fight, and it's quite a lot faster this time around because we can tell Lightning to manually use Aqua Strikes instead of Aqua Strike Water, which does more damage and is also faster.
You've also got info in the first fight as well.
Yep, so Hope will use Waters.
Yeah.
I guess we can also just kind of discuss roll buffering because we kind of use it there. So when you queue an attack and the attack starts, you can change paradigm during the attack, and damage calculation isn't done until the ability hits, or like damage calculation or like duration calculation for buffs. So by changing roll on your character, which you would do by changing paradigm before an ability hits, you can change properties. We mainly use that on Rav skills to increase the damage they do, which is something we call com buffering because we switch into com. We also Rav buffer blitzes quite a few times as SAS to get more chain increase, as well as a decent amount of duration for the start of simulator fights. And you can do some other things, like you can sin buffer certain things to increase buff duration, and it's just kind of weird, but the main ones we will see are com buffering and Rav buffering.
Yeah, because the others don't really do much.
Yeah.
Although the benefit from them isn't as much as these.
Yeah, I mean you can med buffer potions basically, and that would be the only other thing that would be useful in a run.
Yeah.
Because each role has a kind of passive ability associated with it, both for the character that has the role and passive abilities from your allies. Commando is damage increase, Ravager is chain bonus increase, Sentinel is damage reduction, Synergist is buff duration, Saboteur is debuff chance, I think?
And debuff duration.
Okay. And
Not
Medic
debuff
is...
duration,
Is
just
it?
debuff chances.
Oh.
Okay. And then Medic
But
is...
Synergist does increase the duration of debuffs.
Yeah. It's kind of weird.
Yeah.
And then Medic is healing amount. So technically you could Sin buffer debuffs if you know it's going to land that cast, and it will last longer on an enemy. But since landing debuffs are random, it's not really going to work out.
Yeah.
And we also don't have Saboteur and Synergist on the same character anyway. So we don't even have passive increase, which is not very much.
Is it chain that affects both duration and
yes.
debuff chance? Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah, chain is pretty major for a lot of things in this run. Ooh, Lude got caught by the second dodge of Iron Cutter. That's unfortunate.
That dodge can just decide to block the whole way across. Because they will follow the Cosmic Soldier, and if he doesn't move, then it's just finding finding a gap wherever you can.
Yep.
I haven't really been keeping track of my failed dodges. Sorry, what?
I was just saying these soldiers don't want anything to do with me. I'm in the bike fight in Chapter 5.
Yeah, so again,
one of them I haven't
using
hit at
blitzes
all.
on the bike here, in the hope that they had hit the soldiers, but the soldiers weren't close enough. Luckily the soldiers on their own don't do huge amounts of damage, so this fight's pretty safe. It's just the bike you need to worry about.
Yeah. But if they keep attacking Hope...
Although that did get a little closer than I would have liked.
It's fine.
Yeah.
So yeah, I wasn't keeping track of my failed dodge count, but I feel like it just doubled in the Iron Drutter. Guess Chapter 4.
Chapter 4 usually doubles anyone's failed dodge count anyway.
Pretty sure it's
more
a
than
5.
Yeah, that's a 5.
Yeah, that's a 5. 5-2-1.
What's going on?
Okay, so this boss fight coming up for Zwanzig is Aster Protoflorian. This is a fun fight.
It's the first fight that any new runner usually has a decent amount of trouble with.
Yeah, it's the first kind of tricky fight, and it's also a very RNG fight. So at the start of the fight, we'll just do a little bit of chain duration with the ruins, and then we'll make sure to Libra to gain information on the enemy. And then basically our job will be just to chain Protoflorian for a while. And after he does Efflorescence, as his first attack always, and then he'll do 2 physical attacks and up to 2 seed bursts. Okay, attacking lightning first, that's good. You want him to attack lightning more than Hope, because he can actually kill Hope
Yeah,
pretty easily, because Hope has a lot less HP.
Hope can't take 2 hits in a row.
Yep. Okay, double lightning, that's the best.
Yeah, that's the
because
best pattern you can get.
He'll push lightning away from Hope as well, and then he'll use the seed burst on Hope, so you can potion. Easy. And then he'll use Exoproofing. Ooh.
And he got fire.
Okay, so Frodo can Exoproofing one of any of the 4 elements in the game: fire, lightning, blizzard, and thunder. And he's then weak to the opposing element, but lightning doesn't have blizzard at this point. So if he does Exoproofing fire, you pretty much just kind of have to stall the fight out for another round of attacks until he gives you a different Exoproofing.
So I put him to almost stagger, and now I'm just sitting here doing some ruins, keeping the chain duration up while Hope is keeping me healed. And I'm just waiting till he switches again.
So by doing ruins here, it's just keeping the chain duration up. It's not really doing much chain, so we're not going to stagger early. And it also just does a bit more damage, so it chips him down.
It's now water.
Nice. So water is good because he's weak to thunder, and we will be summoning Odin for this fight. And since Odin uses thunder-based abilities, it actually works out pretty nicely.
Yeah.
This is what we thought, but it's not as nice as we think.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he does.
His Thundara doesn't boost the chain as much as the normal Thundara.
Yeah.
Oh. Right.
Yeah, it's
So I
only
guess
10
ice
percentage
is
points
actually
as
the
opposed
first
to
then,
22.
Spyro.
I should probably summon.
You probably should.
Probably, yeah.
So yeah, the idea with this fight is to just kind of keep driving the chain up after stagger, summon, keep driving up a bit more, and then you get him down to like 1/3 HP and 850% chain or so, and then you go into Gestalt mode and use Santetsuken with Odin.
Like an
Which,
overkill on the damage, especially. It was like almost dead.
yeah.
Which is partially because of the extra fire was doing extra damage with Ruin. But
So Zantetsuken is a little weird. It does not great damage on its own, but it has instant kill condition, which is kind of determined by the chain and the amount of HP the enemy has and Odin's level. And if you fulfill the set of conditions, it'll insta kill the enemy, which is what we use on Proto.
Yeah, for Proto it's roughly 1/3 of his HP. We need to get it down below when we use Entet. And
Yeah, 3rd HP and max chain will do it.
yeah. The chain's important because that gets squared in the equation.
Yep. And if you don't hit the instant kill chance, it does just a bit of damage, but the damage it does is a lot less.
Yeah, like 5,000 or something is the highest I've seen it.
Yeah, and you'll probably see that later in the run in a couple of fights where we'll use Odin again, and we'll use Zentetsuken, and probably a couple of enemies will die and a couple will survive, and you'll see that it does very little damage on its own.
Yeah.
ideally that doesn't happen, but we'll see.
Yeah, basically the ones that are staggered will die, the ones that aren't won't die.
Now let's see how bad my guild is, because I know I already had to use one Phoenix down.
Yeah.
We want to get the Nautilus.
Chapter 6. Now there's only one fight in this chapter, but there is a shop and a rather important item we need to pick up. This shop is probably the tightest shop in the game, where the guild total that we're looking for is dependent on drops. And it has been rather tight in the past.
Just to check this again, it's like 18, 18, 15 on the power wristband if I'm slightly under, right? Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it won't. If he's short on gil, it won't end the run or anything. But Saz's weapon will be under upgraded.
Runners have to be careful if they're short on gil that they buy the sturdy bones first instead of the polymer emulsions, because being short on polymer emulsions is okay, you just have a lower level bag of 42s, which is only a few points of strength down. But if you are short on sturdy bones, you can't get to the X3 multiplier, which means that your level, if you try to upgrade at that point, your level would be much lower than it would be otherwise.
Yeah. Yeah, because you'll have a 2 times multiplier instead of a 3.
You might have enough for like a 2.5, but
You can't get 2.5.
oh no, yeah, it's only 1.5.
Oh no, I had plenty. I actually could have kept some Phoenix Downs if I wanted to there.
Yeah.
Wow, you had 6. Yeah, that was definitely an upkill.
Yeah.
Nice. So Lude's on
now
the Dreadnought fight as well now, which we kind of explained earlier.
Numbers.
So yeah, like mentioned, Zwanzig's just doing some upgrading here.
Yeah.
And then there'll be a little bit of menuing before he carries on. Mainly just setting up for the next boss fight, which is Enkinenno, which is kind of the game's way of teaching you to use boss and deboss effectively.
Yeah. In a minute we'll do the Crystarian menu, and that's where we get Vanille's poison, and that is important for that fight.
Yeah, poison.
And no, go ahead.
Yeah, poison is a pretty strong debuff in 13. Once inflicted, it will deal ticks of damage throughout the fight, and it will kill an enemy from full health in 5 minutes of infliction. Actually, getting 5 minutes of infliction is a bit tricky in some cases, but it will just constantly do damage over time, which makes it pretty helpful for this upcoming fight and also for a couple of late game ones.
Yeah.
Gremlins didn't want to get back into formation there.
Yeah, that dodge can just kind of troll. Okay, so yeah, we see Loot here switching to Bully just as the Inkling goes off, and then switching straight back into Relentless Assault. And that's because Dreadnought's chain is so high that the chance of Vanille actually missing B-Shell is effectively 0. So you can just do that for one cast, and then if you time your shifts correctly, since Stamp AI is kind of weird, you can sometimes get an HP refresh off Vanille.
Yeah.
Nice fight.
Using Sab's pretty good, but having a Saboteur AI, they don't do anything if the enemy has all the debuffs already, and that's not very good.
Yeah. You'll actually see us kind of reapply debuffs when we're manually controlling an AI, manually controlling a character, and that's because it not only increases chain every time you reinflict, but it refreshes the duration.
Yeah.
Okay, we're good. We got poison.
Nice.
The last practice run I did, I completely went into the wrong role for Vanille here, and that meant I couldn't get poison, which is basically the run. Well, I didn't continue that. I don't know. There's probably some way I could still do the next boss without poison, but it would be really bad.
Yeah.
Especially if I didn't have a Fortisol, which I don't at the moment.
So this soldier fight that Lou's doing at the moment is pretty fun. You kill the tracker at the back, and then it's pretty much just kind of like random if all the other soldiers get nicely lined up or not, but it's basically just blitz until everything dies, and hope you don't get hit too much.
Yeah.
This is pretty nice positioning though.
Most
Yeah,
fights
really nice.
Yeah. When there's loads of enemies, like the RNG comes in who they attack and where they're placed, and that can change the battle duration by quite a bit.
And the benefit with having them all together kind of ties into the whole cut and keep thing we mentioned earlier, where if you hit a lot of enemies with Blitz, it'll interrupt all of them, so you're also taking less damage in general from the enemy, or from the enemy group.
Mm.
So the closer they are, the faster the fight is, and the safer the fight is.
When you need one. All right then.
So now where MrZwanzig is in Chapter 6 kind of introduces a bit of a unique mechanic for this area, where there's these weather orbs that you can touch them to change from rainy to sunny, and it also changes the enemy groups in the area. But it's a lot easier to dodge everything in rainy weather because it's mostly frogs and gremlins, which are pretty easy to manipulate. If you change it to sunny, you get some wyverns, and it's generally a bad time.
If we regulate the weather, we might be able to control these nasty critters.
Frogs are easy. Thanks for that one.
Nice. I'll take all the credit there. So here Lude's doing the minigame that we mentioned earlier. Again, you need 25 minimum soldiers to get the thick and heist chest. It should never really be an issue, like, no runner really fails this ever. But it's just something to mention.
Yeah, there's 17 lined up for you to hit anyway, so you only need 8 in the open area. That's
I had to go out of my way to get the 8th, or well, 9th. I just get 9. I never remember the actual number.
And if you kill 40 or more, I think, you get Embering, which is actually a lot worse for us. Because although it sells for a decent amount of money, we can't get the organics, and then the upgrade doesn't happen.
Yeah, but you have to get pretty much all of them to get 40.
Okay. So, MrZwanzig is coming into Enki and Nilo now, and this fight's a little bit complicated, as you kind of mentioned earlier. There's 2 enemies, they both hit you pretty heavily. They'll damage you to the point where pretty much 2 attacks will put you in very low HP. And the general idea is we're going to focus on one at a time, we're going to inflict some debuffs, and Saz is going to buff. And there'll be a lot of potioning in this fight to try and stay alive. And then once all the debuffs and buffs are on, it'll be Ravager to stagger. And then you'll see a really good example of ATP refreshing, where we'll basically use Saz's attacks and Vanille's poisons to stun lock the enemies. Girl stagger. And so they won't be able to get free, they won't do Bellow, which is kind of a move that makes them stronger and removes all debuffs. It's generally annoying. And by ATP refreshing, it basically means that Saz is attacking before and after the paradigm shift, so it keeps them completely locked in place. And the reason it works with poisons instead of anything else is because when poison inflicts, it hits once and then hits again when the effect appears. Both of those kind of inflictions make the enemy flinch when staggered.
I got both debuffs in one string against both enemies. That's
what?
Interesting.
That is pretty good.
Yeah, you just have to be a little bit careful because duration can be pretty low. So yeah, it's fine though.
Yeah.
Things can get a little sketchy if you end up with low chain duration and then just a really aggressive fight. Because if you drop chain, you have to start again from the start.
And it'll get Bellow off.
Well, not if it's before stagger.
Yeah, but if you've got a short duration
Yeah.
after stagger, it'll Bellow because you'll be able to interrupt as well.
That was a pretty good fight.
Yeah.
149, nice. Remember to unequip.
Of course.
Lude just started the Odin fight, so you get to see this again. Again, start of the fight, just 2 rounds of 2 attacks, they kind of spread people apart. Paradigm shift to dual casting, then potion. Oh, Hope's already dead, that's not good.
Yeah, that was pretty unfortunate.
Yep, so now you're seeing Hope's, Odin's targeting lightning, so he kind of had to potion to tank the attacks.
Yeah, you should.
Hopefully Odin will target Hope again after his other shield.
Yeah, he usually does.
Okay, looks like he is.
Usually prefers to hit Hope no matter what.
Oh, he's targeting lightning again. So kind of another thing we didn't notice, mention even with cut and keep, is that you actually, ooh, damn.
Yep.
That's pretty rough.
That was the worst Odin I've had.
Yeah,
like,
that was
Hope
a really
dying
not
right
nice
away
Odin.
would just throw me off.
Did he do the really fast Thundara or whatever?
Pretty much.
He did Skyward Swing as I paradigm shifted, and then Thundara on Hope before lightning landed.
Ah, wow. Yeah, that's very rough.
I should have potioned before lightning had died there. I was like sitting there staring at potion dumbly, I don't know why. We'll blame that on waking up at 6 AM.
Oh man, my run so far is like, fights have been okay, but my dodging has been quite bad.
Yeah, so the other thing I was going to mention is that in the moment that you paradigm shift, if you're on the ground, you actually gain a slight moment of full keep. so you can't get interrupted if you time your paradigm shifts very carefully.
Yeah, there are a few things that give you infinite keep, and we abuse that later on as well.
Yep. The other is throwing an item, which is why we use potions to tank the attack, even if they were low damage.
Yeah.
It also works out nicely because the animation starts before the healing happens, so you can not get interrupted by the attack and then also get the healing up after it hits. Okay, that was a good Odin second time around.
I think we made it past all the guards.
Unfortunate death though.
What happened, happened.
Yeah, dying to Odin is not that uncommon for me either. It's probably one of the more common deaths I have. You know, one of
Luckily,
those
13 and
reset
32,
things.
a death doesn't really matter too much because you can just retry the fight without
Yeah.
penalty. Which is a very convenient thing about this as a speed game. It makes it very easy to finish a run.
Yeah. You'd probably be more conservative with strategy if a death was permanent.
Yeah, this kind of makes it so that for running in a marathon, you don't really need to do anything different when running 13. Because you don't need to really make safety saves. That's because if you die, oh well.
It's the city's food production house.
Yeah. The worst thing that can happen in this game, like the biggest mistake, is during a menu or something.
Yeah, for sure. A Crystarian
Selling-
mistake can really screw you up.
Honestly, if there's one thing I would play safe, it's like getting a decept for Penangolin, but Lewd elected not to do that, so that'll be fun.
Because I got 2 decepts at the start of chapter 2, so I said, wow, my Shroud Lock is really good, so I'm gonna get another one later, and then...
Well, that was
the
us
chest
for it,
or
really,
what?
wasn't it?
Skip the chest or...
Oh yeah.
I skipped the Phoenix Down chest, I had a Phoenix Down.
Ah. Yeah, so if you're wondering what we mean by Misushi and Penangula and stuff, you'll find out later. But there are specific fights where, without a decept, you'd have to do a manual preempt. Some of them are, well, one of them is a lot worse than the other, and Lewd's having to do both at the moment, unless he gets a bonus.
Like,
well, okay, one's a lot worse for everyone except coffee.
Yeah.
And we'll explain it all more when we get there.
Yeah, but both of them is faster than farming the decept if you get it first try.
Yep.
But it's
good
not,
luck.
they're not always that consistent.
Yeah. So you also see ZwanzIg here kind of doing very specific kind of manipulations to get the plans to go to one side, so you can just run through.
Yeah. Chapter 7, quite a bit of running and dodging, a few fights, but...
Yep.
No, don't go back. Oh my god, please, lightning. You stayed in that animation for way longer than I was planning.
Yeah.
There's this thing you can do if you just keep walking back and forth with the character. They'll eventually go into like, oh gosh, I'm so dizzy animation, and I like playing around with that on the elevator, but I did it like right near the end, and lightning really didn't want to start moving again.
That would have been interesting. So this fight here is the first fourth Gestalt fight. It's the Return of Snow, and he's got Shiva, and you basically just match X. For like the auto Gestalt in this fight is actually pretty good at doing what we need to do, so it's fine.
PS3,
Yeah, on PS3 it is. On PC, and I'm not sure about 360, but on PC at least, it doesn't work this way, and you have to input a specific set of commands. But it's pretty much the same speed. It's like a couple of seconds slower on PC.
Yeah.
Did you get any chip drops?
I got a credit chip. I got a superconductor.
It's not too bad. That fight can drop some pretty high value stuff, like incentive chips, credit chips, superconductors.
Well, each of the soldiers has a chance to drop a credit chip, which is 500 gil.
Yep.
And I'm not sure how many soldiers there are, but
It's like
quite a few.
4 or 5 soldiers and the Orion.
Yeah.
So if you're wondering why you didn't skip that cutscene, it's because you can't, for some reason. It's one of the very few unskippable kind of mini cutscenes in the game.
I forgot to point out my favorite line in the game, Rip.
Istrex? Is this some kind of Lissy part? This is why you play with subtitles on.
Yeah, I think I randomly turned them off at one point, or wait, no, that was a different game I ran. I don't think I ever played with subtitles in this.
Yeah, they default to off, so unless you turn them on, it won't. You know. That was nice dodging though.
I think we're almost there.
And you'll see Lude got the preempt on the first fight there, so it went a lot faster than it did for Zwanzig. Now he's just gotta wait for these soldiers to be in a good position.
Zwanzig now has access to Fang.
Yep.
And she's a pretty decent character. She used to be the third person in our final team until we switched over to Snow.
Yeah.
But yep, that's the Fang section done.
Yep. You get to see Fang for all of 10-15 seconds before she disappears again for a bit. So kind of like we mentioned earlier, the first part of Chapter 7 is just a lot of dodging really. There's not really too much going on. A couple of the dodges are kind of interesting, but it's not super cool.
I got my first bonus shroud.
Huh?
Got my first bonus shroud.
Nice.
Age of Soul.
Yeah. So the bonus Age of Soul will go towards a fight in Chapter 10, and it makes it a lot more consistent and significantly faster. So that's a nice shroud to get. And it's a pretty high likelihood you'll get one throughout Chapter 4, because almost every fight in Chapter 4 drops an Age of Soul.
It's not the best shroud he could have got, but it'll still help.
Yeah, true. He probably could have done with a Decept, but...
Yeah.
Like we said, each enemy has a fixed shroud it can drop, so it's not like it's random if you get a Decept or an Age of Soul or anything. But you see Lude's doing a really good job about getting the experience for these fights, so they're all going pretty quick. Ooh, didn't get it on the 2-bomb though. Let's see how this goes.
Not getting the preempt there isn't necessarily a time loss, so it often is, but it's more that you have a pretty big risk of dying.
Yeah, so you see there, he was inputting single attacks, and that's because at the end of Sass's attack string, he takes a step backwards, and so by just doing sets of single attack, you back Sass out the way of the self-destructs, and they have a fixed radius, so he didn't get hit by them at all.
And 0 CP for that fight.
Yeah, that's the downside, really. Not getting a preempt makes it a lot less likely you'll get any CP from that fight, but he only missed those two, so you shouldn't be a problem for CP.
The only issue is I'm going to have to get Hope's Water before Behemoth.
Yeah, instead of at the start of the chapter. But that's not too bad. You only really start running into issues if you don't kill any bomb.
Or if you have the Pulse Work Soldier die to the Watch Drone earlier on, which
Also
I've had happen a lot recently. So like half my runs recently I haven't had the extra HP node on Saz for the Yankee and Enlil fight, which that was the boss of the previous chapter I did. And normally you're able to survive 2 attacks from them at the start, and without that extra HP node you actually can't with Saz.
Yeah, the fight gets a lot sketchier, and you have to be spending a lot more time to potion.
Not too bad, I found, but definitely requires you to be a bit more on your toes.
Yeah.
Leave this to me.
So Lude's now moving into chapter 5 as... Wait.
No, he's got the snow section.
No, snow section.
See, I told you, people forget about it all the time.
Yeah. I just saw the cutscene skip and assumed he was past it. So you get to see double snow action.
Mm.
You'll see a lot more of this later, don't worry. Also, fun fact for those of you who like paying attention to these kind of things, every character's weapon changes when you change weapon in the menu, obviously. And if you're wondering what Snow's weapon changes, just keep an eye on his coat in battles, because the emblem on the back of it changes depending on which weapon he has equipped.
Mm.
Strangely, the emblem doesn't appear out of battle.
I think it does if you finish a fight with the summon, because of a glitch.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't reset Snow's coat to plain white.
Mm. Someone said that it was supposed to, but it doesn't appear sometimes. I think that was...
I was just saying that because I was running around with snow and I didn't see it.
Mm.
Yeah, I think also in cutscenes that always has the default weapons for most characters.
Yeah.
Just because if they had to render one set of cutscenes for every weapon, the game would be enormous.
Mm.
So yeah, do you want to just cover the menuing you're doing here? Because I'm not entirely sure what you're upgrading, because I use a slightly different route.
Oh, what am I upgrading? I don't know, I'm kind of going by muscle memory.
He's upgrading Power Wristband, which he won't give to Snow, he'll keep that for Fang. And he's upgrading
I'm
the Wild
actually upgrading the...
He purchases the Power Wristband and he upgrades the Magician's Mark.
Yes.
Oh.
And the Wild Bear.
Yeah, so Power Wristband increases strength, Magician's Mark increases magic, and Wild Bear is Snow's weapon. So he'll be mainly increasing Wild Bear because we'll be using Snow later on in the game, as well as giving him more strength for this upcoming fight. And upgrading the accessories is something we'll generally be doing throughout the run anyway, because accessories are the source of our main stat upgrades. You'll also be getting quite a few nodes in Snow's Crystarium here. A big one to look out for is Adrenaline, which increases damage when HP is in the top 20%, I think.
It's green, which is
okay.
Top 30%.
Okay. So generally in fights we'll be trying to keep Snow's HP pretty high, and the same will go for other characters later on, and that'll give us a pretty significant damage boost. So this is Ushamgul Subjugator 1. General idea with this fight is to punch a lot, and then eventually it'll do a move called Tail Hammer, and then it'll just kind of keep doing it, and at some point we'll summon and chain it so it staggers, and eventually it'll use something called Overdrive, which gives it some buffs and lowers its chain resistance, so we can chain it a lot easier. And then we'll stagger it and go to Commando and take it down. So here Shiva is out mainly because Ushamgul Subjugator is also weak to ice, so the chaining we get from using Shiva is pretty high, as well as using Frost Strikes on Snow, partly because it's faster animation than Blizzard, and partly because it's doing more damage. Ooh. Getting a Tail Hammer on Stereo Nyx is pretty inconvenient in this fight. You would rather have it on Snow if possible, because
I would
when
rather
a summon...
not have it.
Well, true. When a summon gets attacked, it decreases the amount of time they have left out on the battlefield, so you get less time with them active.
Fine though.
Yeah, this is fine. So you'll notice that Ushamgul Subjugator has bravery on himself, as well as to protect and D-Shell. So you're dealing more damage to him, but he would do more physical damage.
Hoping Hope would get the kill there, but sadly no.
And that fight also drops an Abominable Wing, which is a pretty useful upgrade component that we'll be using later on. So that's kind of the end of Snow for a bit. He's going to disappear again for a while. And we'll pick back up with Fang and Lightning. Also, Lude's about to get to the second part of Chapter 5 now and start doing the forced fights. So the one difference he'll have is he'll have an extra menu after the second fight to give Hope water, just because he didn't have enough CP to get it at the start of the chapter due to the bombs exploding on him.
Mm. And he needs that water for the behemoths because they're weak to it.
Yeah. So when you attack an enemy with an element they're weak to, it's double damage. So it's pretty important. So this dodge for Zwanzig coming up is pretty interesting. There's these 3 soldiers which you can just kind of run past, and then there's 2 Orions which... I'm not going to say anything until he finishes it actually. Okay, you got it, cool. So basically you kind of camera trick there by looking at the floor, and a lot of the time they won't hit you. Sometimes they do, still, anyway.
Mm.
It's just kind of weird.
It's harder to do on PC.
Yeah, but if you don't camera trick there, instead of stopping at the top of the ramp, they'll actually come all the way down to the bottom of the ramp, and then they'll chase you all the way through the battle zone. So it's kind of one of those points where camera tricking has a pretty major effect on the dodge. So Zwanzig is now coming up on a really difficult fight with Hope. It's a solo fight, and hopefully it goes well for him, but it has a tendency to really troll runners when it wants to.
Fortunately, Hope is pretty weak, and we haven't actually upgraded him that much.
Yeah, so hopefully things don't go wrong here.
Mm. For the longest time, I kept forgetting to Libra, and that really screwed me up in the second
Libraing's
phase.
really important for this fight, especially for this part of it.
Yeah.
Speaking of Libra, I'm doing a fight where I really should not Libra.
You really should not.
Oh, dang.
Oh no,
There we go.
Okay, yeah, so, in case you didn't guess, that's a scripted loss. Spoilers. But basically, for some reason, if you change paradigms, like, change roles really, because it's Hope Solo, Ushu attacks you sooner, which is just kind of a weird thing with the fight.
Mm.
And then this is the one time we'll intentionally retray in the run, because otherwise you're stuck with a setup that the game gives you, because it adds Fang and Lightning to your party, and then gives you a set of paradigms, but they're not very good, so we don't really want them. So we retry the fight, so you can change the paradigms up, and also do some Crystarium before the fight.
Mm. Yeah, that Hope against Ushu, it ends when either Hope gets to about 0 HP.
1 HP.
Yeah, I've seen it end on like 3 or 4 before, but
Oh, okay.
yeah. Or if you get Ushu down to 90% HP, and then it's just
pretty hard.
Yeah, on his own. Yeah. Pretty much any character on their own would struggle with that.
Yeah, especially since you only have Ravager, Synergist, and Medic as the roles available to you.
Yeah. So solo Ravager, you wouldn't be able to get any amount of chain going.
I mean, this fight is long enough
Well, you
for
could
3 people.
Quake.
Mm. Yeah, but
yeah.
we don't get Hope's Quake.
No, but you can. Which is the point. Okay, Lude's on the 10 crawler fight. So he's target. The kind of thing with this fight is if you target Crawler E at the start, he usually ends up in the middle of the group, and since Lightning will target the crawler you're targeting, she'll run in and do blitz, and usually hit a very significant number of the crawlers. That was a really nice fight. Okay, so now Zwanzig's on Ushamgul Subjugator 2. He's in a slightly different form this time, he's like crawling around on the floor instead of flying. But it is the same robot, basically. And the idea with this fight is you cast slow, which, as you may guess, slows the enemy ATB. So he attacks less often. And then we'll just kind of chain him up to stagger, and then pretty much just keep him stun locked in stagger. We'll do that by using an ability called Launch, which Commandos gain, where... oops. That's the problem where Ushu can be facing the wrong way, and then the game won't let you launch. There we go, okay. So when an enemy's launched, they can't usually attack, and they just kind of float in the air, and then we can kind of keep them up there by using things like
Oh my
Pandara
god,
and Arrow.
Fang, what?
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
Such
just full on miss.
Two
your
straight up
attacks.
misses.
And another miss. This might be problematic.
Yeah, this is not
Yeah.
looking very good.
I didn't have a smite there either.
Ooh.
Yeah. This fight can get kind of tight if you don't manage
Yeah.
to get the
So
damage.
ideally you would kill in the second stagger, but Zwanzig really didn't get very much damage done there because Uchi was trolling. So
Yeah.
hopefully he still gets it. If he doesn't get it in the second stagger, it's not like end of the world, but it does make the fight just like significantly slower.
At this point, I'm pretty much gonna need a smite.
Yeah.
Want to explain what smite is?
Yeah, sure. So if at the end of stagger, there's two commander-only abilities which you can trigger on a physical attack. One is Scourge and one is Smite, and what it is it's an attack that does a significantly higher amount of damage when the stagger gauge is at the end, and the Scourge is when an enemy on the ground, and Smite is when an enemy is launched, knocks them to the ground. So hopefully you'll see it here at the end of this stagger, and you'll notice the Fang's attacks are doing around 3,000 to 4,000 a hit. The Smite will do something to like probably 25,000. It's a pretty significant damage increase.
Yeah.
Where we end up? No, I didn't even get him launched, but he is very close to dead, so...
Yeah, it shouldn't be too bad. Looks pretty close.
Yeah. Because of the Hope section earlier, we can't actually use any shrouds on this fight.
Yeah.
And because Hope doesn't get any offensive buffs.
Okay,
And
there we go.
And this is the team that we don't upgrade as much.
Well, we don't have any offensive debuffs either. There's no like deprotect or anything that we can use.
Yeah.
We only have access to slow.
All of that factors into the fact that we need to stagger twice, and then that makes it like the second or third longest fight in the game.
Yeah, something like that. Which means if you've played this game and you know what bosses are coming up, you should be sure to look forward to a lot of the other fights, because that fight was about 3 minutes and it's the second longest in the game.
Yeah.
That was bad. Normally it's around 240.
Yeah, like 240 as well. A good fight. So Lucius making his way to the end of the chapter now, as well as Zwanzig is on the Hope's House section, which has a forced fight, and then another fight you pretty much have to kill. And then we gain access to the boss of the chapter, which is Havoc Sky Tank. So this first fight in Hope's House, the general idea is to kind of gain some chain duration, summon, put a bit more chain duration on because you can get interrupted by just everything in this fight, as you can see.
Yeah,
And
as I was
then-
just doing.
Yeah.
I hope
Summon.
I got enough. I was
Okay.
like, I can do more blitzes, but let's just try it with this.
Yeah. And then the idea is to go into guest stop mode and use something called Thunderfall, which is basically like Thunder. It's an AoE Thunder, and it does quite a lot of chain increase. And the idea is to try and stagger some enemies, and then use Zentetsuken. And the reason we want to stagger first is the extra 100 chain really increases the chance that we'll hit the Zentetsuken threshold. So you see there a couple of the enemies survived, and they really haven't had much damage done to them.
Luckily, just one of them.
Oh, it's not too bad. And again, like we mentioned earlier, if Zentetsuken's instant grill doesn't trigger, it really doesn't do very much damage at all. But luckily it only didn't trigger on one of the enemies, so it didn't end up too badly. And also Lucius entering the Velacycle fight, or the bike fight. And this didn't go so well for Zwanzig, so let's see how it goes for him. The general idea with it is to just kind of get a bit of chain duration on, and then just chain up. Let Hope cast Protect on everyone, because there's a lot of physical damage flying around. And then, once staggered, it'll be spam blitzes until the bike dies, and hope that the soldiers get in the way and get hit by a couple of them. As for the fight on Zwanzig's stream, the idea is to stagger the Bombardier, so he doesn't use something called Bazooka, which is a lot of damage, and then just attack the Predators who don't have much health. Again, positioning kind of plays into that fight where you want them all to be stood together, but doesn't really matter too much if they're not, just because at this point lightning's magic's a lot higher than physical damage, so we'd be using ruins ideally over blitzes anyway.
Blitz will probably still do more damage if it hits 2 people.
Yeah.
Yeah, I do prefer to use it there when it's actual good positioning, but it definitely wasn't there, so I just switched to runes.
Yep. So run down the edge of the corridor there, and there's a Brawler's wristband, which is like the next level up from a power wristband. It's a strength increasing accessory, which is really helpful. And then go do some paradigm setup for Havoc Sky Tank. Whereas Lewd is just about to head into the Protoflorian fight. So I'm glad we explained this earlier. Hopefully Lewd doesn't get fire exoproofing, because that would kind of suck.
Hopefully I kill him. That would kind of, you know.
That would,
if I don't, that would kind of suck.
That would, yes. That would definitely suck. So also, Havoc Sky Tank is another fight where we use a Force Assault going into it. Just because haste is super helpful in this fight, because also this is the one fight in the game where Lightning's normal attack animation is replaced with her gun instead of the gun blade.
Yeah.
And it's significantly faster. Also, you'll see Swansea use a potion here, and that's to tank the main cannon. And it's 100% consistent timing, so you can just throw the potion and keep attacking, and it looks amazing.
Yeah. Like, lightning still takes the damage, but it stops her from getting launched.
Yep. And the idea with this fight is there's the main body of the airship and then 4 additional parts, and you have to kill all the additional parts and then kill the main airship. Ooh, Lewd also got exit-proofing fire. Wow.
Yeah.
Frodo's not happy today.
Please. That's a 25% chance, and we both got it.
Yep. So with Sky Tank, you definitely want to take out the turrets first because they're more annoying. They continue to attack you more if they're alive. And taking them out just generally reduces the amount of damage that's being done to you. We pretty much refreshed between 2 ComCom med paradigms as well, just to keep the general DPS up and hope we'll heal any damage that happens. It's a pretty safe fight.
You say that, I had Hope die here recently, because he wasn't able to keep himself healed.
Okay.
I still won the fight, it was just really slow.
Yeah. Okay, so Lewd also got fire water, it's kind of amusing.
Oh my god. Our RNG seeds are the same!
Yeah. So then, after you take out all the additional side parts on Havoc Sky Tank, you get this point where he flies backwards and it opens the main cannon, and his chain resistance drops to 0 here, so it's really easy to chain and stagger him. The problem is he doesn't really get interrupted when staggered, because the keep on main cannon is really high, but you just deal a lot of damage, so at this point it's just a case of spamming attack and killing him.
Dead.
$42 HP on Fang.
Oh. I knew Fang was kind of low. I didn't really care if she died at that point.
So they're both going into chapters, the 2 shortest chapters, which I have a load of running.
Yep.
Where am I going? Wow. You can't go that way. And why did I think I
can't?
could?
Good job.
Literally getting lost in FF13. What a
Nice
guy.
meme. Yeah, so like Coffee mentioned, Chapter 6 and Chapter 8 are the 2 shortest chapters in the game. 8 being quite a bit shorter than 6 even. Well, it's pretty similar.
Yeah.
But there's a lot less that happens in 8.
8's got 3 fights, but
Yep.
has less running before you get to them.
Yeah. So the first half of 8 is we're in this theme park called Nautilus. And there's a lot of kind of cutscene skips and just kind of walking around. And then the second half is like a menu and a couple of short Well, there's a short fight, and then there's kind of 2 fights at the end of a chapter, which take a little while. One of which is Saz's Gestalt fight, which is Brunhilde. Also, Lude now go through Chapter 6 will be coming up on the menu pretty soon to set up for Chapter 6, so he'll get to see how his skill is at this point.
All this dampness is damp.
And that. So while there isn't too much to say right now, at least the music in Nautilus is really good.
Second, we'll be getting the Chocobo theme, which... Okay, chat, vote. Do you want the Chocobo theme, or do you want the...
Sunderfall Escape.
No, I mean, I can do the menu either here, or in the next area. I usually go to the next area first, but you can, like, hear the music for longer if I do the menu there.
Yeah.
So make your decision while I do this little mini game of chasing the Chocobo.
Yep. So the choice is between Chocobo music and Nautilus music, basically.
Really, I should just do the Chocobo music since Team Choco and all, but...
So I had the same sort of skill situation as you, Zwanzig. I have to do 18, 18, 15.
I didn't have to do that at all. I was just checking in case I had to. But
yeah, XIII had like 3k gil over. He was fine.
I could have kept like 2 Phoenix Downs if I wanted. I just didn't.
Well, I sold all my Phoenix Downs, and I'm 75 gil left, and I had to do the 18, 18, 15. So my gil is decidedly worse.
Yeah. But like we mentioned, it's not like the end of the world. It's definitely recoverable. It's just not ideal.
I mean, yeah, like I have no Phoenix down, so if Saz dies, I have to retry the fight. But that's the only menu that's really tight on Gil.
Yeah, I mean, if Saz dies anyway, it's pretty annoying because you have to rebuff him, and it's generally a bit of a mess.
Are we doing Chocobo theme, by the way?
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks
cool.
like chat wants Chocobo theme.
Unfortunately, you're going to hear the very loud Crystarium noises over it. Can't really do anything about that. But normally we leave the area just as the lyrics start. Now I'm going to shut up so you can actually listen to it. Pretty lengthy Crystarium section as well. Things to catch up on, lots of good abilities we unlock here.
Yeah, so at this point we put a lot of Crystarium into Vanille's Ravager and Saboteur, getting both Fire and some more abilities for Vanille's Ravager, as well as Imperil?
No,
that's the
Imperil
next
is
yeah, that's
next
the next
chapter.
one. But moving through Vanille's Saboteur gets quite a few nice things. We also get Saz's Split in his Commando, which is pretty good, to say the least. As well as... No, actually I think that's pretty much it for Saz as well.
Saz's Blitz is unique in that it can hit the same enemy twice or multiple times, depending on hitbox size and all that.
So, yeah. Saz's Blitz, instead of just being like a radial AoE around an enemy, it's like a fan AoE from Saz. He shoots like a horizontal spread of bullets. And so for wider enemies, or like larger enemies, or just when an enemy is stood right in front of you, you can get Blitz to hit them multiple times. And that becomes a pretty major tool in our damage dealing in late game.
I mean, really starting right now, but
Yeah.
mostly an end game. Well, I say right now. After, no, actually, right now. Yes, I'm gonna blitz
you do
this
use
enemy.
blitz on this one.
Yeah, getting really close and then blitz guys.
Yep. And so there's also a couple of fights where we'll use kind of position manipulation to try and get enemies closer to us, so blitz is more effective. So killing that single enemy there for the speaker defenders, it's not so we can use them, it's again just so we can sell them because they sell for quite a decent amount of money. Also this, whoa, what happened to the camera
Yeah,
there?
the camera got stuck for a second.
At least you got the dodge, okay. That dodge is kind of weird sometimes. And now, here is Midlight Reaper. So, this fight is pretty dependent on debuff luck to get a good time.
The first fight you'll see us shouting at you.
Yep. So if you want to shout along with us at Vanille, you can type "Thanks Vanille" in chat. I'm pretty sure the FNC emotes alone. I think we have XIII at least, so we should be good.
I don't know if XIII has it.
I have thanks, Vanilla, yeah.
He does.
Oh. I thought you only had XIII Pro.
No, I have a few of your emotes. I still need to add Hopey OP though. I keep forgetting to do that.
Yeah. But the general idea with this fight is we kind of follow a fixed pattern at the start, just to kind of chain up and give Vanille as many chances as possible, and then once we stagger, the idea is just get debuffs and then kill. Ooh, nice. That was a really early deprotection to show. The only other debuff that Vanille can inflict at this point is poison, which obviously, like we mentioned earlier, does a decent amount of damage over the rest of the fight, but is nowhere near as necessary as poison deprotectors.
Yeah, it's percentage based, so this enemy it's not worth it. It's like it's got 99% resistance.
Yeah, and it would only be on for like 30 seconds, so it would do 1/10 HP, which isn't really huge amounts. It's better than nothing, but deprotect is better than poison for sure.
We'd rather have a chaining letting Saz do more damage than hoping for poison.
The main thing you want is get deprotect early after stagger, and then you'll be good usually. Then you can kill in the stagger. Otherwise, stagger will run out and can take like easily up to 40 seconds longer, depending on when deprotect was inflicted.
So that was actually a Raiden's fight. Just because good debuff luck.
Yeah. If you don't get good debuff luck, when stagger ends, Midlight Reaper will charge up an attack, and that will kill pretty much outright.
It is really easy to stagger cancel though, so it's not too bad.
Yeah.
Okay, so now Lud's on Enkin and Enlil, which we kind of explained earlier. Then MrZwanzig is also on Brunhilde. So again, Brunhilde's a guest-up fight, but instead of using Ravager, we'll be doing Attack Blitz with Saz, which does a lot more guest ult for reasons which go...
input Attack Blitz.
Good night. But that does a lot more guest ult than chaining will with Ravager, for reasons that are kind of complicated to explain, but it's basically just kind of explaining how the guest ult mechanics work. Okay, so Lewd has Enki staggered, and he's doing this unlock. Seems to be going pretty well so far. So the other thing with Brunhilde is she can randomly use an attack called Valkyrian Scythe, which she'll use from up close, and everything else puts her really far away. So you want to see as many Valkyrian Scythes as possible, so that she moves closer to Saz, and so you get more hits on Attack Blitz.
Yeah, right now, none of that.
Yeah. Ooh, that was pretty close.
Oh, there we go.
Lewd almost got bopped by Enlil.
I would have died if that were a slam. Like that. Not that I died, but that's what a slam looks like, and it does more damage.
You scared me there for a second. I was like, there's no way that did enough damage.
I realized what I said was fake.
Yeah, that was a pretty good Brunhilde fight for XIII. I mean, it's pretty RNG as a fight, so, you know.
I've had better, I've had worse.
Yeah.
Oh my god, none of those inflicted.
Ooh. So yeah, Luke got really lucky there. Unlucky even. I know what I mean. So, if poison doesn't inflict, it doesn't do the second, like, stun. And so, and then we got Bellow off, and you can see just what that adds.
It's funny because I couldn't get it inflicted before he bellowed, but I had all 3 inflict after bellow. And little known fact, but after bellow, his poison resistance goes up.
Yep.
So it's sort of like, okay, thanks Vanille.
Thanks Vanille.
At least I got Deeper Sect back right away.
Yeah.
It said that a few seconds earlier. I would have actually typed thanks Vanilla into the chat, but because that was one of the longest load screens in the game.
I got you covered.
Thanks.
So this first fight in Chapter 9 is another summon fight. Again, general idea, get stagger duration on all the enemies, go Gestalt, use Thunderfalls until things stagger, and then Sentetsuken. In this fight, you really want everything to get staggered so you kill all of them with Sentetsuken. It usually works out fine, but very occasionally it doesn't.
I was getting worried there, because the other 2 took a while to stagger, but they did.
Yeah, it can take a while to get them to actually stagger. But I think you should be fine.
Until next time.
I'm not sure if it was 1 or 2, but something.
There was 1 drop or something. So then just a little bit of a menu to set up for the rest of Chapter 9. At this point we have Snow in our party, but we can't use him. He's still kind of useless.
He was injured in a cutscene.
Yeah. Actually, I think you can use him at this point, but we don't.
No,
Unless
you
we
can't.
can't switch party members at this point.
You can't switch team until
Yeah.
the start of the
Bridge.
bridges.
Yeah. So we could use him, but we can't. My reason was wrong. But here, just picking up a few things from Lightning, we'll also be picking up Fang's Curse, which, as we mentioned earlier, is a pretty helpful debuff. As well as getting Smite on Lightning, I think. Yeah, it looks like Smite.
Yeah, but it's not really going to get used.
No, but it's helpful. It's a nice thing to have. We also picked up accessory slots, so at the start of the game you always have 1 accessory slot for each character, and the rest of them are obtained in the Crystarium. And as you may have gathered by the amount of accessories we're upgrading, we want accessory slots, they're pretty helpful. And a fair number of them are optional, but we'll choose to get them in the Crystarium. This second fight in Chapter 9 is a little weird.
Hope.
The kind of idea is to stagger 1 enemy, and then because of how the AI works, if you target onto 1 enemy and Fang starts her string, she'll then attack the enemy until she's done, and then you can change target and chain on something else while Fang is attacking it.
Fortunately, Hope is really bad at following my lead.
Yeah, Hope is, like, Ravager AI is kind of a little inconsistent. So sometimes this fight can just kind of go a little bit wrong without really anything you can do with it. But you see there, like, Fang attacked the other soldier, and now it's just the Raider alive, who staggers pretty quickly, and then you can just blow him up. All in all, that wasn't too bad. I've seen worse.
Oh yeah, like Hope dying.
Does that need incentive chip?
Yeah.
Yep.
You got 2 incentive chips from the first 2
Yeah, I'm
fights.
definitely good for Gil.
Yeah.
So each incentive chip is 2,500 gil, which is quite a lot. There's like a minimum number of chips we kind of want by a menu in mid-chapter 9. And so you kind of just keep track of the chips you've got throughout the run. And if you're really low, there's a fight you can choose to do, which gives you 3 incentive chips in the chest. Ideally you wouldn't, but you don't always have that choice.
Yeah.
So this is the outside section of Chapter 9, and some of these dodges are kind of awkward. They all kind of react in some weird ways to your presence, and there's a lot of these kind of deck drones, which will follow you pretty quickly.
Honestly,
after you enter
I
a
would
battle
to
zone.
amend that to all of these dodges are pretty awkward.
Yeah, it's a fair point. Some of them are just easier to deal with than others.
Yeah. one especially.
Speaking of awkward dodges, Lude dodged those 3 planters really nicely. The first set of 3 is actually pretty simple to dodge if you run at like a very specific angle through the middle of them. But it's also very easy to fail.
And fail it I have done many times in a row, in the same run.
It's pretty rough if you fail it because a lot of enemy groups kind of change their behavior a little bit on a retry. And those flans are one of them where they'll actually move a little bit as you get close to them, but then not really react to your presence until you enter the battle zone. So on a retry, you kind of have to either wait for a little bit or back up a bit to be able to do the dodge in the same way, else you kind of have to improvise.
Nearly got all of them.
The one I just failed is an example of the opposite, which is much more consistent on retries.
Yeah. The last dodge in that outside section is all kinds of inconsistent. But on a retry, there's a pretty decent strat for it. Nice. That was nicely done. So now Lude's at the auto guest off fight that we mentioned earlier. Again, just pretty much mash auto guest until you get to like 190% chain on the Orion, and then you're pretty much good to finish up.
I don't mash auto guest stall. I do up, side, up, 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 up.
Okay, fair enough.
I do up circle, up, 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 and I don't know why necessarily. It's just what I've always done, and I can't be bothered to change it.
So
yeah, I mean, if it works, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Just if you use auto guest stall, you basically use all but 3 of your summon points, whereas if I do upside up, 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 I have all but 9 left, which seems like it's faster, but I didn't actually time it out.
Yeah. It depends more on the number of the animations than the point cost.
Right.
But yeah, this inside section of Chapter 9, it's just a lot of dodging. There's a lot of kind of different ways you'll deal with them between like camera tricking or just walking in a specific way. And there's also a lot of chests along here we can pick up for weapons and things that will sell for more money. Also, the first dodge of this section is free if you walk in a straight line.
Maelstrom always makes fun of me whenever I fail that one.
And then
Which
usually
used
every
to
time
be
I make fun of him,
extremely
I fail it
common.
the next run I do, so karma. But yeah, like you see here, you can just pretty much hug the left wall through all these dodges, and they don't really react to you fast enough, so you can just go through, it's pretty free. And that's the end of this team for a little while. So XIII's coming up at the point where the 2 kind of teams converge again, and we gain the entire party as a whole. But there's still a couple of sections left before then. One of which is this small section with Saz and Vanille, which has a couple of fan fights, some really good music, and some preempts that you really hope to get. Also here we'll be getting haste for Saz, as well as getting some other Ravager things, and spending a little bit of money, CP in his com. And
I don't do any com.
Oh, okay, never mind. The gun doesn't really get anything, it's just HB nodes, so it's not important. But generally kind of moving towards setting up for the boss at the end of Chapter 9, because we will be using Saz for that.
There.
And ooh, no preempt. So this fight you really want to preempt on, it makes it significantly faster. But this is very much another fight where it's buff debuff, do a lot of damage. These enemies are both weak to water, you have Deprotect, Bravery, and Water, so you're doing something like 5 times the base damage. If you get everything inflicted, but Vanille is being bad at inflicting Deprotect, there you go. And if you manage to preempt them, you also get another, like,
gosh.
3 times as much damage because they stagger, so yeah, they die very quickly. Ooh, Pacifying Shock.
I thought that was gonna kill me. It was a really slow fight, but at least I didn't die, so...
Yeah. And you don't really want to leave either of them alive. If you leave the Flamborg alive for too long, it does that move called Pacifying Shock, which is AoE quite heavy thunder damage. And if you leave the Flaneter alive, it starts healing the Flamborg. Generally a bad time. But in the route, these guys are thinking they only have to fight one of the clans groups, so it's not too bad. There is kind of a little choice you can make where you can choose to get the Royal Armlet chest to sell for money, which means you have to fight another group of clans.
Yeah, but we worked out we don't need that much money.
Yep, pretty much.
Next major shop upcoming. Most of what we do here is going to go into one accessory. Strength.
Yep. So again, kind of prioritizing our upgrades to be in accessories and weapons over anything else, and more accessories because we can move those around characters, whereas weapons are stuck on one person. Looks like he's fine on money though, so it's all good. Also at this point we buy some painkillers and mallets, which are items which cure pain and fog respectively. And the reason for that is because coming up there is a slight chance of getting pain or fog inflicted by certain enemies. And if you're inflicted by pain, you can't do physical abilities, and if you're inflicted by fog, you can't do magical abilities. And that's generally a bad time, so we want to get rid of it as soon as possible if it gets inflicted, in most cases. There are some exceptions to that. For example, if Snow gets fogged, it's not usually a big deal, because Snow isn't doing much magical damage anyway.
And if Vanille gets pained, you just laugh because she doesn't use physicals.
Ever. Yeah. But we won't be
I also
using...
got rid of my my first Doctor's Code there.
Yeah, so by upgrading a Doctor's Code to level Star, which is the max level, and then dismantling it, you get 1 Fortis Soul, 1 Aegis Soul, 1 Deceptor Soul, and 1 Ether Soul.
No Deceptor Souls.
Never mind, you don't get a Deceptor Soul. Elixir, that's what you get, not Deceptor Soul. Whoops. So elixirs are really good. There's only 4 of them you can get in the game, 3 of which come from dismantling Doctor's Codes, and 1 of which is in a chest in the final area. And they refill your HP to max, and refill your TP to max. And so we'll be using those in a couple of late game boss fights to generally make things a lot nicer.
Yeah.
They're pretty important. And they're kind of an item that a lot of casual players wouldn't really see or know there are multiple ones of, just because most people don't dismantle their Doctor's Codes. There does come a point where Doctor's Codes are incredibly just not worth it anymore, because potions become a lot less effective in late game. So coming up here is a pretty cool dodge.
Sorry. I keep making spoilery noises whenever I fail dodges, but I can't help it.
Yeah. So basically this Thermodon, you can kind of just manipulate him to kind of walk out of the corridor he's in, and then stand in a specific place so he walks away from you. There we go. And then you can just walk past him and not have to fight him.
Usually for me recently it's taken him a few seconds to start moving, and there he actually started moving immediately.
Yeah, that was very nice.
I wasn't anticipating.
And since we love jokes in the FF13 community, we call him Gandalf for obvious reasons. So this Soldier Thermodon fight can be a little bit annoying sometimes. Ooh, uh-oh. Okay.
Fine, because Vanille inflicted Deprotect.
Yeah. So at the start of the fight, the Vesper Soldier can do a move called Cyclone, which is effectively Aeroga. A lot of damage, AoE, generally a bad time. Especially because Thermodon will do Cyclone on a... Cyclone? No, Photon Burst on a timer from the start of the fight. And that does quite a heavy amount of damage, so Cyclone plus Photon Burst is really not a good thing. However, if he does target Saz, you can pretty much not have much of a problem with it, because you can either stagger cancel it, like Swansig just did, or you can throw a potion to tank it, so it's not too bad. And there you'll intentionally saw the Swansig kind of delayed his blitzes, so Thermodon moved forwards, so more of the bullets are hitting. And that's just to maximize the damage we get from blitz. Yeah, that was good. Also in that fight, if you let Vanille be a medic, you can get thanks Vanille as a line from Saz. And it's like the only fight you ever hear it in.
We really need to try and get that sound clip sometime.
So here Lude's on the Ushu fight, as we saw earlier from Zwanzig. Again, just for anyone who didn't see it last time, the general idea is just to kind of keep punching him in the face for a while until we get Tail Hammer, and then we'll summon to avoid Tail Hammer, and chain up using Shiva, because he's weak to ice. And then once he does Overdrive, which removes some of his chain resistance, and makes it so you're doing more damage because he inflicts Deprotect and D-Shell on himself, we then stagger him, do a little bit more chaining, and then just punch him to death. Also on Zwanzig's end, you'll see that the party switched again. This is the last time pretty much that it'll be a split party. After this section that he's on now, the party all joins back up together, and we'll have almost full control over who we want to use in fights.
Yeah, we'll have to lead with Lightning, but the other two characters will be of our choice.
Yeah.
We'll have...
That restriction only lasts for a little while until we get into the start of Chapter 10.
Yeah. Last for 6 fights.
Yeah, something like that.
But we'll keep it for a Sid.
Yep. So Zwanzig's now coming up on Kalavinka Striker.
AKA Paperclip Bird.
Yeah.
Kind of similar to the Garuda we saw earlier. General idea is just to kind of chain him up, let Fang inflict Slow and Curse, because Slow obviously slows him down and Curse makes it easier to interrupt him. And also, if we inflict 2 debuffs, we get more of a conditional modifier on chaining, so we can chain him a bit faster. And then we'll chain him up to something like 600% chain after stagger and hit him with ruins, because he resists physical damage but doesn't resist magical damage. And there are 2 phases to this fight, and the second phase is very much the same, except there's the risk of Hellstorm Bolt, which is AoE. No, it's not AoE. It's a single target, high damage, thunder-based elemental. But we have a Mystic Tower in our Paradigm Pack, which we'll use to make Fang take the aggro, and then she'll guard, so she won't take anywhere near much damage from Hellstorm Bolt. So we can pretty much just ignore it and carry on. And also, kind of like other situations where we fight this enemy twice, it's not actually the same enemy this time, they are actually 2 independent Kalavinka strikers. And that's the reason we get a result screen in the middle. Normally with a 2-part fight you don't, but that's only when you fight the same enemy twice. Also you see there, Lude didn't have any issues with the Orion dodge either, so that's good. No one got stuck by it.
Yeah, all the 2-part fights are usually a bit annoying if you die to the second one, because you have to fight the first one again.
Yeah.
Well, the same is true of
does
Kalavinka.
apply here to Kalavinka.
Yeah.
Because the last time you're on the world map is before the first fight.
Yeah.
And that's kind of where Kalavinka is the exception in some ways. Because it acts like a 2-part fight in a lot of ways, but it's actually 2 independent fights that you just have to do in a row.
Mm.
And a sort of 2-part fight where you retry and don't get back before the fight is my next one.
Yep.
As we talked about earlier.
Yep. The fight with the Ishamgul subjugate to 2. So yeah, so like as we mentioned earlier, when you change Paradigm with Hope, it causes him to use Laser Rain faster, so you can actually kind of look out for it now on Lewdstream. So cast Libra and then do a Paradigm shift. And then pretty soon after you get Laser Rain. If you just stay in one Paradigm, you end up waiting for a lot more time for the second Laser Rain. Okay, and that's Kalavinka done for Zwanzig, and now all the parties together, and he's on an area which we call the bridge. Whereas Lude is heading into the Issue 2 fight, and then he'll be on Hope's house.
Oops. Pressed circle too many times. Gotta retry again.
Oh, wow. I've never done that, but I've been scared of doing that. 4.
Yeah. I've
Thankfully,
done that
it
a couple
doesn't
of
like
times.
undo the paradigms. That would be upsetting.
There are some fights that do that, which is annoying. But nothing that we do in the run, I don't think. Yeah, so Zwanzig's coming up to the bridge fights, and all of them are multiple enemy fights. So sometimes you can just die by them all targeting lightning, which can get annoying. We try to minimise that as much as we can, but it can still happen.
The two most dangerous ones we make use of Sentinel from Snow to divert the attacks. This one you can be a little bit more YOLO.
Yeah, the other benefit with leaving Snow in Sentinel is the fact that he'll usually use Steel Guard when lots of attacks are happening, and the kind of special thing with Steel Guard is the more you get attacked, the less damage each attack does. So eventually it gets to the point where the enemies aren't even doing any damage to Snow anyway.
More chip drops.
Yeah, at this point they don't matter too much anymore. At least I've never been short on Gil in the subsequent shops. There's only really 2 shops left in the entire game.
Yeah, the next major shops are off yet, and it's very hard to be short on Gil in it.
Oh, I say 2 more in the entire game. It's actually, there's 2 more in the last chapter.
Yeah.
Technically 4.
Yeah, but that could drop down to 3, get enough kill on it.
Possibly.
Why we use Sentinel here? You saw Saz was almost dead already. Couple hits from these guys.
Yeah, so the issue with Provoke is that it has a chance to fail. And if it fails on any enemy, Snow will keep using Provoke. So other people can end up taking quite a lot of damage while Snow is still trying to Provoke. And there's even a fight coming up soon where if you don't get Provoked pretty soon, you can die pretty easily.
Lewd managed to get the smite on Oshi.
Nice. So if you were paying attention, you would have seen that it did significantly more damage to the attacks he's doing.
Third bridge fight is kind of interesting because you're kind of a bit of multitasking going on with trying to stagger everything simultaneously, and
yeah, it's pretty chaotic. It's not as bad as it used to be. We used to use vanilla in this fight as well and have to depend on some debuffs, but that's not as necessary anymore, which is nice. But the general idea here is to use Thundaris, which are AoE, and so we can stagger multiple enemies at once.
That was a good issue too.
That was a very nice issue too. So there you can see ZwanZig's managed to stagger the Thermodon, but okay, there we go. Everything's staggered now. And now that the Thermodon is staggered, its water weakness is exposed, and so Saz will water people when he's in Synergist, and then we can just blitzes and everything will die pretty fast.
yeah. The soldiers had very low chain duration though. Oh, and now I'm pained.
Yeah, so that's why we bought the painkillers in Chapter 9, is because this fight can cause pain and fog.
God. Tell me the Thermodon is going to de-stagger.
That would be kind of rough.
There we go. Okay. Turned out fun in the end.
At least it doesn't do Carapace right away, so you'd have a little bit of time still.
Yeah,
I'm going for the
it dropped
decent
down
strat
to
here.
Yep.
it dropped back down to 100% chain, which is not great.
Yeah, like we mentioned earlier, chain also affects damage, so you don't really want an enemy to destagger while you're wailing on it. So here you'll get to see a pretty cool strat from Zwanzig using a Decept here. It makes this fight a lot faster than it normally is.
Yeah.
A little bit risky because I'm not going to use Sentinel.
Yeah, it can be a little risky,
Yeah.
but it's a great strat.
Best case scenario, it's about 35 seconds faster,
Yeah, something like that.
but like, without using Sentinel, it's a bit risky because you could die.
Yeah, it's almost faster to the point where it'd be worth grinding another Decept for it.
Yeah, it's definitely the closest thing we've come to having to get another Decept.
Well, the closest outside of the, like, manual preamps.
Yeah.
Like, technically,
But-
if you can always do the manual preamps consistently, you should use your Decepts here, but
Yeah.
just quality of life thing, no one wants to do that.
Yeah, that fight takes a lot longer when you don't have a Decept, because you're basically just stuck attacking the flying guys with only lightning, because you just need the others for tanking and buffing.
So now Zwanzig's coming up on Barthandelus 1. This fight is a bit of a mess to explain.
Yeah.
The general
I'll manage, I'm
idea
sure.
is at the start of the fight, he has 4 additional enemies. You have to take all those down first and then defeat the main head. And so the kind of idea is to set up the fight so that Saz is giving everybody an end spell, because each head is weak to a different element. And then generally just kind of attacking things and whittling the heads down, taking them all out in a kind of pretty quick method, because if you leave them alive long enough, they start doing more and more damage. And then once all the heads are taken out, we'll get onto the main bar head, and there's a kind of trick to it which we'll explain when we get there, but hopefully he gets it.
Yeah. Once you've destroyed 2 heads, the remaining 2 start doing bigger spells.
Yeah. So they start off doing this like base level spells like fire, blizzard, thunder, etc. And it's 1 for each element. And then when you kill 2, they do level 2 spells, and when you kill 3, the last one does a level 3 spell until you kill it. So if you're not careful, you can end up taking a lot of damage.
Yeah.
Also, Lou's just doing Havoc Sky Tank here, so hopefully he gets a good fight. And we'll just kind of let Bart rock, and then explain the trick to the end of the fight when we get there.
Cocoon's nothing to you?
Hunting in my inventory there to find it.
Ooh. Yeah, Where's the Lubroscope is the best minigame in 13.
Oh, this it's that my buffing is messed up, it seems.
I think you should be fine.
Well, I didn't get Infrost on Lightning initially. Like, because I was slow on doing the Libroscope, Saz started casting something else instead, because he...
It would be
casting
Vigilance.
so he's doing Vigilance.
But that's fine, because you want Vigilance as well.
But now we should get into the correct pattern from here on out.
Yep, that's good. Also, I guess a minor thing is that you want to do strings of 3 attacks, not 4 attacks, because the animation on the last attack is a bit longer, and it takes Lightning a while to recover, because she does her ready animation at the end of it.
Gosh. Like, everything's a little bit messed up because of what happened earlier. Last head has a lot of health and protect, so this is far from ideal.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make a safety save here, not because it's actually a safety save, but because one of my FF13 discs does not load Chapter 8.
Yep.
I thought you got rid of it.
I still have it somewhere. I'm not good at throwing things away.
Little did I know, I inserted that disc into his PS3 prior to the run.
Well, then I'm seeing something that looks a lot like Chapter 8, but isn't Chapter 8.
Yeah. Okay, so ZwanZig's now on the final head of the main head, and he's staggered it, and he'll chain up a little bit higher. And then the general kind of idea is to keep the head stun locked by alternating attacks between Snow, Saz, and Lightning. And if we do that, we skip his big attack, which is the Strudo, which I'm sure everybody remembers from casual play. But this looks pretty good.
Oh. Not really.
Ooh. Okay.
Oh god, don't kill me.
That was lucky.
That was pretty
Didn't target lightning.
Damn!
Oh my god.
Oh,
Wow. That was nice.
just before you get the chain hitting, resetting.
Although,
That did not go according to plan at all.
wasn't sub 3 bar reset, Kappa?
It was a sub 3 fight, not a sub 3 hour.
Yeah. So what happened there is basically.
If anyone cares, that was a gold split though, so.
Nice. Saz and Snow's attack were a little bit too lined up, and so there was a bit of a gap between the end of Lightning String and Saz's Ruin. And that just kind of let Bart break out of the stun lock, and then he started doing things, and as you saw, the shooter started up, but luckily ZwanZig was able to hit him down before
the main
the
thing
actual
was that
attack
he got Thanatosian's smile off as I was still doing things with Lightning, and she was at very low health.
Yeah, that
And
was
I
a bit sketchy.
Yeah, if that had hit her, you would have died.
Yep.
She was just off to the side to where it didn't hit her, so.
Yeah, that was super lucky. Yeah, but the reason we don't want the shooter to start off is partly because it does a lot of damage, but also because when it starts up, it drops Bart's chain gauge back down to 0, even if he's staggered. But luckily, ZwanZig was able to kill him, or at least do enough damage by the time that happened, so it wasn't a problem. Also, this fight here with the two Pulsewick champions is the fight we mentioned earlier, or Pulsewick Knights, sorry, where if Snow doesn't get provoked off in time, it can go really badly.
Speaking of which...
I had to open my mouth.
Yeah.
So yeah, that happens.
There's nothing you can do about that.
There pretty much is nothing you can do.
Could have potioned.
You have to react to it
actually,
fast
well,
enough.
yeah, but I never realized it in time.
Reacting fast enough to potion in time is kind of bad, because you're on a bit of a time limit with the chaining as well.
I almost thought Lightning was just gonna dodge the hit from jumping back.
It looked like
No.
that, but I guess you were just in range still. Oh man. So that was a bit rough because it still took Snow a long time to provoke, although it didn't really matter too much because they were targeted on Snow anyway. But he did manage to get headspin off Witch Lord Snow. But yeah, once they get close to stagger, you go into Malevolence, you let Snow stagger one of them, you get Endfire, and because they're weak to fire, they just kind of melt.
I didn't actually get it on Snow, but whatever.
You don't really need it on Snow, really.
Nah, they died pretty fast regardless.
Yep. And now, every character has access to every role, and we can freely choose the Battles team. Which we'll immediately do by not changing the battle team at all. Or paradigms. For the rest of the chapter.
Or using the Crystarium.
Yep. We pretty much set up all for the chapter 10 of the small paradigm menu you saw at the start, like just before the fight. Which makes chapter 10 like a really pretty efficient chapter when it comes to menuing. It used to be a lot worse, but we changed strats around a bit. And that was just super nice. It's a fun chapter.
Yeah, it's a nice come down from Chapter 9, which is a really intense chapter.
Yeah, especially like the end of Chapter 9 gets really intense. So Chapter 10, which for the most part, at least the first half of it, is a lot of dodging. It's a nice kind of chill moment to kind of calm down a bit.
Until you get to Gremlins, then you just rage.
Yeah, so most of the dodges between here and the next kind of mid-boss are pretty consistent, but can kind of troll you a bit if they want to.
That's the opposite of consistent.
I mean, I don't have any problems, but you seem to get trolled by them a lot worse than I do, so I don't know.
It's a lot of trying to manipulate the enemies into creating openings for you.
There's definitely a few that you can just run past and they never see you.
Yeah.
There's a few that will see you but won't get you in time. There's a few where you kind of have to be a bit more subtle and manipulate their positions a bit more carefully to get past.
Like, Chapter 9 is so difficult that, that there are so many things that can go wrong, that the one I just had was my best ever, and you saw that part 1. That was not that... But I think I said recently that all I wanted out of a Chapter 9 was getting the Destrudo skip, 3 or fewer failed dodges, and no deaths. And I had 3 failed dodges, barely got the Destrudo skip, and I didn't die, so hey.
Close enough. So Lucius coming on to a Midlight Reaper now, so hopefully he gets good debuff RNG as well. Prepare your thanks vanills.
And Zwanzig is coming up the elevator that we mentioned earlier. The second longest break you'll get in the run.
All 15 to 20 seconds of it.
Yeah.
Oh boy, what am I gonna do with all this time?
Spam thanks vanil.
Well, at least we shouldn't run into Psycom here.
Damn it, my keyboard didn't...
Oh.
Oh god, now I'm trying it. I'm finishing this thanks vanilla if it's the last thing I do.
Hey, Vanilla didn't get poisoned in that opening string. That's unusual.
That's, yeah, wow.
One of the keys on my keyboard wasn't cooperating.
Nice, that was a very good debuff log.
Oh.
And nice, Swansea got the dodge that he hates. That everyone hates, really.
Yeah.
It's the worst dodge in Chapter 10 for sure.
Yeah.
Mm.
And probably one of the worst in the game.
Yeah, there's the behemoth and birds later, which can be annoying, but sometimes it's just free.
Yeah. I mean, that one's pretty free on a decept, but you can't really decept that one that Swansea just did.
Yeah.
Because there's a bunch of gremlins at the back, which are completely blocking the path in their positions where they start, because they have extremely wide hitboxes.
For no reason.
Was that poison killed, Luke?
I'm not sure. It happened off screen.
It died, that's the important bit.
It was either blitz or poison.
Mm. Right, so Zwanzig is coming up to the Sid, and when Sid reaches 50% HP, he'll transform and do an attack.
A move. Yeah, Seraphic Ray.
which is just the worst thing he can do, and it might be enough to kill.
Yeah, I saw
depending-
someone survive it recently.
Yeah.
I think it might have been Kawhi.
I think if it targets Snow when he's in Sentinel, then Fringe Ward can
Yeah, I
save you.
think it was Fringe Ward that saved him there.
Yeah.
Sort of what I figured.
But the general idea with this fight is to leave Snow in Sentinel and tank all the attacks, and you just chain Sid, and chain Sid, and chain Sid.
Yeah.
And
then
we pretty
launch
much.
him.
Yeah, we want to stagger him, and then we'll launch him and kill him after stagger.
So that he doesn't transform and nearly kill us.
Yeah. But there is a bit of RNG attached to this fight, especially if you don't get an Aegisaur,
Yeah.
because he does shifts every now and again. He'll always start an offensive shift, and then go defensive or recovery, and then the third one is always offensive, and then the fourth one is either defensive or recovery. And you can skip the fourth shift if you're really kind of good at the fight, but it's not anywhere near guaranteed. And if he does defensive shift, you can't kill him just from a stagger and normal attacks, because he then resists physical and magical damage, which means it's reduced by 1/10. It's like reduced to 1/10.
I think he halves it at base, but when he guards, it's basically just, a guard.
Yeah, okay.
So it reduces it further. But if you launch him, you're only doing half the damage that you would expect, and you can't kill him in a single stagger.
Yep. So if that happens, what we'll do is, instead of launching him immediately, the idea will be to chain him up to 999.9% and wait for offensive shift, and then launch him. Okay,
Oh, I got
Swansea got recovery shift, so he's good. You can just kill him, well, launch and kill him, whatever. There we go. And this should be free now.
Timing your attacks so that he stays in the air.
Oh, right, I messed up something slightly, so Snow's haste ran out because it was inflicted kind of earlier.
You probably
That's fine.
just didn't spend enough time in Melevins, but it's fine.
Yeah.
No, I think I spent too much time in the initial paradigm. Something.
Oh, maybe. I don't know.
I did something weird, but it worked out fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
You didn't get an attack off, that's the important thing.
Yeah. See, if he lands and you give him a couple seconds, he will transform.
Yep,
And-
and once he starts the transformation, it's uninterruptible.
Yeah.
That's a bad time.
Can still kill him during that, Lude.
This is true. But
What's
it's
up?
not something you should aim for.
You killed Sid during Seraphic Ray once, it was great.
Ah, yeah. That
I
was
killed him
glorious.
with double smite before.
Also pretty good.
A lot of the fights in this speedrun are kind of set up in the way where if they go like slightly wrong, but not completely wrong, you can get some pretty great deaths out of them.
Mm.
Like pretty great kills off the boss, not deaths on your team. Like during certain animations and stuff.
Yeah.
Killing
really
Bart
played that-
during Thanatosian, whatever, is usually a pretty good one.
I should really play that bomb elevator safer and just do another circle around the bombs, because I have a lot of times where I'm like, please let me get off, please let me get off, please let me get off, and then right before I get hit, I get off.
I start in a different corner.
Yeah, so that elevator, you have to dodge the bombs, and if you get into the bombing counter, you retry, and it puts you at the start of the top of the elevator. So it wastes a lot of time, and you have to do the dodge again.
Yeah.
Or you can fight the bombs, but that's also really slow.
Or you can decept, but that means
Yeah, but then you have to
cancelling it.
cancel the decept and that wastes time, so...
Mm.
And the bombs move randomly, so you can still get caught anyway, if you're not careful.
Mm.
And also, Lude's in the start chapter 9 now, so hopefully the second fight goes a bit better for him than it did for Zwanzig. Okay, looks like that fight went pretty solid for Lude.
Yeah, it's fine. Almost hopeless, but Still has hope.
8 HP. It's 7 more than you need.
Yeah.
And a positive number of incentive chips.
Nice. It was just 1.
One.
That's not too bad.
I got at least 1 in the previous fight, so I have 2, and I want 2, so...
You're pretty set. So again, we're kind of at the point where both players are just kind of doing a load of dodges. This one that Zwanzig's coming up on is a pretty interesting one. It can sometimes be really free and sometimes be really horrible. Looks like, yep, nice.
That time it was really free.
So the birds will follow you, and sometimes when they run after you, they just will stop near you or like not even run into you. And sometimes they just kind of ignore you completely.
This elevator, he'll use decep because these birds are just so fast. Especially
there's not a long time that you have to dodge them, because when the birds come down, you're almost at the bottom of the elevator. But that time spent with the birds is just
it feels a lot longer.
Yeah.
Lawless outside.
Nice.
Nice. Ice cream! Buy me 1 coffee. Okay, thanks. Okay, so this little bridge here that Zwanzig's on is full of bird encounters, and it's a mess, and... funnily enough...
Nope.
Okay, so we always decept this,
Jeez.
and it's terrible even with a decept, as you can see.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to do the last one without a decept.
Recently, we came across a 13 casual stream, and we're watching it for a bit, and they managed it first try without decept, and it was like, what?
Nice respawn there.
As well?
Spawned inside the bird.
Yeah, I think Sarah's done it without decept. I think Lou's done it without decept before.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Leeds done it in trade.
Okay, I'm gonna stop trying this now, because...
Yeah, please do. Well, I mean, you can keep failing it if you want, actually,
Yeah,
that's fine.
try it for another 15 minutes.
Wait, was I running the wrong way there as well? I'm not even sure anymore.
No? I don't think you were.
I don't know.
You can't have been facing away from the battle zone, that wouldn't make any sense.
Well, I don't know. Because I spawned inside of a bird. One.
Yeah, that just happens.
Whatever. Done with this.
Yep. So Zwanzig's now heading up to the fourth? Yes, fourth. The fourth guest star fight, which is Fang's Eidolon, which is Bahamut. And this fight is...
Tight.
Well, okay. I'm going to finish that sentence, because we know what happens when I finish that sentence. And I'm sure every known knows in this call what I was going to say.
Yes.
I wasn't paying attention, so no.
Okay. But it's fine. I'll say it up.
Okay, cool.
But the general idea with this fight is to inflict slow and curse as Fang, which generally make Bahamut a lot less irritating, I guess. And then we'll just sit in Relentless Assault and build up the guest stopper. Okay, he got slow, that's good.
Tanking attacks in combat clinic.
Slow. Didn't get the potion thing.
Yeah, so if you're fast, you can throw a potion there and not get launched by Whirlwind, but it's not too bad if you don't.
Yeah. We've got the Tragic Crown on Fang, so if she drops to red, she gets a load of defensive buffs as well.
Yeah, she basically
Just
gets an Aegis Soul at low health.
Just as a bit of a safety net.
Okay, looks like Lewd also failed the preempt on the plans. That's a bit of a shame.
Yeah, but I got lots
Good
of
deep
buffs,
attack.
so it's very fine.
Nice. Yeah, so this is a bit of a rough Bahamut for Zwanzig. It looks like he didn't even go for Curse, so...
I usually don't if I already have slow. I don't know.
Fair enough. But you got through it, it's all good. And it was still sub 1, so it's all good.
Yeah, 54.
Okay, so I was going to say Bahamut is free. But I'm pretty sure every time I've said that, someone has died to Bahamut within like the next 10 minutes, so...
Yeah. But if you don't get any...
I have not
deaths,
fought
it
Bahamut
can
yet.
It can get annoying.
It's fine. There's
Well
still like
then.
ages until you fight Bahamut. It'll have worn off by then.
Nah. Curses never forget.
Well, with that, Zwanzig is now done with Chapter 10. He moves on to Chapter 11 and onto the planet of Grampos. And this is kind of the point where the game opens up a little bit more. But for the purposes of the speedrun, we have a bit of a kind of like... We're just running to the next summon fights, basically. Which is to progress the plot.
Yeah.
So in a couple of minutes, you'll see Alexander, which is Hope's Eidolon fight. And then probably like, what, 15-20 minutes afterwards, you'll see Hackathon, which is the last summon fight, and it is Vanille's.
I was very confused for a second why I only gained a little bit of time on my PB in that chapter, but then I remembered I died at the start.
Yep.
Because otherwise it was good except for the bird bridge.
Yeah, that also wasted quite a bit of time. So it looks like Lude was fine on money as well in the chapter menu, so that's good.
Yeah. Incentive chips are the best way to get that.
Yep. So neither runner has gill issues for the rest of the run now. So all the shopping and upgrading should be pretty free.
Yep.
That's good to see. These dodges that Zwanzig are doing is they control if they want to. A lot of them are pretty difficult. Well, not really difficult, but like technical. It can kind of
They're
in
fairly
weird
similar
ways.
to the ones in Chapter 10 where you had like kind of the same types of enemies, the flans and the slugs. Slugs you can kind of they jump at you, and you can actually kind of make use of that by having them jump over you and running forward just as they do that. I love doing that, it's great.
It's pretty good. And these big flans you can bait out as well by walking to one side so it moves towards you, and then veering off to the side so it tries to attack where you aren't.
Fancy.
Yeah, it went a bit early there. Well, speaking of dodges, Lude is coming up on Gandalf, so we'll see how he does on that.
I don't generally fail it.
I don't think
I don't
anyone
generally
generally
fail it. I
fails
failed
it.
it today.
You can sometimes just get stuck in the middle and decide not to back up.
Yeah, well, you can also decide not to walk out sometimes as well. Which
Also,
gets more
Vanille
reward.
can just decide to block your way.
Yes, that happens too often. But that was good. That was first try. Very
Yeah.
nice.
Yep.
Okay, here's Alexander for Zwanzig. This fight is pretty set. It's a pretty tight strat. The general idea is to get Fang to run forward by going to a Relentless Assault to start the fight, and then just letting her aggro Alex in Sentinel right next to him for the rest of the fight. And then we'll just be shifting between Relentless Assault and several Sentinel paradigms so that we can deal chaining and not die.
Yeah. In that first part, if Fang attacks Alex before you shift, she won't get provoke off in time, and Alex will hit Hope.
Yeah. Or,
That's
well,
the-
he'll target a random party member.
Well, for me, it's always Hope.
Depending on who he targets, bad things can happen.
Yeah.
Oh, Vanille died.
Oh, that's not good.
Did you stagger?
No,
Mhm.
he's still a bit off. He should be fine though.
Yeah. I just didn't
Nice.
expect her to die since she was healing herself. That never happened before.
Oh god, Fang missed provoke.
Uh-oh.
At least,
Well,
I don't usually
At
see
least
that
it's-
on this site.
Okay, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine.
yeah.
You just had a physical combo. The worst thing that can happen is that Provoke doesn't go off or misses or something, and then he does Blast Punch Explosive Fist, which is enormous AoE and does lots of damage. And that's a terrible time. I mean, that can suck even if Fang provokes and it's very far away from you, because it can still hit from the AoE. But now the fight is completely free, because as long as he always gets to provoke off of Fang, it's never gonna hit Hope. Because Alex is facing the wrong way.
It's close to finishing anyway.
I think at one point Lude actually came out with a strat where you didn't use provoke at the start of the fight to try and get Alex to face the other way, but it wasn't consistent.
Yeah, if he uses anything other than 2 pounds, you die.
Yeah.
Especially if it's blast punch.
Yeah.
Yep. So obviously that's not really a good thing to go for, but it was almost a good thing.
Yeah, I tried it 5 times, then I got 5 pounds, so I thought, oh, that means that he always does that, and then...
Nope.
Then I tried it the next day and I got 5 blast punches.
That's just harsh.
I'm like, okay, fine, point proven, I'm not doing this strat.
Okay, so this is the part where we mentioned earlier, where the game gives us Hope lead by default, but we switch away from it immediately because Hope runs slower. And since we actually have the choice to not run as Hope where possible, we will choose not to. And the other reason is we'll set up paradigms here for a fight that we're going to fight in a little while, which is technically optional, but is known by quite a lot of people who play casually, which is the Behemoth King and MLSTRM fight. And we'll be fighting that because it gives us 6,000 CP for very little time investment, and that really helps with getting our Crystarium to a useful point for later in the run.
Yeah, it lets us get Vanille's 4th ATB for Hackathon, which is a pretty big time save.
It also lets us get Snow's accessory and ATB before Proc Lab 1 in Chapter 12.
Which is pretty much necessary.
It's important, like super important. It used to be
I think Lude's done it without it, and he's like, what are you guys talking about? It's easy.
Lude says that about a lot of things.
Yeah.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention. What do I think that's easy?
We're talking about like the necessity of killing Behemoth King and MLSTRM for Snow's development. Actually, kill PC1.
Yes.
And then we were saying that you say it's free to not do it.
Well, I don't think I've yet to fail killing PC1 with 1 fewer accessory slot on Snow, but I think that Hackathon just became monstrously slow.
Yeah, I can see that happening.
So it's like the time you gain is then immediately lost, but then you're worse off, so there's no point.
Yeah, having the 4th ATB slot on Vanilla for Hackathon is definitely really nice. It also makes up a little bit for the fact that we skip a fight that we used to think was mandatory in Chapter 12, which we'll get into more when we get to it. But it's pretty much the same amount of CP overall.
Yeah, it still gives us what we need for our.
It actually gives us like slightly more, I think.
Yeah, it gives us a little bit more, but getting CP earlier is usually better because you get the benefits from it earlier on.
If we could get part PC1 without losing any time, it would probably be worth it. But wow, they did. Wow,
they did not want to be fought.
Yeah. Again, this is another group where they kind of attack themselves and don't really pay attention to what you're doing, so they can just run around and never get hit by you. But because of that, it's a free preempt, and so we can run in, buff, vanilla debuff, kill MLSTRM first, and then kill the Behemoth King after.
Yeah.
The reason we do it that way around is because MLSTRM doesn't really do anything when it gets to low HP, but we really want to launch the Behemoth King, because with all behemoths, when they get to low HP, they will stand up, they will heal themselves with all debuffs, and they will fully heal themselves. And that's not something you want to happen, because they get a lot more aggressive when that happens.
Yeah. Not all behemoths, though. Feral doesn't.
Oh, right. Feral doesn't, I guess. Yeah.
The really early ones basically don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, all the ones you encounter from Chapter 10 onwards do.
I think the ones in Chapter 7 as well, actually. Are behemoths.
Yeah, but we dodge those, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah.
Obviously, yeah.
Well, we don't find the ones in Chapter 10 either. So Lude's now starting the bridge section of Chapter 9. So he's coming up on the end of the chapter pretty soon. Whereas Swanzig's now entering the Mahabara, which is just a kind of underground cave area that we have to progress through.
With robots for some reason.
Swanzig loves this next dodge, by the way. It's his favorite.
Yes.
It's also the most consistent and the most fun in the entire game.
Oh, I should have switched party members. Wow. I could have gotten that if I'd switched to Vanille.
You probably could, yeah. So basically, the idea with this dodge is to kind of stand at the side and they will walk in to see you, and then you can slip past them. But it's a bit of a mess, really, getting them to line up properly and get enough space to get Saz to get through, because Saz and Snow have the two widest hitboxes for dodging reasons, and Vanille has the third widest hitbox. It's kind of one of the downsides that we have. Yeah, one of the downsides that we have from switching from Fang to Snow is the fact that we've kind of lost a good party member for doing dodges with. But in this case, it works out not too bad. However, things like things like the hoplites, you definitely feel it a lot more. Also, this is a cool dodge. You stand near this phalanx and he'll turn around to look at you, and then you can just walk past him. Easy.
Shout out to Lude.
Oh man.
Tried to point out how easy that dodge was in his RPG Limit Break run, and then failed it.
That dodge is so easy, I don't know why anyone ever fails it, including myself.
Well... such things happen in a marathon. So what Zwanzig's doing now is what we call the Mahabara menu. It's a pretty sizable menu, and it sets us up pretty much all for the rest of the game. There's like a couple of smaller menus still to go, but this is a pretty major one, specifically because once you actually get to this shop in the Mahabara, it opens a couple more shops to you, and you gain more components and weapons and things you're able to buy at this point.
Zwanzig, have you switched to getting the black belt here?
No, I haven't.
No, he hasn't.
No.
That's something we can talk about when Lude gets here, I think.
Yeah.
But there's a slight difference in strat, or like divergence for the next fight coming up, which is Hector Chair. Also, it's worth pointing out that we buy foul liquids here, and this is the first time we can really sensibly buy them. And the reason we buy those is because foul liquid recovers us from daze, and the boss at the end of Chapter 11 can inflict daze on our body, and it's really not good. So daze is kind of like stop. You can't input any commands while doing it. You can still throw items, so you can still foul liquid yourself if you're dazed, which is good. But when you're hit by an attack, it does double damage. So it's obviously nice when we inflict daze on enemies, which we don't in this run, but when enemies inflict daze on us, it gets really nasty really quickly.
Yeah. And we also get holy waters for curse as well.
Yep. Curse in some ways isn't as bad, because the only fights that can inflict curse on us are ones where we use an Aegisol, so it has to get rid of the vigilance we have on the Aegisol first, and then recast curse again.
Mm-hmm.
So the chance of getting it to land is a lot less.
Yeah, but if you are cursed and keep getting hit, it's one of the most annoying things you can come
like we
across.
mentioned earlier, if you're cursed, you get hit out of things. Also, just to note, Snow is fogged on Lude's stream right now. And like we mentioned, if that happens, you really don't care.
Yeah.
That's why you brought it up.
Yep. But yeah, like, if you get cursed, there's definitely a couple of fights where it can get really frustrating trying to get attacks off, because you just get attacked out of everything.
Realize I don't know this menu.
Quick, to the notes.
Notes. So silly. Like, sometimes I'll just be doing a menu and I suddenly realize, oh wait, I don't know what to do.
So I had gotten a second Aegisol in second bridge fight,
Nice.
But I still lack bonus decepts or forts.
Well, you can get a decep from Bart.
You know, I wanted to do Raven's Sten on Snow to some extent, but
Yeah, the issue now for Lewd is that it's incredibly unlikely that he'll get a bonus shroud in time, so he's probably going to have to do a manual preempt that is not very nice to do. Chapter 11.
I think from here on out, the drop chances are less than
Less than
5.
1%, for sure. Although, that's not to say it can happen. I mean, we've had people had shroud drops in Chapter 12 and 13 before, which is like 1/6% or like 100%, respectively.
Yeah.
It's just obviously very, very unlikely.
there we go. Done with that menu.
Nice, good job.
That was an ordeal.
Yeah.
Also, you're seeing the slower strat here for Bridge 4 on Lewd's stream because he didn't have a decep, and so you can generally kind of see the idea is just to leave Snow in Sentinel, occasionally potion to make sure he doesn't die, and then take out all the flying enemies first, and then take out the Reaper afterwards.
This Psychom Reaper just did not like any of my buffs. He just kept dispelling them.
Yeah, that can happen. Luckily, Saz refreshes them faster than he can keep dispelling them, but it is frustrating.
I just realized my paradigms are wrong.
Oops. Luckily it doesn't matter too much for this fight, or even the next one. We've got a while to fix it.
Sure. What is wrong though? Sorry. Look. I have 2 devastations randomly.
One of those should be a tireless, I think.
Yeah.
Or an aggression.
Definitely, but then wrong as well. The rest of this is good.
So a slight subtle thing to point out here with this menu is we set it up so that the paradigm we lead with is currently 3rd. And the reason for that is because after you gain your party back after a force switch, like a summon battle, it'll make your default paradigm the 1st one. And for the next area after the summon fight, we want the default paradigm to be the one that's in the 1st slot. So we set the menu up in that way, just so we don't have to change default after the fight.
So effectively, yeah, we cut out a menu by having the game switch active paradigms for us.
Yeah, I mean,
Quite
well,
convenient.
the menu used to have an accessory shift in it as well, but we changed it all at the same time. It's just a kind of neat optimization. So
They're in
yeah,
here as well.
Lewd's coming up on Bar 1, and SwanZig's going to cut me up on Hackathon pretty soon. The fight for Hackathon is Vanille and Fang only, and the general idea is cast debuffs a lot as Vanille because it's the most effective guest stop thing we have, and generally try and stay alive. There's not really too much to explain about
Staying
it.
alive is pretty important.
Yeah.
I just want to point out in advance that there's about a 90% chance that I'll almost die in this fight.
Yeah,
That's kind of how I
SwanZig's good at
play
playing
it.
it risky.
Yeah.
And the other 10% is me actually dying, so there you go.
Yep, so again, we can kind of explain the Bot 1 fight here. So you see at the start, all 3 characters have a different end spell, and they're all attacking different heads. So it really speeds up the first kind of phase of this fight by doing this. Also, we'll be trying to keep the HP high, partly because we don't want to die, and partly because adrenaline is important. It really ups the damage potential. Yeah, so just real quick for ZwanZig, you'll see a lot of Sapcom and Sap7, and those are the only 2 paradigms we'll use in this fight. With Sapcom, when he's doing Looming Wrath, and then with debuffs, and then when he starts doing attacks, he effectively has 7 ATB to expend, normal attacks do 1, well, like some of his attacks do a 1. When he can do Quake, which uses Fury, and when he gets the 4 ATB or higher, he can then use Counter, which ends his string but does a lot of damage. So the most damaging thing he can do is quick counter, and you don't really want to see that. And ideally you kind of want longer strings, because the shorter strings are a lot harder to kind of line up the ships properly for.
That was a very good first half of part 1.
Yep, it was pretty textbook, and now the second half again, idea is to stagger up and hopefully get the stun lock. And I'll just kind of let these guys focus on their respective fights for now.
Mine's going pretty textbook as well. Oh, Fang, please guard. Thank you. Might have a Fang sacrifice here.
Yeah, she lost her buffs from Tetradic Crown. So that meant that she died.
Oh,
But
no,
you're close
need one
enough to
more.
the end.
One more. There we go.
That was quite nicely done. Lude got Destrudo.
Stagger ended, actually. So, he did Smile, but I somehow managed to re-interrupt him, which is very rare after Smile.
Yeah,
but
that's
Stagger
pretty
ended,
crazy.
and then he did the Strudo.
That was a bit unfortunate.
But managed to kill before him off, which is all good.
More importantly, didn't die, which is always a good thing.
Generally, not dying is faster than dying.
Indeed.
Words to live by.
So hopefully now Lude isn't going to die at the start of chapter 10 like ZwanZig did. And ZwanZig's just got a few dodges and just general movement to do for a while. There isn't really that much happening until he gets to the kind of next dungeon area, which is Tajian Tower, which is a bit of a like puzzle dungeon. I quite like it as an area, but I know a lot of people who don't.
I'm okay with it today since I have D-sets for the preempts, so yeah. I'll be
Way
fine.
to rub it in, Josh.
Oh, I'm sorry.
How rude.
Did you ever end up getting a fort?
Nope.
Nope.
Me neither. So,
Guys, 2
a
Aegis
part
Souls.
2. 2 Aegis Souls, okay, interesting.
Don't really know where you're going to use the second. I guess Hackathon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to make it free.
Yeah.
I like it when both get immediately provoked.
Yep, that's always nice.
This was the fight that ZwanZig died in earlier, right?
Yeah.
Alright, good. I thought I should get even
It's like
for the earlier
one of
comment.
my top 5 most frequent deaths is that fight. It's so dumb. I don't know why. It's definitely a fight that I die more
Well, Saz is
than
dead.
else. Although, in that case, there wasn't
I have to
really
revive him
much
because I need in fire.
Ooh,
that I
that's a
could
bit
have
rough.
done.
But now he's gonna haste himself, so it's gonna be a little bit slower, but better than lightning dying.
Definitely.
I'm not gonna bother waiting for snow, I'll just blitz them both. Yeah, wow.
Yeah, the actual damage and chain you did with Thunder really made that a lot quicker.
Yep.
As long as you can get past the start of that fight, it's usually pretty safe.
Julia Springs. Has a nice name, has kind of nice music, but nothing happens here at all.
Not in
Yeah.
this run, at least.
5% we go here a lot.
Yep. Still don't do much, but we go hurt a lot.
There's that one mission which is pretty neat that we do here with
Yeah,
the
true.
Yeah, with the Uranus,
Zernitra.
right?
I meant the Zernitra, but
Oh.
Oh yeah, that's a thing as well.
Yeah.
Too many Zenitras to keep track of. Can't remember them all.
I just thought you were talking about activating 62, so I thought I would just subvert the intention with a joke. I'm almost awake. It's almost noon.
Ooh, getting trolled by the frogs a little bit. No, that's not too bad. I've never seen anyone actually dodge out on the left side.
I always do it that way.
Apparently, I never pay attention when you get to this point in runs. Slash,
Yeah.
you never get
Well,
to this point in runs.
Nothing happens in Sulia, so
Yeah.
True.
Yeah, that was the last
that dodge
dodge.
is like the
and-
most interesting thing in the whole area.
Yeah, probably. I don't know, dude. Cutscene skips are pretty exciting.
Boy,
Do you think this whole area should have had encounters?
gonna skip a cutscene and then hold on
Yeah,
to
let's
your
skip
hats.
two, actually.
I'm gonna skip another cutscene.
Yep. And then you're gonna walk from a spring into a desert because that makes logical sense.
Doesn't it? I'm not much of a geography expert.
Yeah, aren't there like oases or something?
Yeah,
That's
I
like
guess.
a thing in a desert that randomly has water and plants.
It's not even much of a desert, it's kind of like a canyon.
Yeah, true.
Regardless, we won't be in it for long because big tower that we have to scale.
Time's a wasting.
Yep. Tajian's Tower, which is the era coming up, is a pretty big chunk of Chapter 11. And it definitely contains most of the fights.
Yeah. 6 mandatory missions in order to progress through it.
And a boss at the end.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
Ooh.
Got juked out by that monogamer. I was like, okay, he's not
Monogamers.
gonna bother me, but no.
They're easy. They're just slow Adamanthorons.
Yeah, well, I decept on Antherons, so.
Yeah, fair point.
I'm struggling with these gremlins. I don't know why. Gremlins are just monogamers in a costume.
They're wide enough to be monogamous. Most enemies have pretty accurate hitboxes for dodging reasons, but for some whatever reason, gremlins are a lot wider than they look.
I think it's because of their wings.
Even so, I mean, it's almost as bad as flans. Flans are pretty bad sometimes.
Well, the flans have that reach, don't they?
Yeah.
Specifically thinking of those lovely tomato things that we have to deal with in Plat Percent.
I hate that so much.
For those who don't know, Plat Percent is like
All achievements.
all
Yeah,
achievements,
it's the
basically.
completion category for this game.
It requires all missions.
At 5 stars.
Yeah. Among a bunch of other things, but
All
a lot of it
missions,
is the
Max
missions.
Crystarium, Treasure Hunter, and some other stuff. It's a fun run though.
Pretty fun, yeah. About 19 hours.
Yeah, something like that.
So, Lude's got an age soul for Sid.
Yep.
Which,
So you're going to see a faster strat here?
Yeah. So, is it just the conditional modifiers mean that you stagger before
Yeah.
you can
You
get
can
some
also.
chance to?
So yeah, there's 2 reasons this fight is faster with an Age of Soul. The first is you get more Ravager training modifiers because you have more boss on, And the second one is because Snow has Protect on, he takes a lot less damage, so you have the potion a lot less.
And all of that means that you stagger while he's in offensive shift, and he doesn't get the chance to go defensive.
Yeah, it's really consistent to stagger in the offensive shift. Also, because you have Vigilance, it's a lot easier because you can interrupt him like in between attacks, and it kind of slows him down in general. So it's just a lot safer and a lot faster.
Yep. Easy stagger.
Nice. So while Lewd is beating up Sid, Zwanzig is just working on preempting Jello Titan. Jello Titan is the first of the 6 forced missions we have to do in Tation's Tower. It's like 2 sets of 3, and completing each set of 3 gains access to the next part of the tower. And you can do them in any order, so we do Jello Titan first because it just works out more efficiently. And the general idea with pretty much all of these fights is that we preempt them, buff, debuff, chain a little bit, and then blow them up. And the subtleties for each fight are a little different. 2 fights we'll be using them on, but the rest we'll be doing with the party. And 1 fight you can't preempt because you just can't preempt the enemy without a decept really. Well, okay,
It's happened
you technically
once.
can.
All of the ones that I've heard of.
Yeah.
So you're saying there's
Effectively
a
impossible.
chance?
Yes, there is a chance, but it is effectively impossible. But yeah, that was a good job, Titan. Fight doesn't really usually go wrong. The biggest variance in time just comes from hitting the preempt and how far away it is when you stagger it, because obviously you want it to be closer and not launched very high, so you can do the most damage with Blitz.
A lot of the fights in this part of the game are very, very nasty if you were to fight them straight up. Probably largely because the game kind of expects you to have done some optional side content when you were at Arkild's Step. So,
or at
like,
least
most of these fights would destroy us if we fought them straight up. Also, Zwanzig, would you move out of the way? Thank you.
Yeah, so this Malagma here is called Zwanzig for reasons. Basically, it all comes down to the fact that we were in the race once, and Zwanzig said, "Oh, I never failed dodging this Monogma," and then I got walled there for like 10 minutes. So it's now called Zwanzig. Similarly, there's an enemy after me for the same reason.
Yeah, so just recently. Coming up on that soon.
changing party leader in the middle of a battle zone. Always the best plan.
It's just a bunch of, like, pulse work, whatever they
Champions. They won't catch
Champions are the ones in Chapter 10.
No.
Oh, no,
Knights.
wait,
they're
Chapter
Knights.
9. Okay, sorry, you're wrong. Okay,
I made
I'm
the
wrong.
mistake earlier, the other way around, in Chapter 10.
Wait,
That's possible.
what am I doing?
Uh-oh.
Fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It might be fine.
It's not your chain durations
It's
like.
not fine.
It's not fine.
Yeah, that's not fine.
Oh.
Okay, that was a mess.
Yeah.
This is why I was not going to talk during fights.
So this is the first time you'll see Hackathon be used in a run. Hackathon's Gestalt finisher, which is Guy and Salvo, has the highest damage multiplier of any attack in the game. It's a bit beefy.
It's the easiest way to break the damage cap.
Yep. And we will do that in that fight, in this fight actually.
Yeah.
So general idea is get a preempt, you stagger the enemy, do a bit more chaining to fill the gas dot up, do some force blasters, which do a bit of damage and some more chaining, and then guidance salvo. And as I'm sure some people will know, there is a very specific emote that likes to get spammed at this point, which is Vanilgasm, so chat, go nuts.
I would probably type that out if my left hand wasn't busy right now.
Okay, let's see how the birds and behemoth treat Lude. Hopefully he gets through here without too much of a problem. Yep, nice.
They barely even notice it.
Yep.
Those are my favorite dodges.
Agreed.
Oh no, my favorite dodges are the ones that never see you. Those ones did see me, they just never moved.
Yeah, true. So now Zwanzig's attempting to preempt me. Yep, got it, nice. This Garen Gadget can kind of troll sometimes, but it wasn't too bad then. And again, similar kind of strat to Chill the Titan, preempt, debuff, buff, kill. The kind of subtlety with this fight is you want to use attacks instead of blitzes because you're not actually hitting enough blitz bullets to do more damage with blitz than you are with attacks.
Yeah, and Saz seems to have problems with blitzing launched targets.
Yeah, especially when they're close to him.
Yeah.
Also, another subtlety is kind of similar to with Part 1, where we want to do 3 attacks because the final attack animation has a longer animation and takes longer to recover. So we just do 3 at a time. Okay, Lude's doing the bird bridge here. Hopefully he doesn't fail it like Zwanzig did.
Like the Brock Fridge.
Yes, Brock Bridge.
The Brid
But that was good.
Yeah, I'm gonna start calling it the Brid Burge.
Brid Bridge. What have I done? Okay, so coming up here, Zwanzig's gonna have to dodge Webster Net, which is another 2 monogamous.
We just like nicknaming enemies, okay?
Yeah, pretty much. We have Link as well coming up eventually. It makes it easier to refer to enemies as opposed to the 7th group of monogamous or whatever. Like, just easier to have nicknames for most places. But yep,
so close to the door there, but if you tried going through, you'd have been caught.
Yeah, well, see, if it was just one of them chasing me, I would have tried to do a sidestep to dodge them, but with both, that usually doesn't work out so well, so I just...
Yeah.
Sometimes
the general idea with that dodge is just to kind of lure them out and then loop around them and get them to run in a different direction.
Sometimes I can avoid them for a long time, but getting to the door is just more difficult.
Okay, Lude's getting kind of trolled on Bahamut because he got an immediate whirlwind, but he does have slow, so it's a good start at least. Didn't land curse, but that's not too much of a problem. Ooh, another early whirlwind. This is not good. This is really not good. Okay, lightning's dead. Lightning dying is fine, usually. But this is quite an aggressive Bahamut.
Yeah.
Which he can be if he wants to.
It's fine, my Tetradic activated, so I'm fine now.
Yeah. Alright, all good. Nice. That was fine in the end. Bit of a sketchy start, but it worked out okay. And it was still sub 1.
Yeah. It wasn't 38 seconds. But it was good.
Is that the new best?
Yeah, I got 38.
Yeah.
Best time for that was 39 for a long time.
The last I remember it was 42.
It's been 39 for over a year now, because Tionis did it in the first Plat race.
Oh.
Right, and we were all like, how?
No, that was Plat though, not any percent.
It's the same setup.
I had 54 today. I'm
Oh.
happy with that.
Yeah, it's the same setup, same strat, same fight, basically.
Oh. I thought Fang had more stats though.
Nope.
Hmm.
The only thing she would have is more HP, but if Armit doesn't attack lightning at the start of the fight anyway, it's not as fast, so it doesn't matter how much HP Fang has. Okay, so here's Zwanzig is using a Decept because he's a chump. This is the first of few fights that you can manually preempt, and you have to if you don't have enough Decept souls. But it's not too bad to manually preempt. We have a pretty good setup for it, which I'm sure we'll explain when Luke gets there.
Everything's kind of going wrong right now.
Ooh. Yeah. The general, like, this fight's a lot more complicated. The general idea is to give M water to Snow, and ooh, that's really rough.
Yeah, I gotta figure that was gonna happen. I was messing up all the inputs at the
At
start.
least you have a Decept, so you have to manually preempt it.
Yeah, see, if I had been doing this manually, then dying there would be really devastating.
Yeah.
I really need to practice this more, because I fucked this up way too much.
Yeah. So the two Yakshinis at the back are weak to water, so we give Snow and water, and then focus on Masuju, and that will mean that Snow will go and attack the Yakshinis, and then Snow is our main damage dealer, and will take down Masuju pretty fast when he's done with the other ones.
This is how that was supposed to go.
Yeah, that's much better. I mean, you can just see how much damage Snow does with every hit. It's pretty significant. Yeah, 22,000 damage a hit.
Ugh. Not doing good before Alex with dodges. I never seem to have a middle ground where, well, I mean, I've only failed 2 dodges, but I already feel like it's bad. It's like I don't ever only fail 0 dodges or many dodges, but nothing in between. But I guess 2 counts as many. And this is a terrible setup, and I guess I'm still in the battle zone as well. They're still chasing me.
Yeah, the battling zone expands really far. You got past it though, that's not too bad.
There's an interesting way to pass that dodge.
Yep. So the fight that Zwanzig just did is the first of the second set of 3 missions, but the second set of 3 is a lot more spaced out. So there's quite a while before the next fight for Zwanzig. Whereas Lewd is just getting into the Alexander fight now, so hopefully his goes a little bit more smoothly than Zwanzig's did.
The next fight I'm coming up to is another one of my nemeses, so to speak.
Yes.
Another fight that I die to like half my runs. Since I've already had 2 deaths in Tajins, this is boding well.
Well, 1.5.
Yeah.
Okay, Lewd's passed the bossing phase of Alex pretty smoothly, so the rest should be pretty nice. Unless he messes up his shift timings, which shouldn't happen, but you never know. And now, pretty much the time he gets on the fight is determined by which moves Alex uses. Some of them take more or less time. Make sure you go to roll level 3 for Saz, not 2.
I did.
Okay. Pretty common mistake to make in the Crystarium menu here is to only go to roll level 2 for Saz instead of roll level 3 in his Ravager. Yeah.
I changed my notes to say roll level 2, then roll level 3, just so that I don't forget it.
Yeah, and it's pretty important because between roll level 2 and 3 you gain access to Saz's Renew, which costs 2 TP and will revive any dead party members and heal half the max HP of all party members.
Pretty important for the next fight.
Yep.
And almost every fight from now on, actually.
Yeah. So also for the next fight, it's the one fight where there can be a scripted character death, basically.
Yeah. At one point...
That was a really nice Alex on Lewd's end.
If he targets the nail, Yeah, it's a script. Does a scripted Phoenix down or will renew.
Yep. So the fight is basically set up in a way that Vitala, which is the enemy we're about to go fight, there's one point where it can target one of the 3 characters, and if it targets Vanille, then she will die, and it is basically known. And so you always need to make sure you have at least one Phoenix down coming into this fight. Otherwise, there's a 1 in 3 chance you wipe. And
the one up in Chapter 7, and I haven't used one since.
Yeah. And if Vanille dies, bad things can happen to the fight, because it's also based on debuff RNG a little bit. So it's generally a bad time if Vanille dies, but it is recoverable. But it's definitely like the not wanted outcome. Ooh, wow, that vampire.
I should have just kept going. I think I could have made it past. Instead, I tried to go back, which was...
Yeah, I'm not sure. I didn't really see where it caught you, I just saw you get caught.
Agents, man.
No time can be lost in
beverages. No Tajans can be lost in time.
I don't know.
Yeah. So this
Sounds like
here
something that would
wanting...
totally happen in 13.2.
The enemy there that's once was waiting for is just a little bit weird, because sometimes it just won't spawn anywhere near you, and you won't have to dodge it. It's just kind of completely random.
So for the first time in this run, Zwanzig and I are in the same chapter.
Yep.
Actually, that happened like 10 minutes
That's
ago.
happened a couple of times already.
Has it?
No.
9?
No.
Oh no, it wouldn't be. Never mind. Yeah. Okay, so Vitala, general idea is haste, bravery, end spell, and then we get a smart bomb, and we start chaining, and we hope Vanille gets Imperil.
Imperil. Good.
Good. Okay. So at this point now, if it targets Vanille, we have to revive Vanille. If it targets anyone else, it's safe. If it targeted Snow, it's good. Okay. Go to Gorilla. Vanille will cast Deprotect because he's only can be affected by Deprotect once staggered. And we go to Tireless Charge and spam buffs. Okay, Snow getting pained is kind of a bad thing because he does contribute a large amount of our damage. Oh, and Vanille died. Okay, this is not good. Luckily his next cast is debuff, so it should be free. Oh, no, Snow died.
No died, but we're
nice,
fine.
Okay, cool. So, what happened there is Vitala's attack pattern is set. He'll always do AoE spells, then single type spells, then debuffs. The issue is, if you interrupt one of his strings by stagger cancelling or doing something else, it advances it one. And he staggered just as the debuff multicast was about to go off. And since that one doesn't do much damage, you kind of almost want that one to go off, but you don't really have much of a choice about it. And so he had to deal with a lot more damage output from Vitala than you sometimes would do. Which is why the fight was a lot sketchier. But you won. That's the important part.
Really, the main thing that made that scary is getting pained.
I'm sorry.
Oh wow. You go Snow.
Snow just did a fist pump before the end of the
Yep. That was
Because he
pretty
expected the behemoth to land and to launch, but instead it just looks like he fist pumped. That was funny.
Yeah, the ally, well, even main character AI gets a bit funky when you're trying to attack some launched enemies sometimes. Especially when they're like falling back down. So now that Lud's entering Mahabara and got a couple of dodges to do, Zwanzig is making his way to the final mission fight of Tajans, which is Penanglin and Conscience. This fight is a bit of a mess. It's another summon fight, and Lewd will, at the moment, have to manually preempt it, which is very difficult. Still kind of hoping he gets a decep because it sucks otherwise.
And this is the one that I intentionally grinded to get a decep for, because the manual preempt is really tricky to get, and in my opinion, just entirely random, but you know, your mileage may vary.
I was going to grind for it, and then I didn't. Luck
Good
will
plan.
go in my
Or
way.
best plan.
Luck will go in my favor, Lewd said as he skipped the rest of Chapter 2. Surely there's no way I can't go through the rest of the run without a bonus Deceptisol. Little did he know.
The fight itself is pretty easy because it's another one where we just do the summon.
Yep.
Not easy at all if you do it without. Yeah, I can
As
cast a
Platinum
Roga.
said, can confirm.
I'm probably gonna do 6 Force Blasters for one because I feel like my damage is quite low.
So this dodge is really cool. You just run up on the side and he opens up and you run straight through and it's easy.
Please tell me you got it.
I almost failed.
Yeah, that's a little close.
Who cares? I showboated properly.
Showboat did not crash this time. Okay, so that's all the Tatian's missions done for Zwanzig. He's now gonna start heading towards the top of the tower. He's got a bit of a sizable menu to do before he gets there, but it's not too bad. And then we have the boss of the tower, which is Dahaka. And Dahaka is a really cool fight. It's kind of, if we had one fight to explain all the concepts between how we use different roles in a speedrun, it would probably be Dahaka. Because every role gets used except Medic, which is accurate to the speedrun, to be honest.
Yeah.
Because the side note about Medic is, it's good, but Renew is better.
I have a lot of gil right now.
Nice.
I had like 9 incentive ships.
Wow.
So I'm upgrading the black belt here, which is different than what Zwanzig did. He didn't even purchase a black belt, let alone upgrade one that never existed. Because it seems like to me that it helps with Hackathon, and yeah.
Yeah, so a black belt reduces damage. And
Physical damage.
Yeah, and the amount of damage it resists goes up as you upgrade it. And since most of Hackathon's attacks are physical, it really reduces his damage output in the fight.
Please.
Ooh, birds.
I still do a lot of damage with Quake though, because that's magical.
Quake and Force Projection are both magical.
Really? Force Projection kind of looks like it should be physical, but...
I thought it was just...
I'm checking.
I'm pretty sure
just
only
about to
Quake
check
is
myself.
magic.
But yeah, I was going to say I thought only Quake was.
It's not so much that Medic is ignored in the speedrun, it's just having a character solely heal when you have access to potions and renew that don't expend any of your ATB is generally not the most efficient way to go.
Okay, never mind, it is physical. My bad.
But there definitely will be fights where we do need Medic, because we just don't have enough resources to keep guys.
Yeah, especially some later on fights.
Yeah, it's a much better idea for us to sacrifice healing for damage output and burn resources to heal than the other way around, because we can't burn resources to do damage in the same way. I mean, bear in mind, we use a lot of Ether Souls and a lot of elixirs, which is things you wouldn't really touch casually, and we burn through them in a way that means we can really just prioritize our damage over healing. We will be using Medic for some fights though. So Lude's just doing the rust building fight here, which we didn't really cover the first time, but it's pretty simple. It's just bravery and thunder and hit things. This fight used to be a little more sketchy when we used Fang for whatever reason, but it's not really a problem anymore.
Yeah. That fight can be dodged, but it takes far too long.
It takes like an hour or something. It's really weird. Like, by constantly entering and exiting the battle zone, you can slowly move their position around. And you can eventually make it to the point where there's a gap and you can run past. But it definitely wouldn't be anywhere near faster in a speedrun.
Yeah, it definitely takes longer than we'll fight. And we'd rather have the CP as well.
Yep.
It's not that much CP, but I think
It all adds up.
Saz's CP can get quite tight towards the end.
Yeah, Saz's CP up until PC1 is pretty tight, because we want a specific ability in time.
Oh yeah.
Also, Zwanzig's getting trolled by a vampire.
Did not want to turn around. And
Vanille.
another vampire.
Vanille just blocking him.
Yeah, those two dodges on the way to the elevator are kind of annoying sometimes.
Yeah, this was not a good Tajans, but I've had worse.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. I mean, having D-steps made it a lot nicer than it could have been.
Well, I mean, I'm losing a good minute and a half compared to my PV.
You died to
Two things.
Yeah, and failed more dodges than I really should have. So, oh well. That happens. Up until there, this run could have still been a PV for me, I think, but now it's possible, I think.
So yet again, Hackathon is happening at the same time as another major boss fight, so we won't explain it that much because the hack is much more interesting.
we've kind of already explained Hector.
Yeah, true. So initially with the Haka, the idea is we'll back up using Flame Strikes because that moves Saz backwards. And you'll also know that the Snow is in the second party slot, and that's actually intentional here because if Dahaka does a physical swipe, he'll attack Snow first because he's provoked, and then it won't hit anyone else. Or if it does, it'll only hit Vanille, which makes it a lot easier because you're just not getting interrupted all the time. Okay, there's Foul Utterance. That will happen at some point in the fight, basically. It's pretty random. And what it does is it dispels buffs, so we don't want to buff Snow before it happens. Once he's done that though, we can freely buff Snow and then start chaining to stagger. As you can tell, Darker uses quite a few AoE magic spells which deal quite a lot of damage.
Now we play for Deep Protect.
Yeah, so now we want Deep Protect and Imperil. I guess we haven't explained what Imperil does. So every enemy has particularly like a set weakness slash resistance to every element. They can either be normal or weak or resistant or halves or absorbs or nulls. And Imperil just moves it down one level, so it goes from normal to weak, or from halves to normal, resist to halves, etc. And so, because the Haka is, I think, normal to elements, we then imply Imperil and they become weak to elements, and we gain the double damage from using elemental attacks.
Mm-hmm. And that increases chaining as well, doesn't it? I forget which barriers increase the chaining.
Yeah, you get more conditionals on hitting weaknesses.
Yeah. But it's a pretty straightforward fight. As long as your inputs are fast enough, you should stagger before he kills you, and then once he's staggered, he doesn't do anything. So you just blitz until he dies.
Yep.
For a boss, it's pretty straightforward. Just
yeah. And it's a cool fight because he uses pretty much every role.
Yeah.
In a cool way.
Most bosses have a little something different from all the others, but the Haka...
It's very straightforward.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially compared to the next one.
Yeah. This next fight is
I think.
yeah, it's fun.
Fun is a word.
Unless you're running. It's fun to practice.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Aaron, I always forget what to do in.
HP.
Lots of HP.
Yeah, for
All
Neil, I know
HP.
it.
Yeah, you get the HP. You did it right. You're fine.
Yeah, but then I'd had to check what to do for snow.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, this Crystarium here is pretty much just gaining stats to set up for the next boss. Because his damage output is incredibly high, and so we want to be able to survive, because that's generally a good thing. We're also continuing to push Saz's Ravager, because we're getting close towards his full HP skill, which is Cold Blood, which we'll need in Chapter 12.
So,
Yes.
if there's one place where Mog is going to catch up at all in this game, it's this next boss.
Yeah.
We shall see. It has the possibility to swing either way,
It's
for sure.
random.
It's a thing.
It's definitely a thing.
Welcome to part 2, where everything's made up and your skill doesn't matter. That's right, your skill is like points on whose line is it anyway.
I recently had a run with pretty good pace up to this point, and then I lost 9 minutes.
Yeah.
Boss. So.
It was a shame. But yeah,
Never
part
mind
two
that I
control
already had
pretty
kind of
hard.
messed up that run by using an extra Aegisol, but we don't talk about that.
That was fine. That was only like 2 minutes lost. But yeah, part 2 can definitely troll, but we'll cover the fight more concretely when we actually get to it.
Yeah,
And
it's a bit of a run there.
there isn't really much happening for a couple of minutes on either stream, so it's all good. Just chill out for a bit, listen to the music.
Dust.
Now would be an awkward time to switch audio.
I switched it earlier so I could switch it back with Dust to Dust.
Oh.
I know what I'm doing.
Oh, I see. We had my audio going, I didn't know that.
Okay. That's a dodge you can fail, apparently.
Yeah.
There
I think
are
that was
3
just-
cutscene skips there. Just so you
Okay,
know.
where am I?
I think that was just an awkward placement there, Swansea.
Yeah, I wasn't. Normally I just go around the right of them, but one of them was standing quite close to the right, so I wasn't sure I could. So I tried to go in between them. Didn't get.
Mm. Do you have a Fortisil for?
I don't
Well-
know.
No.
So if I had a bonus Fortisol, this is where I would use my first one. It doesn't make it that much faster to have a Fortisol here, but
Yeah.
it just every bit of time that you spend less in a fight with Part 2 is a good thing.
Yeah. The shorter the fight, the less chance he has to kill you.
Well, now I'm in everyone's favorite area, Tajans.
Amusing dodge I just did there, where you kind of lure the enemies out a little bit because they're blocking the way, and then use a decept so that they stay where they are, don't chase me any further. Just enough of an opening to fit through. I also switched to Vanille specifically for that dodge, because you don't need as much of an opening.
It's free with Saz anyway.
I don't know, maybe it's unnecessary, but...
Yeah, I mean, it
But
definitely puts less of a strain
Vanille's
on the execution.
hometown.
So these two flying guys on the bridge are a bit weird.
That's kind of what usually happens, they'll just chase me but never actually catch me.
Yeah, sometimes they catch you really early, sometimes they never even touch you, it's really inconsistent.
Okay, and fight coming up. Probably going to be pretty quiet for this because if I talk, I'm probably not going to be PG-13.
You focus on the fight, I'll focus on trying to explain what's going on. Yeah, so this is Bath Endless 2, the second Bath Endless fight, with the first obviously being back in Chapter 9. And this one is a lot worse. At the start of the fight, it's just going to chain up and make sure to buff people with Bravery and Haste for Snow. Well, Bravery and Haste for Saz, Bravery for Snow, and Faith Haste for Vanille. During this time, Snow is also going to be chaining, and Vanille is going to be debuffing. Vanille wants to get Deprotect, Deshell, and Imperil landed by
Doing
Stagger.
great at that so far.
Damn. Another thing you'll notice in this fight is that Bart's damage output is very high, even with the protective buffs on from an Aegisol. And so, as you can probably guess, this fight is scary. Once staggered, he'll want to chain up a little bit higher using Aurora, and then pretty much just sit in comp paradigms and try and whittle his health down. Once Bart gets, well, as Bart takes more damage, he'll gain more heads. So he'll have just this part, and then he'll gain 2 heads, and then he'll have 4 heads. And then when you get to half HP, you get something called Head Split. And that animation is uninterruptible, and it will cause his chain to drop to 0, no matter where it is. After that point, he will enter the second phase of his fight, where he'll have the kind of normal phase that we recognized from the first fight even. And then he'll start doing 2 pretty strong moves. One is Apoptosis, which removes all his debuffs and removes all your buffs, and the other one is Thanathosian Laughter, which acts like Thanathosian Smile does from the first fight. Does a lot of damage. So what happens is after we push a Head Split, we summon, and then we use the Gestalt mode to get through Apoptosis, because it can't hit when in Gestalt. And then the second phase of the fight is pretty much the same as the first, except for the fact that he does more damage. He can do AoE debuff spells, things like Cursker, Dazegar, Poisonger, generally not a good time. Also, he will do Thanathosian Laughter at some point during the fight now, from here to the end. And we have an Elixir and 2 more Renews to be able to tank it, but if it catches Zwanzig off guard, he can get really messed up by it. So again, just waiting for Vanille to finish debuffing. He's currently waiting on Imperil, but he's got the other 2 buffs. There was a Poisonger inflicted on Snow. Snow's also been dazed, which is generally bad.
Yeah, I didn't realize that for a second there. I think we should probably be good from here on.
Yeah. So, okay, he made it to stagger, he's got all the debuffs. No one's got any really lasting debuffs on them either, so it should be fine. The only thing he has to look out for now is Laughter.
Speaking of which...
And there it is. So, we renew just after the animation starts, because while the health is going up from renew, it also cancels some of the hits, so you generally take less damage, which is always a good thing. And then the rest of the fight is just ATB refreshing Snow and Saz, to make sure you do enough damage and killing him. And that seems like it was a pretty textbook fight.
Yep.
Nice.
Sorry to all the Team Mog supporters for not dying there.
There's still time. There's still Adamanthrons.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, that's a fun dodge.
Definitely.
Meanwhile, Lude is fighting Gel Titan. He had a pretty textbook fight as well.
Yep. Easy preempt.
Yep. Easy peas.
Gained a minute on my PB because of that preempt.
Yep, so Zwanzig's now on to Chapter 12. He's kind of in the last hour of the run now. It's getting pretty close to the end. At this point, we're returning to Cocoon for the endgame. Unfortunately, we don't get to see the good cutscene, although you totally could play it. You got time.
I won't.
Aww. Boo!
Zwanzig did not troll me today.
Nice.
By that I mean the Managamer.
So, I never tapped to a Warmech is another 4 summon fight. Again, the kind of idea is just stagger him, and then I think you guys are going to be spamming Razor Girl?
Mostly.
Yeah. So, on PS3, the strat is to just pretty much spam Razor Girl to kill him. For some reason, this doesn't work on PC, and so you just Zenta Zukun as soon as you stagger. This strat they're using is like a second faster, so it doesn't really matter too much overall. It's just a kind of another weird thing with idle mechanics being slightly different on PC for no real reason. See Lude now on Ambling Bellows and Cryptos. He didn't die, so
Barely managed to get Aurora off.
yeah, that was a little close, but
I got the
that's
Aurora
fine.
off, but I hit pre-stagger, which is new. So he didn't launch, but it's fine.
So Lude will make up some more time here from not failing that.
Coming up on everyone's favorite dodge in the run here.
Maybe we'll get to see Link today.
I had it happen in practice.
Nice.
Been trying to practice this dodge a lot lately. We'll see if that pays off at all.
Yeah, so this kind of area just has a load of fights in it, and then a forced fight at the end, and we don't want to fight any of the fights on the way, because they're slow. So we'll just run past all of them.
What?
Waiting to see what happened. Oh, what?
Yeah, that's never happened
Nice.
before.
You were outside the zone, right?
I'm sure he was.
I must have been.
He respawned past it, so he had to have been.
Yeah.
That was weird.
I mean, they
Anyway,
did follow you
that's not the dodge we
Well,
were
whatever,
talking
okay.
about, it's this
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
This is
This
the
one.
dodge. These
This
4
is-
Adamanterons.
And easy peasy.
It's the fun dodge.
Yep. Oh, nice, you got it. So, they can just kind of troll you because they randomly just walk around.
It's more fun if you fail.
Yeah.
Yeah, it gets much worse if you fail it, because then for some reason they don't jump out the first 2. So then you have to deal with a lot more of them in that very tiny area, and it is just absolutely terrible.
However, occasionally on the retry you get to see Link, which is what we call it, where for some reason sometimes one of the Adamanteron basically side hops over the fence. It's pretty great. So again, this is just another summon fight, so prepare your vanilgasms.
I didn't get camera glitch. Damn.
Rip. So now there's a little bit of setup for the rest of the chapter, and we actually get Vanille's Commando here. Mainly because we want a higher damage output for both the Pro Club bosses coming up. And having Vanilla as a commando not only helps with our damage output, but the passive effect on the roll also increases our teammates' damage output. So it's just generally pretty good. And we go up to Ruin because Vanilla does a lot more damage magically than she does physically. Whereas Lude is heading towards the second set of the missions, invitations, so he's going to be coming up on the first manual preempt pretty soon, which we can explain when he gets there. And he'll probably have to do the second one, although there is a chance he could get a decept from one of the first two in this set. They both drop decepts, so...
Do they? Okay. There's a
it's
chance.
possible.
I mean, it would be like the most epic decept of all time if it was dropped from Mission 25.
Agreed.
Watch decets drop.
Reminder that I've had one from PC1 before, that was fun.
I've had an Age of Soul from Tiamat.
Yeah, it's just... it's kind of almost worthless, because you already have all your shards at that point, which is a bit of a shame.
In the last chapter, we'll actually be able to buy shrouds, which is quite helpful.
Yeah. Also, yeah, there's a lot of Crystarium here, because Barb 2 gives 100,000 CP. Which is a lot. Okay, so we can kind of explain this manual preempt here. So, whenever you enter a battle zone, enemies take a while to notice you, and then they'll chase after you. And then after you exit a battle zone, they'll keep staring at you for a little while, and then back up usually, and then go about their normal business. And so the general idea is to get the enemies to back up into a place where you can kind of back them up into a wall, and so when they go back to their normal idle animation, they're slowly walking away from the wall near the edge of the battle zone, and you can just run in and tag them from behind. Fortunately, Lude failed it there.
Yeah, the Genies were too fast.
Yeah. So yeah, here you see he's luring the... whatever it is, not Musushu,
Musushu.
that one, near to the wall, and then just running in on the side, and that's easy preempt. Nice.
Now don't die, like I did.
So now on XIII Extreme, there's Behemoth King, which is a pretty fun fight. General idea with this fight is we're going to chain up a little bit, and then sit Snow into Sentinel while we do some buffing.
You just had to say something, XIII.
XIII! Why do you do this?
Really?
Yeah.
What happened was that Saz went from Protect to Deprotect, and the Mushusu targeted Saz.
That was rough.
So it was not something that was in my control.
Yeah, that sucks.
Oh,
so now you get to do the manual preempt again.
Well,
in case you missed it the first time, this is how it works. Sort of.
Ooh,
They're watching.
okay, so
Nope.
XIII died to Hull.
yeah,
Which should never
that
happen.
happened because earlier on in the fight, both Saz and Vinial were at quite low health, and I stayed in my med paradigm a little bit longer to make sure that I was healed enough so that his next attack wouldn't kill me, which it otherwise would have done. But that meant I didn't get to Sentinel in time to have Snow challenge him before he did hurl.
The fight kind of varies a little bit, and you have to be willing to kind of adapt quite a bit to get it right in most cases. But it's tough to just kind of juggle everything in your head and make sure you're doing it all correctly. And dying on that fight is pretty huge time loss, because not only was it quite deep into the fight, but there's a couple of cutscenes you have to wait through.
Yeah, the load times for those are pretty long.
Yeah.
You know what? This time I'm just... What I'll do, I'll... Dead.
Okay, who got the fight second time?
That I would die. There you go.
Yep. So like we said, you kind of chain up a bit and then get Snow to challenge, and then you just kind of buff while you're waiting on deep protection in Peril from Vanille, and then we'll be able to just chuck damage at him and he'll die pretty fast before he gets a chance to stand up. Yep, so that's Hurl, and now just check to see if he's got debuffs. Yep, okay. And then here comes the damage. You can see it's a lot. Oh, that was a bit close, actually.
Yeah, I think Snow missed a punch or something.
I don't think he
Him
did. I
standing
think
up.
he was just still coming out of the guard when you started your attacks.
Hmm.
Probably could have just waited a little bit more on Saz to make it safer, but it was fine. So now we get Saz's Cold Blood, and this ability is cool. So every character has ability that uses all of the ATB segments they currently have stocked, or currently have maximum, but they tend to be pretty powerful. And Saz's one in particular, it does a lot of chain increase post-stagger. So what you'll see us do a lot of the time is get a stagger on an enemy, and then use Cold Blood, and then shift to Commando during it, usually. And we'll still get the really heavy chain increase while also turning the damage up on it. And that really lets us do a lot more damage on fights without having to spend a lot of time in Ravager after we stagger. And you'll see it used pretty much every fight from this point on, with the exception of like 1 or 2. Or 3.
The nice thing about it as well is it's really good at keeping some enemies interrupted as well.
Yeah.
Which true. Is for especially PC2 quite nice. And then
NTMF.
Also it's non-elemental, which is very important for the upcoming Proudclad fight, because our normal Ravagers don't do that much chaining against them, because all other Ravager skills are elemental pretty much. And so because they resist all elements, your chaining from normal Ravager skills is significantly decreased, but Cold Blood is completely unaffected by that.
Yep. That's also a pretty important thing. Specifically also because we can't inflict debuffs on Proudclad, so we can't put Imperil on him and have better chaining with elementals.
Mm-hmm. First Proudclad fight coming up.
Yep. So this is a really like set strat.
Yeah, it's pretty consistent.
Yep.
The only thing that's a little bit inconsistent about it is who he targets and like how your healing works around that, but kind of have to keep an eye out for that. Otherwise, it's follow the strat really.
Yep.
Basically, you have to kill within the stagger, otherwise he heals and then starts doing retaliatory strike, which will kill you in like 2 or 3 hits.
Yeah. He gets really angry.
Yeah. There are easy strats to use where you just don't stagger, but that takes far too long this one.
Yeah. So the general idea is do a little bit of stuff at the start and then buff everyone up, and the order we buff is important here. We put haste on Snow first. If you do haste on Saz first, it messes with your chaining. And then one more round, switch to the Thaumaturgy, do Libra and Quake here, so that when we go to Com, Snow doesn't do silly things, basically. And then Cure for Cold Blood, and it will hit just in stagger. The strats are set up really nicely so that the first bullet will always hit in stagger if you follow the start of the fight rate. Then we do another Cold Blood, and you see our chain's already up to like 600, and this is going to put it up to like 700. Or even like almost 800, and now we're just doing like a load of damage with everything. And we just keep switching between Tireless Charge and Cerberus, partly so that Vinil can heal us even, and partly so that we get HP refreshes for Snow and Vinil, and Saz. So we do more damage overall. It's a really nice strat.
Yeah, it might seem close sometimes, but
yeah,
it is pretty consistent.
There we go, easy. Speaking of consistency, Lude is currently on Vitala, and Vanille died. However, he has already staggered and got this debuff, so I think he should be fine.
Yeah, I didn't bother reviving her. It was only a little scary if he had gotten another multicast off, because I think it was going to be the multiple single target one.
Yeah, I agree.
And if that had targeted Saz, it would have been game over, because I didn't have enough HP.
Yeah, I think it was. Also, speaking of consistency,
Yeah, see, I thought that was what you were gonna say.
It's a double segue, don't worry about it.
The segue
Swanzig.
into a segue.
ZwanzIg is coming up on an Adamant Khalid fight, which we call Eden Khalid. And this fight is kind of inconsistent because there's kind of a few behaviors that Adamant Khalid can have, and it affects the fight. And then there's also a kind of weird thing with the summon that we use in this fight that can cause it to somehow just not work, really.
Yeah,
But this is also
that doesn't really happen for me anymore usually, but we'll see.
Yeah. So the main idea to start this fight is to do one Frost Strike and then Blizzards, because Adamant Khalid is weak to Ice, so we want to use Ice more. And by using a Frost Strike, the Snow jumps up off the ground, so he's not getting hit by the stomps. And then you summon to block a stomp, because you can't take damage during the summon animation, although he summoned a little early for that.
Yeah.
These are pretty slow stomps, which is kind of what you want. And the general idea is you want to stagger and then mess him up. And probably won't even see Quake, actually. Oh no, there it is. Okay, but that's fine.
Alright, now for the dreaded Penangle preempt.
So once you get into stagger, guess they'll run into his face and then just spam the down move, which is Spin Wheel, which does quite a bit of damage and chaining, and then Diamond Dust to finish. Now Lewd is coming up on the manual Penangle preempt now.
Good luck.
This one is... Ooh, this is a bit of a mess. I mean, Coffee, it's your strat, do you want to explain it?
It's easy.
Good explanation.
Yes. Well, you run around to group all of them together and get them all caught up in the corner, up against that wall. So then once they slow down, they should all start moving into the middle, and you can catch them on the back.
Nice.
And see?
First try.
First
Easy.
try.
First try, and Lewd failed 24 twice.
Just don't
So
die.
just by those numbers, it's obvious that Penangle and Preempt is easier.
Whatever you say.
Yeah, so that was a
I just
textbook
did it, and
Eden
I still
Khalid
don't
from
believe I did
ZwanzIg,
it.
and a very smooth preempt from Lewd. Good job to both guys.
A few times I had to do both, and you failed 24, but not 26.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty much everyone except Coffee finds that preempt a lot harder.
Mm.
For some reason, Coffee just finds it really easy. He's the one that came up with the strat in the first place, and he told us about it, and we were really excited to begin with, because it was soon after we found the manual preempt from Masushi, and we're like, oh wow, we get to cut out 2 T-Sebs. And then he told it to us, and we're like, this sucks.
But it works.
And it does work, but it's, you know, it's a thing. So, you know, no clutch T-Seb, but pretty good patience overall. From both players.
Mm.
No, my Tails wasn't good. Please, what are you talking about?
Shh. So coming up on ZwanzIg stream is a pretty interesting dodge.
Birds. Hey.
So far so good.
Birds.
I realize that I'm spoiling so much of this because
Nice.
I think the delay has been getting bigger.
Yeah, the stream's been dropping frames, so I'm going to refresh it.
Yeah, I've been refreshing a few times.
Because I've been noticing your reactions to what I'm doing keep drifting further and further.
Yeah.
Yeah, ZwanzIg's coming up to a dodge that many people either love or hate, depending on how well they can
It's
do
great, dude. So, coming up at the end of this kind of little area is a fight with the Vernal Harvester and Tyrant. And for the longest time we thought this was mandatory. And around the same time that a Japanese runner did a very good run with a completely different route, which formed the basis for the route we're currently using, he also dodged this fight, and it was revolutionary, because it was insane at the time, and we couldn't realize that this was a thing. But it's very fun. So, you'll get to see it happen in just a moment.
The fight is about a minute or so if we do it, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like 40-45 seconds. But by the time you load in and out of it, it's like a minute.
So you save time overall if you can get it right, but it's not always that easy.
Yeah. And it's a lot easier to cut it out in this route as well, because of how Snow CPU works out.
Mm.
I mean, you can cut it out with the old route, the East Fang, but it's a little less convenient.
So, here's how I do this one. I stand over here and look at Snow's handsome face for a bit until my allies catch up, and then I run around them. And this should manipulate Savs to go behind them. It didn't? Oh, wow.
So, the general idea with this is that, obviously, if you touch an enemy, you get into the encounter, but the game only starts the encounter if your party leader starts the fight. But your allies are still solid, so they can walk around the enemies and push them out of the way, and you can just basically make yourself a gap in this fight and run straight past them. Very nicely done.
Yeah, he didn't do it the first time for some reason, but we in there.
Still faster than fighting it.
Oh,
For
definitely.
sure. Because you need to change paradigm setup as well. So right now, LewdDolphin just has a little bit of running towards the end of the Enter chapter now. There's a little manual you have to do in a small while. But more importantly, Lewd is coming up on Tahaka pretty soon. So hopefully we get to see another textbook Tahaka fight. It's a very hard fight to fail, to be honest, but it's always fun to watch.
Yeah, I just have to go through 2 more elevators.
True. So this is another fake cutscene on XIII Extreme. There's a couple of them in Chapter 12. It's mainly just because the camera is taken away from you, like the control of the camera and the movement. But because it shows your party, it's not like a pre-rendered cutscene, so you can't skip it. So here on the glass there's 2 chests, and you can't actually get both of them without killing the adamantoids that's slowly walking in front of the area. However, for the speedrun we only need one of the chests anyway, which is the particle accelerators, which are a very good mechanical component for upgrading reasons. And then there's these dodges here, which are a little weird. Oh, the second one was really close.
Tail.
Nice. Those first 2 were really close.
Yeah.
But you got it, so it's good. It looks like
So
Lewd's
this
also
is-
getting trolled a bit by the vampire.
Yeah, that's not how this dodge works. Just in
I
case
was having
you were
issues with that guy as well.
Vanilla got in the way for Lewd as well. It's like exactly the same thing. Ooh, got caught by it. That's
Yeah,
sucks.
and now I'm in an awkward place.
Yeah.
Is this place really secure?
I'm gonna go over here and try again because it's a bit better on this side, I believe. Maybe. I thought.
I agree.
Now it seems
think.
questionable. Okay, let's try this. Okay. That's what should have happened the first time, and the second vampire trolls.
Yeah. The second vampire is a lot easier to dodge though, because you have the rest of the room to run around.
Right.
Speaking of cool dodges, there's this dreadnought here, or whatever it is. I don't think it's actually a dreadnought, but
Juggernaut.
that one. But you can just lure it to the side and run straight past it, which is pretty cool. And then these 3 sets of soldiers are pretty free to dodge. Just run on the side, and then run on the side, and then run on one side, then run to the other side. Simple. So this works out pretty nicely. So XIII's about to go grab a Power Glove chest and then do a little bit of upgrading and set up for the next boss fight, whereas Lewd is just running into a Dahaka fight now.
Finally, you're not both doing big fights at the same time.
Only just.
Yeah.
So we can just kind of explain to Harker again. So Blitz to start the fight, Rav buff rate to get a bit more chaining, and then Flame Strikes to back up. And you'll see that the AoE spell does a lot of damage to all characters. Then for a Renew, and a Libra, and some buffing. Doesn't really matter which order you do it in. Obviously, if you take a lot more damage at the start of the fight, you want to renew earlier. Then it's back to Matador, and back up again, because Snow will slowly move forward when you're buffing and doing other stuff. Also, there's Foul Utterance, and now he can freely buff Snow, and then he can go for his debuffs. And again, we want Deprotect and Imperil. We already got Imperil, so it's just waiting on Deprotect. And then it's Stagger and Blitz to finish.
I mean, it's not over yet, but I can call it textbook.
Yeah, you should never fail the fight at this point.
You only fail the fight if at this point you realize you never actually buffed Snow, you just buffed Saz twice.
Even then, you can get away with it. It's just a lot tighter. I mean, if you do that, you just chain a bit more. Nearer to stop. But that was fine. And perfect timing, because Zwanzig's about to enter the PC2 flight, which
I
is
can get past this dodge. There we go.
pretty much the tightest fight in the entire run execution-wise.
Yeah. In notes, there's actually a warning before this fight. It takes hours to practice and learn.
Yeah, it definitely does. It's very tight.
It's all about timing and keeping him juggled.
So at the start of the fight, again, Raph asks for an attack blitz, for a bit of duration and some chain. And then we want a Libra and Cold Blood. And we're using Cold Blood here because Saz even can't get interrupted while doing Cold Blood. It will go out to the end. And also because he'll stagger during Cold Blood, so we gain more chaining. We'll also use this to then switch to aggression during Cold Blood, and then it basically keeps Proudlad kind of stuck, so we can go for the launch and get him up in the air. So now the rest of the first part of this fight is just doing damage while he's floating in midair. Kind of chuck an arrow while Snow's done, just to keep him up there, because arrow has a little bit higher raise, which is the kind of quantity that means how high an enemy gets launched. And then we just keep him up there with attacks for Renew to get everybody healed up. And it's just a case of damaging him down to a HP barrier, which is at like 2.17 million HP, or around 60%. And the reason we do that is because at that point he'll use Limiters Deactivated, which will fully heal him, but it will also inflict Deprotect and D-Shell on him, as well as inflicting Faith and Bravery. And Haste. No, sorry, Bravery, Vigilance, and Haste. Okay, there's an Eric Maelstrom, that's what we want to see. Renew for it, and then Cold Blood, and... oh, okay, never mind, you for a spell. But that's the hard part of the fight, is just reacting to an Eric Maelstrom and making sure you don't get hit by it, and you renew in time to tank it. And then the rest of the fight is again, chain back up again, get him launched in the air, stick him up there, and deal damage until he dies. There is a slight thing with this fight where if you don't do enough damage, you can do something called a Stagger Extend, because while an enemy is being hit by Cold Blood, or really any full latency skill, they can't unstagger. They'll stay at 901% chain, and the stagger bar will be empty, but they won't unstagger until the screen stops getting the like kind of funky orange effect around the edges. And so we can use that to delay the stagger and get more damage if we need it.
I'm gonna go for the no stagger extend here, should be pretty easy.
I think you can get it.
The enemy also stays on 1 HP during that as well.
Yep, so it won't actually be until stagger finishes.
Very clean.
Yep, pretty textbook.
And
now we're into
final
chapter 13.
chapter.
Dang it. That was a gold split. I died on Behemoth King. It's another chapter where I just never have a good chapter.
Rip.
It ticks me off.
Chapter 12 is very hard to do well.
Yeah.
Like, all of it to do well.
Well, you didn't die to anything. Oh, you died
I did. I died to
Behemoth
Behemoth King.
Yeah, but your dodges were also quite good as well.
I don't know this menu. I should have scrolled down to here in advance because I knew I wasn't going to know this. Like the one paradigm menu that I can't remember. So we've pretty much gotten all of the major skills that we need from the Crucerium. Pretty much the upgrading we do at this point is almost entirely for stats.
Yes.
Lots of strength and HP. Be able to deal with the final bosses.
Yeah, it's HP mostly we need. Some attacks.
That's get adrenaline and accessory here.
Yeah, the accessory is important. Adrenaline helps when you're with a bit of damage, but I don't think it's entirely necessary.
Adrenaline's pretty helpful.
Oh.
We'll be at high HP for a large amount of the fights.
You didn't get the big jump.
Oh, I totally
now.
forgot about it, to be honest. Yeah, I didn't get it.
Yeah, there's kind of a rare glitch in 13 where you can make a character jump a large amount of distance for what we can tell, no real reason. It seems to be attached to changing leaders during a jump, but it's kind of funky. And there's only one place in the speedrun where it would help anyway, which is right there when you run back down that slope as vanilla.
Got screwed by the Brid Burge.
Damn.
We've got Lude coming up to part 2, and we've got Zwanzig coming up to
He's a little bit way off still.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a bit of dodging to do.
But he'll get there before part 2's done.
Maybe.
If he doesn't fail in the dodges.
Well,
Yeah.
there's no more dodges to fail. I do still have to do the shot though. Important to not forget that. Things. So this is where you can actually buy shrouds, and that helps out a lot because we're going to be using shrouds on pretty much all the remaining battles.
Yeah. There's not really anything we can spend money on to upgrade anymore because all of our accessories are pretty much as high as we can get them. Using when their levels start, if you put them to the next tier, they actually drop down.
That's only weapons. Accessories always go up.
Oh.
But
Well, weapons,
catalysts cost a lot.
Yeah, catalysts always cost quite a bit. Well, useful catalysts anyway.
Yeah.
We catalyzed one of our warriors' wristbands to a power glove in the previous chapter because we happened to get a scarletite from dismantling
Goddess's
particular.
favor on the ribbon.
Yeah, that. But like buying Scarletites for that purpose is prohibitively expensive.
30,000 gil a Scarletite, which is a lot.
Well, they were like 80 or something. Scarletite costs 100,000 gold.
No, it's even more than.
And we just don't have that money. We'd rather spend that on shrouds.
So Lewd had a good first phase of one. He's now working on the second phase. Things seem to be going okay, except for the fact that Vanilla is cursed. But that's not too much of an issue as long as he gets the debuffs he needs. Oh, and that's his curse as well, which is kind of not a good place to be.
We've got the debuffs he needs.
Burska spam can get pretty bad.
Yeah.
D-Shell's nice. It's not important.
Yeah, it's not too necessary.
It'll help a little bit with him. And Vanilla doesn't do that much damage.
Yep. Oh, that's not good. He might die. Ooh.
Nope, alive.
Wow, that was really clutch. So
76.
Bart started up laughter as he was doing his splits, so there really wasn't that much time to react and get the renew off, but he got it in time. It was really good. And I think that should be done.
Almost there.
Ooh, Stagger ran out. Okay, that's a lower up, but it should be fine. Ooh, apoptosis. Ooh. Luke, please not die.
God. You can't
Almost
even
there.
You can't even see that health bar.
Almost there.
Oh my god.
Oof. 301. At least you didn't die.
Doesn't matter, didn't die.
Yeah.
Yes.
That fight gets like this is why what I was saying about you don't want to spend any more time in that fight than you have to. Like, once you run out of resources to heal with, it becomes entirely terrible. Then when he does apoptosis and you lose all your buffs, it's just even staying alive is difficult.
So unfortunately we didn't get a chance to explain Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky, but that's okay. We'll get a second chance when Luke gets there earlier. Later, even.
If Luke time warps.
Yeah. But we will, however, get to explain Vladislaus. Which is a fun fight.
I like Vladislaus.
Agreed. Okay, yeah, so Vladislaus, the general idea is inflict deep protect, let him attack Snow when he's in Sentinel, and then just wail on him a bit. He'll only attack Snow pretty much for the rest, so you can just heal him back up using renews. And then we want to keep deep protect on him, but the problem is he uses this move called Mounting Contempt, which will dispel deep protect and can also dispel protect. Ooh,
wow, Snow
that's
actually
rough.
died.
So Snow didn't get his challenge for guard off in time, so Snow actually died there, which is kind of bad. He loses all his buffs, generally not
I'm
a good
gonna
time.
retry this.
Yeah, it's probably wise.
Mm.
You lose a lot of damage if Snow dies, because you lose a lot of your buffs.
He only attacked he attacked Snow with his first hit, which already means that Snow is gonna be on low HP, and I think he might like dispelled his protect or something.
Yeah, he did.
Mounting
Mounting Contempt can do that.
Yeah, that's just like a fortunate scenario. He's not usually meant to die to that.
Mm.
Yeah, that's definitely bad luck.
It happens.
Indeed.
They can hit Snow at the start, so you don't get a repeat of the same thing. survive this time, but having trouble getting the protect back. Oh my god, Vanille, please. Okay, I'm gonna retry again, because I'm getting really trolled by this fight right now.
Vladislaus not like this. This is pretty rough.
Yeah, I usually really don't have issues with this fight, ever.
Meanwhile, Animathrons.
That dodge wasn't fun.
That was fine.
No, I mean, like, it was first struck, so there wasn't much to be fun with.
True, true. Okay, so this is Vladislaus. It's a pretty easy fight. All you want to do is land do protect, and then basically just keep casting it because he has this move called Mountain Contempt, which will dispel it, and then
from here on it's easy.
Yep, and then once he guards things, you can just keep wailing on Vlad until he dies. Easy. First try.
That's like the textbook fight, the way I like it. That wasn't happening earlier.
Okay. So now Zwanzig is heading to the final area of this little mini boss rush. Also, there's an elevator in this corner that people just don't know about.
There's one in the other corner as well.
Yeah, true. But the one in the other corner isn't as helpful. This isn't an enemy in the way. I mean, there's an enemy in the way on this side, but it doesn't attack you. It's pretty passive. But there's one more kind of like mini boss in this area, which is Tiamat, and then it's on to the final boss rush.
And that's the final dodge. No more dodges.
Okay, so Tiamat's a pretty interesting fight. We kind of do a little bit of training at the start, and then here we're using Cold Blood again just for kind of keeping Tiamat in place, because for some reason he just can't really deal with getting hit by Cold Blood and just kind of stops doing things, which is pretty convenient. And after that we can switch to Commando and take him down. And kind of like PC2, we can't really kill this guy in one stagger, we kind of have to let him rock out to his second phase, which is where he comes on the ground and then he can start dispelling all of our buffs and generally being a lot more obnoxious. First phase is usually pretty free, but the second phase is really what determines this fight.
Yeah, some of his attacks can dispel your buffs as well, which can...
Yeah, Snow got his haste removed pretty early on.
Yeah, Ice Grenades can cast slow, but because he already had haste up, it just cancels it out. When he lands, the laser rain, is it? Just straight up dispels. Yeah.
Yeah, so you can see now, like, he only got one laser rain off, but he's already lost like half of his buffs. Haste is already gone. And one of the worst things that can happen, at least in this fight, is you can get inflicted with slow. And for some reason, slow is kind of glitched in 13 to the point where instead of being at like half speed, which it should be, it's at like 1/10 speed or something. It's really terrible.
That feel when poison is the only thing I have. That feel when double pinpoint beam on Sad.
Ooh, this isn't good.
I need to stagger him. I don't have any debuffs, but I need to because start interrupting him right now.
Yeah, okay. That's the stagger.
Launch him, and then I guess we're just doing this without the debuffs.
I mean, you could just switch to Smart Ball unless he's staggered. You'll gain him pretty quickly because he's got like over 600% chain or whatever. Hey, he should be fine without it, maybe. I don't know. No, you need it. Meanwhile, Lude had a very solid Behemoth King fight.
Oh gosh. Thanks for Neil.
So that was a little sketchy, but it worked out fine in the
That
end.
wasn't a little sketchy, that was really sketchy. Like, Tiamat doesn't usually get sketchy. Oh gosh.
Well, anyway, you made it. We're on to the final 3 bosses of the run. Each of these guys can troll you in pretty different ways. And they're all pretty tough fights. Well, 2 of them are pretty tough fights, one of them is just kind of random.
Mm. Can still kill you though, if you're
Oh,
not
yeah,
fast
for sure.
enough. Or get unlucky.
Yeah, it's just much more on RNG than your execution.
Mm.
But yeah, last bit of menu setup, last bit of Crystarium and stuff.
Just a little bit more stacks on guys, just to be safe. HP
Yep.
on Vanille, because she kind of needs it.
Yeah. HP for Vanille, more strength for Snow, generally just strength and HP for Saz.
Yeah.
At this point we have all the abilities we need, it's just a case of stats for survivability.
Yeah.
Also, since it's a multi-card fight, we can use Shrouds on the first part, but not on the other 2 fights, so we will be having to manually cast buffs.
Mhm. And like Ushu 2, retrying puts you at the fight you're on rather than all the way back to the start.
Yeah, so
as with all the other multi.
Oh gosh, this would be painful if you
yeah.
could die to Orphan and
Would suck.
get put back to the board.
Yeah, so if we die to the middle boss with the 3, then you can just start from the start of the middle boss again.
Yeah.
Which is good, because all 3 of them can kill you pretty independently.
Yeah. Leads coming up to PC1.
Yep, so Lude actually uses a slightly different strat for PC1,
Time.
so if you want to explain what you do.
I kill him.
Okay.
I mean, I don't have a ComCom mid, so instead I use a Renew, but in order to have enough TP for Renew, I can't Quake, so in order to get enough chain duration, I use a single Blitz after I'm done buffing.
Yeah, so in a lot of ways it's pretty much the same, but it is a subtle difference and does kind of change the TP routing a little bit. Okay, so anyway, on XIII Extreme, both handlers 3. So we pretty much have a set number of rounds at the start of this fight to use a Libra Scope, do some chaining and get debuffs. Okay, that was like right on the edge of not cool. Then he'll always use Ultima at the start of this fight. This always happens at the same time, so we know it's coming. Use Quake for chain duration, just to make sure you kind of don't have bad chain duration. Use your Renews. Ooh, Vanilla almost died, that was close. And then it's a Cold Blood, and then sitting in Aggression and Tireless to do a lot of damage. You will see Thanatos and Laughter happen, but in this fight it's percentage-based damage, it won't kill you outright, which is actually very convenient, because it means we don't have to worry about tanking it, and should die pretty soon afterwards. Unless Vanilla dies, and then bad things happen. Ooh, that's a problem. Possibly.
Probably is. I don't think I'm gonna kill.
Yeah, Snow's gonna drop as well, so you probably won't, I don't think.
Mm.
That's gonna be kind of rough.
Oh, and Saz died, right. Oh, because I don't have healing afterwards. Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's kind of...
You kind of rely on that there to keep it.
Meanwhile, Lude had a very nice PC1 fight.
Yeah.
Dang, dude.
Pretty much textbook. And we'll see what kind of stomps he gets on Eden Khalid when he gets there.
Time for the 10-second break.
Just don't jump up the elevator by accident. Okay, here we go with bot 2 again. Oh, bot 3.
The debuffs you get are quite important.
Yeah.
You need
You pretty much
you need them
all
both,
three.
and you got them both.
You pretty much need D-Shell as well.
I don't have D-Shell, so thanks for that.
Well, whatever.
Time to prove you wrong.
It's not as
It's not
as
as
important,
but it
as
does
the other two,
contribute
but-
a
It
non-zero
does.
amount.
I would rather have it than not have it, but I didn't get it. And I'm not
Yeah,
gonna wait
because
for
the thing with Cold Bloods, it counts as physical and magical. And you gain, obviously, more conditional modifiers on each hit with chaining if you have more debuffs,
Yeah.
so it's generally better to have it.
Yeah,
But this
if
could be
if you
okay,
don't get
as long as
them-
Manil doesn't die again.
it. Getting some good hits with adrenaline, which helps.
Yep, for sure.
Boss adrenaline.
Saz still has adrenaline.
So it looks like Lou's got pretty slow stomps as well, so that's nice. Yep, easy fight.
I think I should be good this time, barely.
Yeah, it looks like you're fine, I think.
Yeah, I'm good.
Nice.
Okay.
And Lou didn't fly off to the side with Shiva, so he's good as well. Okay, Orphan 1. This is like the real final boss here. Kind of
Yeah.
similar to a lot of other recent games. The real final boss is the one before final, and then the final one's more of a story boss. Kind of similar to FF10 in that respect. So at the start we throw a Libroscope, just to get enemy info. And then Merciless Judgment does percentage-based HP, percentage-based damage even. So we know we're going to survive it, and then the next part of this fight is just kind of buffing in between the slaps so you don't get interrupted. And generally not getting bodied. The next part of the fight we're just going to chain up a lot, and then after chain gets a little bit higher we're going to start inflicting some debuffs. And we want at least Deprotect, Imperil, and Poison. And Poison does a lot of work in this fight. As we mentioned earlier, it will kill an enemy from full HP in 5 minutes, and we're going to inflict it at something at like 400% chain, and it's going to probably take down 1/3 to 1/2 of the health of the boss for us, just because he has an obscene amount of health. So Poison does a lot of work in this fight.
Yeah, because it's percentage and because it often has so much poison itself does about 22,000 damage per second,
Yeah, something like that. It's pretty high.
which yeah,
Also, it keeps
is
ticking-
roughly what
sorry.
your guys are getting anyway.
Yeah.
So it's doubling our damage output.
Yep. Also, another good thing about Poison is it continues to take down when we're in a summon, which means we can use summoning to stall out the fight later on.
Vanille in
Assuming
peril!
XIII ever gets any debuffs.
Vanille in peril!
Vanilla in peril. Vanilla in peril.
999.96.
Like, the problem is he can't even start doing damage because he needs Imperil to be able to do any real amount of damage. So this could get kind of weird.
I'm probably not gonna get it before the end of Stagger,
Yeah.
but we
So-
might be fine.
When...
Might get the double merciless.
Yeah, you probably may... No, I don't think so.
Really sketch.
Yeah, no.
I had a very similar fight to this in practice earlier today.
So basically when Orphan changes phase between light and darkness, which he does in the first part of the fight, he uses Merciless Judgment every time after he shifts, so here one's going to come now. And he also does Merciless Judgment again at the HP barrier of 40%, where he switches to light
If
and
I'm lucky,
darkness.
he's gonna do it again right now.
Hopefully.
See? Yes!
Okay, nice. So double judgment is good because it can't kill you. Again, because it's percentage-based damage, it can't kill you outright. Like if you look at the damage numbers there, the second one did like 13 damage each. So now he's hit opposite extremes. That's where he wants to be. Just gonna kind of stall out a little bit before summoning, just to let Poison get some more work in, and then it's gonna be summon. And then he's either going to try and kill outright or use Gestalt to stall, depending on damage ranges and what attack spot Orphan does. And that was a good
Regeneratorial
recovery
Wrath.
for the first phase. Oh,
Yeah.
Wrath. Okay, so Progenitorial
yeah.
Wrath is probably the cheapest thing that this boss can do. I'm sure everybody knows about
Probably
it.
the cheapest thing in this entire game,
Yeah.
to be honest.
This is true. Because it's a 50% chance of instant death, and it will target anyone you have in a medic role, initially. But after that, it will target anyone. And so it's 50% chance of instant death and 33% chance of being on your leader. So it's basically 1/6 chance of instant death. And since you can't prevent instant death entirely, it's basically a 1/6 chance that you'll die to Autumn and there's nothing you can do. And since party leader death means retracting the fight, it's really cheap.
In the
Have
speedrun,
a
there's nothing you
lot
can
of
do.
health
In
left.
casual, you can cast Veil to have its chances, and you can equip death resistance accessories to reduce
True.
the chances.
But you can't eliminate the chance of instant death.
Right.
So it is pretty cheap still. Another Wrath, but it targeted Vanille, so that's fine. Okay, Vanille didn't die.
I think we should be good now.
Yeah, I think you should kill him.
And this chapter 13 has just been sketchy fights all the way. Jesus.
Not having good luck with dodging the Vernal Harvester.
So obviously we're coming up on the end of 13 here, so Jay, are you ready to start your run?
Let's go. Yeah, I'm good.
Cool.
Oh, that looked like space. But hitboxes.
Yeah. Yeah, this last
Okay.
boss is probably pretty simple for most casual players, especially after the 2 bosses that come before it.
Yep.
But because we're still so underleveled and relatively low HP, some of these attacks can still kill us.
Yeah, there's one in particular that does a lot of damage that we hopefully won't see. So the kind of gimmick with this fight is he casts Doom, and at the start of the fight he blocks all damage until you stagger him, and then when you stagger him, you can be hit by like everything, and you just go mad. And hopefully, well, you should always kill him in one stagger. But if you take too long to stagger him, he'll do a move called temporal something, temporal hollow, and it basically resets the fight. But he's already in his kind of more aggressive phase, so you don't really want that to happen at all.
Not to mention you don't want it to happen because Doom's ticking.
Also that.
Yeah, but you've got 300 odd seconds, that's 5 minutes.
So now you get to the point where you're just hitting him with damage, basically. This fight is set to the point where you pretty much, if Saz is in adrenaline range, he'll hit damage cap with every bullet of bullets, and he dies really fast.
Ready to go. And... go.
Go, Jay.
Good job, Swanzig.
Alright.
Good luck, Jay.
Yep.
Good job,
Nicely
Swanzig.
done.
Good job,
That
Swanzig.
chapter 13 was a mess and a half.
It was alright there. Still did it.
You did it, Swanzig. You finished the run.
That I did.
Good
And it
job.
was sub 535.
Forgotten time, be reborn.
Yeah, 5:28. By my count, I lost 6 minutes on the last chapter.
Yeah, I've got it as 2756, so close enough.
Is anything important happening on your screen right now, Lewd?
Not for a couple
The
of
fake
minutes.
cutscene.
Okay,
Yeah. He's
so
just
this
running
is the
towards
tutorial
PCG.
fight of 13.2. Right off the bat, there is something that can happen that we don't really want to happen.
Please do it. Please do it.
PC version only, there is a glitch that makes the tutorial fight unbeatable until you restart the game. I think it has something to do with the jaggy frame rate, and what'll happen if it triggers is that Lightning is just going to ride off into the sunset together with Chaos Bahamut, never to be seen again, and you can't proceed the tutorial fight. It didn't happen to me though, because I'm already past the first trigger.
Not kidding around, huh?
Well, she'll be seen again, right? She just loops back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it takes like a minute, and then she's like, "Hey, hello, I'm
Yeah,
here."
so like the track on this tutorial fight is like a circle, so it does actually eventually repeat. It's kind of funny.
And if that glitch does happen, there's nothing you can do except close the game and boot it up again. So I'm kind of glad that didn't happen, although most of the Team Mog fan base would wager to disagree.
Yeah, we would like to. Sorry.
Wow, this guy.
Shots fired.
Shots fired, yeah.
I smell gunpowder.
Fired. Sorry.
Shots fired.
Time for a real fight.
So speaking of glitches, this one kinda, the second phase of the tutorial fight also has something to it. There is an effect that more prominently happens in this fight than any other fight, where if you get hit by an attack while you're attacking, you can get the bell interrupted on your ATB, but it still actually goes off, so you deal damage without paying the ATB cost, which you can abuse to make the fight faster.
Yeah, it can happen in 13 as well, it's just way less likely, and there's not really any place you can use it constructively.
The main place it happens in 13 is, I believe, the snow fights in Chapter 1.
Yeah, with hand grenade, it has quite a long delay between throwing the grenade and the ATB being used.
Yep.
You can also get it where it gets interrupted at the point where he's in the throw of the hand grenade and he just kind of drops it at his feet, which is not helpful. But looks funny.
It would suck if that did self-damage.
Yeah, that really would.
I never said I was a goddess.
I was hoping that would kill it, but he hang on with barely any health.
And if Jay had actually died to the second phase, he would have had to do the first phase again.
Yeah, it happens very rarely, but it is definitely possible.
Time.
So here
Alright,
we get into
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm starting PC2 now. I don't remember when Zwanzig was doing this when I was running, but...
Wait, really? Shit. The stream's really far behind then.
Really? Oh, fun.
Wait, have you actually started the fight?
No, I'm sorry. I'm shouting.
Okay.
Sorry, I just finished the menu, and then I said, alright, coming up is PC2. Sorry.
I thought you meant you'd like started the fight and it was like 10 seconds behind.
No.
Okay, yeah, so...
Alright, now I'm starting PC2.
Yep.
Have fun.
So again, I guess we can just cover what's happening in the PC2 fight, because these tutorial fights in 13.2 aren't too complex. And you'll get a chance to explain them again later.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sure. So again, like, Rough Blitz and then the Libero. And the Cold Blood. So the Cold Blood is mainly there, again, partly to keep Saz uninterrupted, but also because it kind of stops you flinching from Muon Blaster if you get it off in time. And then a lot of the rest of the fight is just kind of timing these shifts and casts very specifically to keep Parasat launched. So you'll see here, throwing just an arrow, partly because it fills the gap, and partly because it just keeps Paraclad launched for a little longer. The renew here is just partly to keep everyone in high HP, but also because it puts us back in adrenaline range, which means generally doing more damage, which obviously is a pretty good idea. And again, the rest of this first phase is just kind of damaging out, make sure you get to the HP cap.
Which isn't particularly tight.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It gets harder when you try and intentionally avoid the HP cap.
And this little bit here used to be kind of the sketchy part for me.
Entering the second phase. Okay, that's a Muon Blaster first. We'll see what he does second. Okay, Maelstrom. That's good. If he does 2 Muon Blasters, things get a bit weird, because then you can kind of stagger him before he gets the Eneric Maelstrom off, but then if you're too slow to react, he does it when staggered, and then you just kind of get bodied. Generally not a good time. So good so far. Now it's just a case of doing a little bit more chaining with Cold Blood, and then keeping him juggle. Oop, he dropped. That's not good.
That actually is intended. I do that as well.
Yeah, because it allows me to cancel Snow's ready animation.
Okay. I don't do that, that's why I got confused.
This is pretty good.
Yeah, this seems fine.
Didn't get the kill though.
Surprising. Seemed like you were doing pretty good there.
Left, yeah, so...
But we're close enough that I could just continue in Cerberus.
Yeah, if that fight goes on for any longer than that, he'll go into his aerial phase, which isn't too bad. Because unless you stagger him and then he gets to do his retaliatory strike once he comes out of stagger, aerial phase isn't as dangerous. So you can kind of just re-stagger him again and kill. Are missing a lot of damage.
So now we're into chapter 13 again.
Where you can save like 5 minutes on me.
I mean, is there anything you guys want to say about 13.2 while you have a bit of a chance?
Right now, not really. We're just walking to the meteorite.
Cool.
Continuing the beginning events of the game.
Hopefully, Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky isn't an interesting point in 13.2, because I want to explain that fight, but everything else is pretty much explained at this point. I mean, I guess we can explain this menu, because kind of covered it a little bit, but the general idea is just sell everything you don't need anymore, and then buy shrouds. And there's a very slight chance you can get enough guild drops to be able to buy all the shrouds you need at the start here, and they'll have the menu again before final bosses, which saves a bit of time.
So in 13.2 here, coming up is the first boss of the game, Gog 1, who you want to stagger him as quickly as possible. So you start in Rav and basically just auto bow.
Yeah, you don't have access to your paradigms yet, so the only staggering paradigm you have is Slash and Burn, which isn't the greatest for that purpose.
But at least in 13.2, you start the game with access to the paradigm and roll system.
Yeah, at least. Even though we can't change them yet.
So one thing you might notice from 13 as well is the battle mechanics in 13.2 are pretty similar to that in 13. So you are ATB cancelling or ATB refreshing every second shift as well.
Yeah, one thing you'll notice between 13 and 13.2 is a lot of the basics of the battle system carries over very nicely.
Yeah, there's only a few differences between them.
Some of them are definitely nicer, some of them are a bit more questionable.
One of the nicer ones is the lack of like close-ups during paradigm shifts.
Yeah, paradigm shifts are overall fast. Like the menu overall is faster in battle.
Yeah.
And debuffs aren't RNG anymore, which is great.
And one of the more convenient changes is that party leader KO doesn't instantly mean game over in this game.
True. I guess that's a big one for casual players, but it doesn't affect the speedrun as much.
Yeah, if somebody dies, it's usually not your party leader.
Yeah. Or if your party leader dies, it's usually because you messed up.
another thing is 13.2 doesn't have TP.
Also true.
So for some fights later, we will have to use Libra scopes instead of Libra to gain enemy intel to make the fights faster.
Yeah, because we don't have Libra.
And I guess one final thing to point out, which will come relevant in a moment, is that you can tune paradigms, which I guess you can explain now, because that's about to happen in the menu.
We're a couple minutes away.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't do the menu here, don't you? Or do you?
Well, you might want to explain it now anyway, because Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky's coming up.
Alright, so in order to further customize the AI, I guess, paradigm tuning was introduced. You can either set, like in 13, a specific paradigm would always have a specific tuning, say Cerberus would always target different enemies, and a paradigm like Relentless Assault would always attack the same one. In 13.2 you can fully customize that yourself, in that there is wide tuning and cross tuning. Cross-tuned paradigm, signified by an X, will always prioritize the target that the party leader is targeting, and wide-tuned paradigms will always attack different targets, or more likely use... Well, I guess AoE abilities are more controlled by stagger. But the general gist of it is, if you want to attack multiple enemies, you generally want to use a wide-tuned paradigm. And if you're fighting a boss that only consists of one enemy, then you want more cross-tuned paradigms.
Yep. Okay, so Bandersnatch and Jabberwocky here on Lewdstream. To start the fight, you want to inflict peril on Bandersnatch and start working to stagger it as soon as possible. As you can tell, this is kind of like a beefed up Enkin Enlil from earlier in the run, and it's a pretty tight fight. There's a couple of things that can kind of go wrong. Usually it's not too bad, but you can definitely troll you if it wants to. So here we're using Hekaton again to take our Bandersnatch. Again, just kind of doing a bit of chaining and stalling out until Breath of the Beast, and that means that you can't get hit by it later in the fight, and that's a good thing because it can't be stagger cancelled and it does a lot of damage to your party. So this guy in Salvo will take out Bandersnatch entirely, and then we're free to focus on the Jabberwocky.
Bandersnatch is immune to physical, which is why we have to use this. Because most of our damage would come from physical attacks.
And Jabberwocky is immune to magical attacks. So it kind of forces you to play the fight in two different ways. You can't really just do the same thing for both sets of them.
Well, you can kill both with the summon. I've done it before. It's just not faster. And definitely not consistent either.
Yeah. But luckily, even though it's immune to magic, it's not immune to chaining or debuffs, so we can still debuff it and then kind of just get like deep protect and poison and then just hit it a lot and it'll die. That was a nice fight.
Yeah.
The menu that you mentioned is coming up shortly, Maelstrom.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was way off. Whoops. My bad.
So in this menu, you do Crystarium and you do Paradigm setup for the initial part of the game. Something interesting that I think it was Linkmaster noticed a few years ago is that if you do Crystarium first, you can actually save time on the Paradigm setup. The main reason for that is when you create a new Paradigm, it uses, by default, it selects the Paradigm that the character has the highest level in, or the role the character has the highest level in. And of course, they just flew through that.
Here's where it would be great if we were like a sports channel, be like, let's watch that again in slow-mo.
We can't afford the tech sub for that.
Yep.
TLDR, since the paradigm setups that I needed to input manually were dual casting, and conveniently we do want to level Ravager for this, I just level Ravager before I do a paradigm setup, so it'll default to Rav because those are the two highest level roles of both characters.
Yep.
Also, the Crystarium in 13.2 is pretty different from 13's. Do you guys want to like explain that?
I'll leave that to Striving because GOG 2 is coming up.
Yeah, so instead of in 13 where you have separate separate sections in the Crystarium for each role. In 13.2, it's all combined into a single Crystarium where you can level each role separate, or level each role as you wish. And the Crystarium is divided into
That's a first.
into stages, which at the end of each stage you can gain an expansion to the stage, which lets you level ATB or gain a new role or get bonuses of various kinds.
Or increase like accessory capacity if you have one.
Yep.
Trip Snow.
So even though Snow died, Lewd's Vladislas ended up working out pretty fine.
I just got trolled pretty hard.
Yeah, it's sort of different when when Snow dies, like halfway through.
Right.
So Jay didn't manage to kill in the first stagger, which sucks because, like Vitala, you can't damage this guy when he's not staggered. Or at least you can't damage him significantly when he's not staggered.
Noel's ATB got stuck, so I lacked a lot of damage.
Luckily we haven't seen that happen too much so far, but that happens in 13 as well, where when you change paradigms, there's a very slight chance your AI allies can just kind of get stuck and not really do anything until you change paradigm again. It's just a weird kind of bug.
Yeah, both GOG fights were a little bit awkward. A similar thing happened to GOG 1. Well.
So something we'll get introduced to pretty quickly here in 13.2 is monsters. You have two fixed party members in your team, which are Sarah and Noel, but instead of having a third main character, you can capture monsters. Each monster can only be leveled in a specific role. So the first monster we end up picking up to use permanently anyway is Nekton, which is primarily a Ravager.
Or that will also be introduced to something that happens after this boss fight. Also something that's been introduced in 13.2 and actually made its only appearance in the 13 series.
Cinematic actions.
Exactly.
Ooh, you got tail hammered there.
Yeah.
Kinda rough.
And he got Imperil inflicted on Saz, which means that he some more damage from the grenades now, but should be fine.
Yeah, he should be fine. He's already staggered, so he doesn't use it too much in second phase. If at all, actually.
We just still have haste on everyone.
Yeah, true. That's nice. Tiamat's, is it Ice Grenades to do it?
Yeah, Ice Grenades can inflict slow.
Yeah, they can inflict slow and imperil. And obviously the first infliction of slow will just remove haste. And then the second one will do slow. But not even losing haste is really good.
We've got Veil, haven't we? So that helps with it.
Yep.
So here we have our first introduction to cinematic actions. These are actually one of the only ones that matter in battle. The first one gave us buffs, bravery and faith, and the second one instantly staggered the enemy. The other quick time events are more after the boss fight and don't actually take any effect in the boss fight.
You know, I never realized that actually gave you buffs.
Oh, there you go.
Now I know.
The row
counts
Ignis fight
for-
gives you protect as well.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's
what I wanted to
the
say.
other instance. For what reason the game is trolling me with ATB cancels not being ATB cancels all they should be. Hopefully that stops. These fights don't really matter because they're relatively straightforward, but future bosses are more of a strict dance, so having that happen there would be not cool.
Yeah. Well, Lude had a pretty good Tiamat fight there. Very clean second phase once he was staggered. Wasn't really messing any debuffs or anything. So now he's heading towards final fights. So, Zeph, if you get ready to go.
So should I say go like when I see like when I'm done
Yeah,
or
say
when you're
time
done?
when you would finish the run.
Okay.
And I'll change it over when it's done on the RTMP.
Alright.
I know there's like a few seconds of delay.
So here Lude's just buying his last couple of shrouds for the run. And Libriscopes.
Yeah.
So what just happened right there was something that we jokingly call the Alyssa skip, which is nothing special in that it's just Alyssa gives you a dialogue choice, but if you just perform a cutscene skip as it starts, you'll just shut her up and skip her entirely.
Yeah, it's a pretty tight window.
There seems to be some noise coming from your mic, Zeph.
Oh, sorry, let me... 1 second. Apologize.
And now we'll be introduced to monsters.
Yeah, so in this fight, pay attention to the monsters when they die, because you will see that they will turn white instead of the black they usually turn into.
And
might
you'll
have
see a
also
little
seen-
crystal left behind.
And yeah, you see the crystal that starts floating up, and that marks that you have captured a monster, and that's what we use in our advantage when farming for monster crystals. So we can just retry if we don't get the crystal, we can just retry the fight and fight it again
Well,
to see
that's
if we
unusual.
can get another one.
No
Speaking of
infliction
monsters-
from 3 D-protects.
Speaking of monsters, Lude is facing Barb 3 right now, and unfortunately hadn't had D-Protect yet, so he's going to have to do things a little bit differently.
It said 3 D-protects, it was like 5.
Okay, there we go. So we got it there, should be fine I think.
Maybe.
We'll see. He does have a backup if he doesn't kill in the stagger.
This is looking suspiciously like my first fight with Vanille almost dying.
Vanille did die.
This looks suspiciously like my fight.
Yeah, this is not a good place to be.
No, it's not. It's really not. So we're gonna see some fun YOLO strats.
Yeah, so there is a backup here, which is using the elixir. Because Barb
He still
will...
has a renew.
Oh, he still has a renew. Nice. That works.
He needs to survive this Ultima.
Rip Vanille. Yeah, so as you can see, not killing Bard in the first stagger gets really rough to recover really quickly. Because Bard will continue to do Thanatos and Laughter and Ultima alternating on a timer, which gets faster and faster as time goes on.
Another Ultima. He can...
No, it's another Laughter now, yeah.
Yeah, it's good that it's Smile because I can, you know... I can survive Smile. I can't survive a third Ultima.
Yeah. Well, you can, but you have to get very,
There we
very
go.
lucky.
Easy peasy.
Nice.
Somewhat faster than dying, I suppose.
Good job. That was a good recovery.
I'm surprised that she went 5 deep attacks without inflicting it at 200% chain. Thanks, Vanille.
Yeah, the other thing with Ultima is it has a huge damage range, so it can either be really terrible or really not bad at all, depending on how it goes.
Yeah, that's why we don't always trust debuff chance.
Yeah.
I think since Lewd is currently doing the final bosses, we can just leave explaining tile puzzles until Zeph's turn.
But they're so exciting.
Yeah, they are. They are wonderful. Especially 160.
Yeah, okay, so again, similar to explain for MrZwanzig, first part of the fight here is just buffing up and getting yourself ready, and then it moves into chaining and hopefully getting some debuffs, unlike MrZwanzig.
Hey, I won the fight, I didn't die.
This is true.
Somehow.
Okay, so
It was a 4-minute fight, but
it's better than an 8-minute fight.
Hey, we have Imperil.
Nice. So here he's just kind of throwing more potions and things, just to kind of delay staggering a little bit, just to maximize his damage output and stagger.
We counter.
And the only debuff we have is still Imperil.
There we go.
Yeah, Choco just finally got his Nectons to spawn. So now he's farming for the crystal.
Alright, we're good.
Okay, so now Lewd has all his debuffs, he's got a decent amount of stagger left. So he should be able to push.
As long as you have
after.
over half of stagger left, once you start doing damage, you're fine.
Yeah, something around there.
Then you'll get off like 3 rounds of attacks, which is enough.
Okay, there's the Merciless, and as you see, that he just does that as a HP barrier. He doesn't really care about anything else. It's always fixed, and it will reduce his stagger down to 0.
Third Trinecton.
And yeah, Choco the third Trinecton, which is decent.
That's pretty good.
It's a 1 in 6 chance, and I got it on the 6th enemy, so I'm perfectly average, if you will.
So you use Bio Exploitation instead of Dies Ray or Progenitorial Wrath, both of which would be pretty bad because they would both kill Saz.
Yeah, yes. mine was doing Progenitorial Wrath on Saz.
Yeah, Bio Exploitation doesn't do that much damage, really. So that's really the optimal attack to get in this phase. Looks like he's going to be able to kill without the Gestalt Tool.
Be able to.
So in 13.2, Jay just did the first shopping menu of the game, where we pick up Geishel Greens to be able to ride Chocobos later on, and potent essences, or potent droplets, even, to upgrade Necton.
So again, Lewd is on the final boss here now. So again, the goal is just to stagger as soon as possible, hopefully not get slapped, buff up, and then rain damage cap upon Orphan. And then it'll be his turn to start 13-2.
Oops, that's not where I wanted to go. Misshift!
Wow, what are these retro strats? Getting a provoke before stagger.
I don't want it in Thunder, I want it in Thunder Bravery, so this is all sorts of wacky. He has incredibly yet to actually, do any of his things.
Yeah, this is a really tame Orphan. Which
Yeah,
is what you want, really.
I gave him lots of openings to just wreck me with abilities, and he chose not to do anything.
He started trying to do something then.
Yeah, just as you staggered, he was starting something.
Okay, so this is pretty much done. Hopefully Zeph is ready to go, but he was having some issues, so...
Yeah, there's about 15 seconds, well, probably not even that. Eh. Alright, Orphan is dead, and... time.
GG.
GG.
Well done.
GG.
Thank you.
What was your time? Because I think it was quite good. Somewhere around like.
It was a 5:15.
Yeah.
5:15, nice. That's one of my best times on PS3.
Yeah.
In fact, it was 5:15:15.
Yeah, that's a really good time.
Nice.
Gap's down to 32 minutes now.
Almost like 13 minutes.
Half an hour in 76 and a half hours. That's
And it can get even closer.
pretty damn close.
So Jay
In-game
just
timer was 5:14, so.
So Jay just killed the third boss of the game there, which was Atlas. One thing to note about Atlas is at the ending QTE segment, you actually want to fail one of the QTEs because it's faster.
When Sarah tries to break the rock, you want to fail